Chapter 1 of Exterior to the Evidence by J.S. Fletcher. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Exterior to the Evidence by J.S. Fletcher. Chapter 1 Youth. At the extreme height of a broken and wide-spreading moorland, a vast mass of dark rock rose abruptly from the heather and ling, and on its table-like crown some man or men had built a high and tapering cairn of stone. A girl sat on a boulder at the foot of the rocks on a cloudless afternoon in the middle of May, looking fixedly along a narrow sheep-track which ran towards the sharply defined edge of the moor. As a figure suddenly showed itself far against the skyline, the girl's quick eyes recognized her lover, and she sprang to her feet and went forward to meet him. "Marston, you're an hour late," she called in clear, ringing tones, while they were yet 30 yards apart. "I've been up here at the pike since 2 o'clock, and it's 3 now, if it isn't more." The boy thus hailed came hurrying along, panting and out of breath, flung himself on a cluster of heather, and pulling out a handkerchief, began to mop his forehead. "By George, and so would you have been late if you'd been in my shoes," he exclaimed. "The wonder is that I'm here at all. There's been the very deuce to pay at our place since lunch. And yet, by George, I don't know which I've done most of as I came along. Lost my breath with hurrying to get here, or laughed till my sides ached." The girl stood for a moment looking thoughtfully at him. He was a well-knit, handsome, open-faced lad of no more than 20 or 21 in appearance, though in reality he was already 23, fair-haired, blue-eyed, typically English, and bearing all the signs and marks of fresh air and outdoor life. She herself was a dark beauty. The hair that showed under her hat was black and glossy, the coloring of her cheeks almost gypsy-like. A smile began to dimple the corners of her full red lips, and she suddenly laughed softly as she sat down on the bank across which the belated lover had flung himself. "Well, Marston," she said softly, "and what's the matter? Nothing wrong if you've been laughing at it." Marston Stanbury sat up and resumed the soft cap which he had thrown aside in order to mop his forehead. He glanced approvingly at the girl by his side, who in her turn gave him an answering glance of entire contentment. It was not until he had got his pipe in full blast that he slipped an arm around the girl's waist and gave her what was intended for a confidential embrace. "You'd better prepare yourself for a pretty big sort of surprise, Letty," he announced. "I wouldn't mind laying my new gun against any old thing you've got that you couldn't guess in 100. "Better tell then," responded Letty. "What is it?" Marston took his pipe from his teeth and looked fixedly at his sweetheart. "Hold tight," he said warningly. "This is it. Sir Chevel's going to be married." "Nonsense!" "Fact," declared Marston, "and jolly soon, too. Next month." "At his age?" exclaimed Letty. "Just so," said Marston. 75 last time. Still a fact." "And to whom?" asked Letty. Marston gave her another warning look. "Now you will have to sit tight," he replied, "else you'll get thrown. You'd never guess that, either. Mademoiselle de Collage." Letty started and stared. "What?" she exclaimed. "The vicar's French governess?" "You've hit it in one," said Marston. "Mademoiselle Zélie de Collage, French governess at the vicarage. That's it. She is to be my Lady Stanbury. May and December. She's 25, and Sir Chevel's just 50 years older." Letty plucked a sprig of heather and began thoughtfully pulling it to pieces. "Marston," she said at last, "whatever does your mother say?" Marston nodded his head, Chinese Mandarin style, with great vigor for several seconds before he replied. "You mean," he answered with a significant look, "you mean, what doesn't she say?" "Saying it to whom?" asked Letty. "I'll tell you all about it," continued Marston. "My mother and I were at lunch when in walked my uncle. I saw at once that something was up. He wouldn't have any lunch, nor even a glass of sherry, and he was jolly fidgety. And then, all of a sudden, he made a formal announcement. He was about to be married. And to the Frenchwoman. Gad, I thought my mother would have a fit." "Yes," said Letty, "I should have expected her to. Well?" "At first," Marston went on, "she refused to believe it. Talked about his age. He said stiffly that he believed he was as hale and hearty as any man of 60. And then, of course, she got personal. You know what a hot temper my mother has, and talked about how it would affect me. There I was, she said, his nephew and heir to the title, and always been led to expect it, and a jolly lot besides, and all that sort of thing. If he had a son by this marriage, I'd be disinherited, and so on and so on. Well, to put it plainly, she was just furious." "And Sir Cheval?" asked Letty. "He got stiff and icy," answered Marston. "Said it had always been a possibility that he might marry, even late in life, and that whether I ever came to the title or not, he had made full provision for me, most handsome provision, he repeated, with emphasis, and I should never have cause to blame him. But it's the title business that knocked my mother over. She's always been awfully keen on my being Sir Marston Stanbury, Baronet. That's about it." "And you, Marston?" suggested Letty. "What do you think?" "Don't care a hang about the title," declared Marston. "If the old boy wants to marry, let him. What I want is to marry you, and if this comes off, as it certainly will, it'll make things all the easier for you and me." "How?" asked Letty. "What difference will it make?" "This," said Marston eagerly. "So long as it was certain that there was nothing but Sir Cheval's life between me and the title, he'd a hold over me. And as we know very well, he and your father are, somehow, not on very good terms. Now, if he takes his own way about this marriage, he can't object to my taking mine about my marriage. And I suggest that we tell your father and my mother all about our engagement now, straight off." Letty turned away and looked thoughtfully across the moor. It was some time before she spoke, and when she glanced at Marston again, there was a suspicion of foreboding in her eyes. "Marston," she said quietly, "have you any idea why your uncle and my father are not on very good terms?" "Not the slightest notion," declared Marston. "But you know how things are. Your father's a radical, and Sir Cheval is an out-and-out Tory of the old school. And there was a difference over that last county council election. That's all I can think of." "There's something more than that," said Letty. "They were always, well, pleasantly friendly, until lately. My father's been awfully bothered for some time. I've seen it, though he tries to keep it from me." "Business matters?" asked Marston. "It may be," replied Letty, "but I don't know. They say trade's bad. You see, you and I don't know anything about things of that sort. We're only children, after all." Marston made no answer. He was thinking of what lay beyond the northern edge of the moor, the manufacturing villages, the big mills, the crowds of folk who worked in them, and particularly of Lithersdale Old Mill, Lucas Etherton's place, which was one of the biggest manufactories in the district. He was thinking, too, of Lucas Etherton himself, a big, burly, reserved man who always gave people the impression of power and of well-to-doness. "I should have thought your father was all right in the way of business," he exclaimed suddenly. "Why, look at the number of people he employs, and his mill's always running." "All the same, I know there's something," declared Letty, "and I don't want to bother him about anything just now, so let it wait. Wait until Sir Cheval's married, anyway." "After all," said Marston ruminatively, "they must know it, if they've got any eyes. All right, leave it till the old chap's tied himself up to the Frenchwoman. Then I'll tell my mother, and you can tell your father, and we'll get married this summer. How will that do?" "I suppose so," said Letty. She looked down at him in a half-amused, half-teasing fashion, and Marston knocked the ashes out of his pipe and slipped his arm round her waist. "It's jolly hot here," he said. "Come on through the coppice, only bit of shade there is on this moor." The two lovers strolled away in the direction of the pines. An hour had passed before they came out again on the farther side, and walked rather more rapidly in the direction of the valley. A winding track led downwards, and Letty turned along it until they came to a point, close by an old farmstead, where it divided. "I'm going down to the mill to take father home," said Letty. "He's been there since 7 o'clock this morning." "All right, tomorrow then. Same time," said Marston. The click of the gate close by made him turn sharply. Letty turned too. A tall, thin, pale-faced young man of a peculiarly reserved and watchful expression of eye and mouth came out of the garden of the old farmstead, wheeling a bicycle. He lifted his cap as he turned the machine in the direction of the valley, and while Letty nodded in response, Marston scowled. "Can't stand that clerk of your father's," he growled. "He always makes me think of that chap in Dickens. You know, Uriah Heep. What's the fellow's name?" "Bradwell Pike," answered Letty. "He isn't prepossessing, but I believe he's useful." "Pike," sneered Marston. "Good name for him. Shark would have been better, though. Well, tomorrow then." Letty smiled and nodded as they separated. Tomorrow seemed close at hand, and there was nothing to indicate that the sunshine of today was not the last. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Exterior to the Evidence by J.S. Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Gathering Clouds. Lithersdale Old Mill, towards which Letty took her way after leaving Marston Stanbury, was the oldest industrial building in that district, a survival of the age wherein manufacturers got their motive power from water. Its machinery had long been driven by steam, but the old water wheel still stood, and the watercourse still ran down from the moors above. The mill itself was out of date, and its present owner had often been advised to pull it down. But Lucas Etherton, radical though he was in politics, was conservative enough in all else. The lives and endeavors of 5 generations of Ethertons were built into its gray walls, and Lucas Etherton felt that it would last his time. He was the last of his race in the male line, and Letty would marry. Let the old place stand till he and it finished together. Letty turned into the mill through a garden and orchard which lay at one end of it. There was a private door at the end of the garden which admitted to a staircase, at the head of which were 2 or 3 rooms, shut off from the rest of the premises. Lucas Etherton used these offices for himself and his clerk, Bradwell Pike. Letty always used this entrance when she went down to the mill of an afternoon to fetch her father away in good time for their 6 o'clock dinner. Lucas, in her opinion, was too much at the mill, going there at an early hour in the morning, breakfasting and lunching there, and occasionally staying there until late in the evening. And of late she had made a practice of going down to the mill between 4 and 5 in the afternoon and dragging him away, so that he might have an hour's rest before dinner. The rooms at the head of the private staircase up which Letty presently climbed were 3 in number, the first a sort of anteroom for callers, the second Lucas Etherton's own room, the third, which opened into the mill, an office wherein Bradwell Pike was usually to be found. All 3 opened one into another, and instead of being shut off by doors, were separated by heavy curtains, made of a certain fabric manufactured on the premises. They were all heavily carpeted, and Letty was light of foot, and she was halfway into the anteroom, intending to throw back the intervening curtain and surprise her father at his desk, when she heard voices in the next room, and knew that Lucas was there talking with Sir Cheval. There was nothing in that, but there was something in the words she caught which pulled her up sharply and sent the blood flushing hotly to her brown cheeks. "Dishonorable," Sir Cheval Stanbury was saying in loud, angry tones. "No other word for it. You're treating me in a dishonorable fashion, a highly dishonorable fashion. That's plain truth, Mr. Etherton." Letty felt her heart throb painfully as she waited for her father to speak. She had no impulse of retreating. After what she had heard, her one instinct was to stay where she was. There was trouble here, and bad trouble, and her father had no one in this world but herself. It seemed a long time before Lucas spoke. She heard a movement as if he were shifting or rearranging books or papers on the desk at which she knew he would be seated. It appeared to suggest that he wanted to gain time, or as if he felt at a loss for words. "There are, various ways of regarding it," said Lucas Etherton. "It depends how you look at it." Letty heard a nasty, half-suppressed exclamation from Sir Cheval. It seemed to express contempt as well as to show irritation. "Pshaw!" he said. "There's only one way of looking at it. You come to me a year ago, as a neighbor, and tell me that owing to certain trading reasons, which I, of course, didn't ask you to explain, you were temporarily short of ready money, and asked for a loan of £5,000. I gave you a check for that amount there and then, with pleasure, and without even so much as asking for an acknowledgment. I naturally expected you to return my money as soon as your temporary embarrassment was over. A year has passed. You haven't given me back 1 penny. Yet your mill goes on working, you are turning out quantities of goods, you seem to be going on as, to my knowledge, you have gone on for many a long year. What does it all mean?" Letty's heart was beating like a sledgehammer on an anvil by this time. Here, then, was the trouble of which she had had some foreboding, at which she had hinted to Marston. In the silence which followed upon Sir Cheval's direct question, she stole gently to the curtain which separated her from the 2 men, and looked cautiously into the room beyond. One glance was sufficient to make her more puzzled than before. Her father sat at his desk, his chair tilted back, his long legs crossed. The toe of his right boot was quietly kicking the big waste-paper basket in front of him. But what puzzled his daughter more than his attitude was the fact that the upward twitch of his mustache showed that Lucas Etherton was smiling, so it seemed, at his own thoughts. Yet how could a man smile who had just been called dishonorable to his very face? She glanced from him to the old baronet. At any other time she would have been amused. Sir Sheville Stanbury was noted in Lithersdale as being a dandy, and the best-dressed man in the neighborhood. But Letty had never seen him in such gay garments before, and she wondered if his festive appearance had anything to do with his engagement to Mademoiselle de Coulanges, the fascinating governess at the vicarage. Sir Sheville was a spare, medium-sized man who made the most of every one of his inches and held himself invariably square and erect. Everything about him was naturally aggressive. The glance of his eye, the cock of his chin, the upward twirl of his gray, carefully kept mustache, the very set of his shoulders. And now all this was set off in a faultlessly cut suit of summer tweeds, finished by a tall white hat with a black band, white gloves with black stitches, white gaiters over patent leather boots, a vivid contrast to Lucas Etherton's shaggy figure in an old blue suit, liberally adorned with patches of grease and shreds and slivers of wool. Why did not her father speak? Why did he sit there, evidently jingling the money and keys in his pockets, certainly kicking the wastepaper basket, certainly smiling in that queer, provoking way? This puzzled Letty beyond belief. It evidently puzzled Sir Sheville, too, for after a long pause he turned from the window through which he was affecting to look, picked up the eyeglass which dangled from his neck by a thin gold chain, fixed it in his right eye, and stared at the man he was reproaching. "I repeat, what does it all mean?" he said testily. "And I'll supplement that by another question. Are you going to repay me my loan, Mr. Etherton?" "I concluded it was for a few weeks. It has stretched into 12 months. I want my money. I am resettling my affairs. Why don't you speak, sir?" Lucas Etherton tilted his chair farther back and looked up at the ceiling. Even then, to the hearer who was with him and to the listener behind the curtain, it seemed as if he were unnecessarily slow in answering. "Different folks have different notions, Sir Sheville," he said. "When you were kind enough to lend me that money, I told you I wanted it until I'd got something fixed up. You said, I'm giving you your exact words, 'Oh, any time, Etherton, any time, suit your own convenience.' I took you at your word. It isn't convenient to repay you yet." "But, damn, sir, you must know that I was using a mere figure of speech," exclaimed Sir Sheville. "A man does say something of that sort when he lends money to another man. Mere politeness, don't you know? But one doesn't mean it." Lucas Etherton chuckled. "Ah, but you see, I thought you did," he retorted. "I'd always understood that you were one of those men who never say anything but what they mean." Sir Sheville made a final contortion, dropped his monocle, and tapped his smart walking cane on the floor. "You're trifling with me, sir," he said angrily. "You know as well as I do that the loan was a temporary one. Will you repay me at once?" "Can't," answered Lucas Etherton laconically. "Haven't got it." "When will you have it?" demanded Sir Sheville. "Fix a date." "Couldn't," said Etherton almost indifferently. "Might be soon, might be longer. Can't say at all today. I'm speaking as I do because you're talking about this matter as an ordinary common creditor might. You're talking about a debt of honor between two gentlemen, as if it were a vulgar trade account, and you were the butcher or the candlestick maker. If—" Sir Sheville, who had grown very red and very angry during the manufacturer's last few words, suddenly stepped up to the desk and smote his fist down on it. "Damn, sir," he vociferated. "How dare you talk to me like that? Honor, indeed. I'd like to know what you know." "About honor?" interrupted Etherton. "Perhaps quite as much as yourself. You lent me a sum of money, willingly, to be paid back at my convenience. Now you come and demand it." "I'll tell you what it is," exclaimed Sir Sheville abruptly. "If you don't pay me my money by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, I'll instruct Birch to serve you with a writ. That's final." Etherton looked up from his desk, and it seemed to his daughter that a new mood showed itself on his face. "Birch?" he said slowly. "Ah, now do you mind telling me if you ever told Birch that I owe you this money?" "No, I have not, sir," retorted Sir Sheville indignantly. "I'm not in the habit of telling my solicitor that I lent anything, as I have done more than once. But I shall tell him now." "Don't," said Etherton with a peculiar glance. "Don't, if you please." "Why not, sir?" demanded Sir Sheville. Etherton looked hard at his creditor for several seconds. "Because it would upset certain plans of mine," he answered. "That's all." Sir Cheval pulled himself up and stared back. "Plans? What plans?" he asked. "Tell me." "No," replied Etherton, "certainly not. Not if I owed you 50,000. And I'd like to know why you come upon me suddenly with a demand for 5. You're a very rich man, Sir Cheval, and you don't want it." Sir Cheval turned round to the window and for a moment looked out in silence. Suddenly he turned again to the manufacturer. "Do you know what's being said about you, Etherton?" he asked in a low voice. "It's rumoured that you're in Queer Street. Now, if I am in pretty comfortable circumstances myself, well, even if I am a very rich man, I am not going to lose my money. I have other people to consider. Now, it seems to be a fact that you can't lay your hands on £5,000, in spite of your apparently big business, and so on. So," Etherton suddenly lifted his hands as if to command silence. He pointed to the curtain which shut off his clerk's room, and then called quietly, "Pike, are you there?" There was no answer, and Etherton turned to his visitor. "I thought I heard a step in that room," he said. "That clerk of mine has a foot like a cat. Well, Sir Cheval, I see I shall have to give you my confidence after all. Come this way, if you please." Etherton rose from his desk, motioned Sir Cheval to follow him, and crossed over to the opposite doorway. He held the curtain aside, the visitor stepped through, he himself followed, and at that Letty turned, went down the private staircase, and crossing the garden and orchard, climbed slowly up the hillside to Low Hall. The comfort and pleasantness of the old house struck her painfully as she walked into its great stone porch. Anyone entering it for the first time would have said that here was an ideal house filled with all that mortal could desire, and yet as she now knew there was something wrong, and some secret, and money owing to Marston Stanbury's uncle which her father could not pay. And she could only wait. She was waiting at 6 o'clock when Etherton rang her up on the telephone. "Letty," he said hurriedly, "I shan't be home for dinner, nor tonight at all. I've got to go away on business. Take care of yourself."
"Oh," she answered, "can't you run up for 5 minutes, or shall I come down? Do let me."
"No," he replied. "Can't manage either. I'm off just now. See you in the morning. Bye-bye." He rang off then and there, and the girl turned disconsolately away, to find the parlour-maid at her elbow. Dinner was ready, and she must sit down alone. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Exterior to the Evidence by J.S. Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Confidential Clerk. Had Lucas Etherton come home to dinner, his daughter's naturally healthy appetite would have done justice to the carefully cooked food which always appeared on the table at Low Hall. But as things were, Letty could make no more than a pretense of eating, and she was glad to escape and get out into a favorite quiet nook in the garden. That had been an ideal day of spring, full of warmth and brightness, but the events of the last 2 hours had driven all its colors away. What was the secret which Lucas Etherton had evidently been keeping to himself? Why should he take old Sir Cheval into his confidence about it? Why did he not take her into that confidence? He and she had been inseparable ever since she had come home from school 18 months earlier. But, to be sure, there was a reason why her father was taking Sir Cheval into counsel. He owed Sir Cheval £5,000. It galled her to think that money was owing to this proud, arrogant old man. There was a great deal of old-fashioned pride in the Etherton race, and Letty had her full share of it, and it was peculiarly distasteful to her to know that her father owed money to Marston Stanbury's uncle which he could not pay on demand, and about which he spoke with curious uncertainty and vagueness. Moreover, she was utterly puzzled by what she had learned that afternoon. Her father's mill was always running, he was employing 4 of 500 workpeople, and there must be a lot of money about somewhere. Why, then, did he not pay Sir Cheval Stanbury his £5,000 and have done with him? And why, having said with emphasis that he wouldn't tell Sir Cheval his plans if he owed him 50,000, did he suddenly turn round and say that, after all, he would take him into his confidence? Letty Etherton was one of those people who become utterly miserable if left alone with a wearing secret. If her father had only come home that evening, she would have made a clean breast to him of her knowledge of what had happened at the mill, and have begged him to tell her what it all meant. But Lucas did not come, was not coming. She did not even know where his business had taken him, and there was no mother to turn to. Mrs. Etherton had been dead some years, and no brother and no sister. She needed a confidential ear that could be trusted, and the knowledge of this sent her thoughts instinctively flying to her godfather, Mr. Nicholas Getherfield, an old gentleman who lived all alone in a queer old house 7 miles higher up the valley. To think of Mr. Getherfield, with his sweet, quiet, old-world manners, his ready sympathy and understanding, was sufficient to make Letty long to go to him, and within a few minutes she had made up her mind, had got out her bicycle, and taken the road which led far into the wilder, uninhabited parts of Lithersdale. In half an hour she had left the mills and houses behind, and was following a winding track that ran between the river and the hillside. And there, as she turned the corner of a coppice of stunted oak trees, just then bursting into leaf, she came face to face with her father's clerk, Bradwell Pike, who was busily engaged at the roadside mending a puncture in the tube of his bicycle. Letty had no reason for sharing the boyish aversion which Marston always manifested whenever Pike crossed his path. She had known Pike ever since she was 10 years old. He was as much a feature of the old mill as the ancient water-wheel or the stone sundial in the mill garden. She knew him as her father's clerk, a quiet, reserved, hard-working fellow, eminently useful. She had grown so used to his looks and appearance that she had never particularly noticed them. Perhaps his nose was a trifle too long and too thin about the nostrils. Perhaps his eyes were too closely set together. Perhaps he carried an habitual air of furtive secrecy, but Letty had never thought of him as anything else than the clerk at the mill, and she was only thinking of him in this way when she jumped off her bicycle at his side. "Mr. Pike," she exclaimed, "do you happen to know where my father has gone on business? He telephoned me at 6 o'clock saying he was going somewhere for the night, but he was in such a hurry that he didn't say where. Do you know anything about it?" Pike, who was endeavoring to locate the puncture in his tube, looked eagerly up from his work. "I don't, Miss Letty," he answered. "I don't know anything at all. He never said a word to me. He came into the office from the mill just before 6, and I heard him telephoning to you. Then he went out straight off. But I should say he was going over to the station to catch the 6:10 into Hallethwaite." "You don't know of any reason, business reason, that would take him away?" suggested Letty. "No," answered Pike. "No, Miss Letty, can't say that I do." He had located the puncture by that time, and he methodically proceeded to mark its whereabouts by drawing a pencil line around it. She stood watching his long, slender fingers of an unusual length and thinness, why, she could not tell, and Pike suddenly looked up at her. "You're not anxious about him, Miss Letty?" he asked. "I don't think he's very well," replied Letty half evasively, "and yes, I am a little anxious." Pike produced a small box from the bag which hung behind his saddle, and finding a bit of sandpaper in it, began to clean the coating off his tube. "Miss Letty," he said suddenly, "you've known me a great many years. So has Mr. Etherton. I've been a good servant to him ever since I came to the old mill, so I can speak. I saw you this afternoon." "Yes," said Letty unsuspectingly, "on the moor." "I didn't mean that," answered Pike with a swift side glance. "I meant at the mill. You were looking through the curtain on one side of your father's room. I was looking through the curtain on the other side." Letty's face flushed as she instinctively drew back a little. "You were listening?" she exclaimed. "Just as you were, Miss Letty," replied Pike. "It wasn't my fault I came in there. I heard your father and Sir Cheval Stanbury talking, and, well, I did listen for a minute or two, but I didn't learn anything that I didn't know already." "You knew that? That my father owed that money to Sir Cheval Stanbury?" exclaimed Letty. "You did?" Pike's thin lips curled in a curious smile. "I keep your father's banking account," he said. "There's not much about it that I'm not aware of. I remember the time of his borrowing that money from Sir Cheval, and he wanted it pretty badly." Letty made no remark. She was astonished to find that Pike knew so much, and she stood considering while he proceeded to coat his little patch with the necessary solution. Something in the way in which he clapped the patch on the puncture and held it there seemed to denote his grip of things. "There's some queer secret about Mr. Etherton, Miss Letty," he said suddenly in his quietest manner. "I don't know where the money goes. I mean, I don't know where a lot of it's gone, this last year or two. I'm uneasy. You mightn't think it, but I've a fondness for your father. He's always been very good to me. To be sure, I've served him well, but he's been a kind employer, and, frankly, I don't know what's up. He draws big sums for something or other, and I don't know what he's doing with it. But it isn't going into the business, I know that. You're uneasy yourself, he added with a suddenly sharp glance. You know you are. Mr. Pike, said Letty, did you hear the end of that talk between my father and Sir Cheval? Did you hear my father say that, after all, he'd have to take Sir Cheval into his confidence? I heard that, replied Pike. Have you any idea what he meant? Asked Letty. Not the least idea, affirmed Pike. But I can tell you this. In the old part of the mill your father has a room into which nobody's ever admitted. They'd have a job to get in. About 2 years ago he'd a special door made for that room. It's sheeted with iron. It's soundproof. It's got a patent double lock. And when your father took Sir Cheval out of the office this afternoon, they went in the direction of that room. But what does my father want with such a room? Exclaimed Letty. It sounds like a secret. There is a secret, said Pike. He spends most of his time in that room. What doing, I don't know. But then, I don't know everything. I never go into those parts of the place. My work's in the office. All I know is that money's going somewhere as it oughtn't to. Piles of money, Miss Letty. And it isn't paid by check, either. Your father keeps drawing big sums in cash, and what he does with it, heaven knows, I don't. Just now, for instance. Well? Demanded Letty as Pike paused, evidently uncertain whether he ought to say more. What? You've said so much you may as well say everything. Well, he'd be glad of ready money at the moment, continued Pike. I know that. The business is all right, or would be if it weren't for this drain on it. However, after all, it's not my concern, and I dare say I oughtn't to have said as much as I have said just now. Still, you asked me. And, of course, you're bothered. And so am I. You see, I've had ideas, notions. You might call them dreams, Miss Letty. The punctured tube was mended by this time, and Pike's lithe fingers were adjusting it to the wheel. There was something almost fascinating in the strength of those apparently fragile fingers, and Letty could not keep her eyes off them as they went about their work. Yes, dreams, said Pike, with a final pressure of the slim fingertips. What sort of dreams? Asked Letty, curious to know what he meant, and contrasting his somewhat odd face and figure with his soft, suave voice. I shouldn't have fancied you were a dreamer, Mr. Pike. You can't always tell by appearances, said Pike. He leaned his tall figure towards her, resting his hands on the bars of his bicycle, and Letty noticed for the first time that he had curiously green eyes which scintillated in a strange manner. Most people who know me, Miss Letty, he went on, think I'm a money-grubber. I don't drink, never tasted even a glass of ale in my life, and I don't smoke, even cheap cigarettes, and I save every penny I can. But all for a purpose. I want to be somebody. I mean to be somebody. And of late years I have thought, I won't deny it, that I might be somebody in a certain direction. Oh, said Letty. The conversation was becoming personal in a way for which she had no taste, but it was difficult to break off. What direction? I hope you'll succeed, I'm sure, Mr. Pike. Do you, Miss Letty? He exclaimed eagerly. Do you indeed? Ah, I'm sure that's very kind of you. And I wonder if I might dare to tell you in which direction my thoughts, ambitions, hopes, and all that have tended of late. Do you know, I've even dared to hope that, perhaps, your father would take me into partnership? Etherton and Pike, Miss Letty? It wouldn't sound or look so bad, would it now? Oh, well, that's a question for my father, Mr. Pike, answered Letty. That's business. But you, said Pike, you now? You wouldn't object? You see, your father has no son. Ah, Miss Letty, I would be a good son to him, if I were allowed to be, eh? Letty moved her bicycle a yard or two away and gathered her skirts together preparatory to mounting it. There was something in Pike's green eyes which she did not like, something extraordinary in the queer curve of his thin lips which she could not understand, and she wanted to leave him. All business that, Mr. Pike, she said with an attempt at nonchalance. You must talk to my father about it. I don't know anything. Not just yet, remarked Pike softly. But the time may come, Miss Letty. Well, asked Letty with one foot on the pedal and without turning her head, what is it? Pike edged his machine a little nearer, and in spite of the solitude in which they stood, lowered his voice to a whisper. Would you like me to find out what this secret is that your father's got? He asked. You know it's troubling you. I can. There's little that I can't do in that way, if I set myself to it."
"No, certainly not," answered Letty coldly. "My father's secrets are his own, Mr. Pike. No."
"You mean were his own, Miss Letty," said Pike with a meaning smile. "He was going to give them, or it, away this afternoon to old Sir Cheval, because he owes him £5,000, yet only a few minutes before, too, he just declared he wouldn't tell him if he owed him 50,000.
"It is my father's concern entirely," declared Letty. She got into her saddle and moved off. "Good night, Mr. Pike," she said over her shoulder.
"One moment," said Pike. He stretched out one of his long arms and laid a detaining hand on the bars of her bicycle. "You're going to Mr. Getherfield's, Miss Letty?" he continued, with his face in closer proximity to her own than she liked. "Aren't you?"
"What if I am?" she demanded half angrily.
"Just so, but you are," said Pike. "And if I were you, I shouldn't say a word about what you heard this afternoon, or about what we've spoken of this evening. You know what Mr. Etherton said to Sir Cheval? If Birch, the solicitor, heard, it would upset all his plans. Mr. Etherton doesn't want anybody to know. Let you and I keep to ourselves what we know. It's safe with me." He lifted his hand as he spoke, and Letty took advantage of the movement to push off her machine. "Good night, Mr. Pike," she repeated. Pike made no answer beyond raising his cap, and Letty rode rapidly away along the lonely road. Somehow she was now far more upset than when she had first set out. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Exterior to the Evidence by J.S. Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Foxton Manor. Another mile of lonely, widening road had slipped away beneath her wheels before Letty suddenly realized the true significance of what Bradwell Pike had called his dreams. Pike had adopted this method of letting her know that he was in love with her. A curious, indefinable feeling of aversion came over her and was as suddenly swept away by an equally curious and vague sense of fear. What a pity, what a thousand pities, she thought, that the clerk knew so much of his master's business. It gave him a hold which Letty, knowing what she did, had no wish he should have. Pike, the quiet, reserved clerk, suddenly became to her a watchful schemer, and the only relief from this deduction was that he had in some degree shown her his hand. "I shall tell Mr. Getherfield all about it," she murmured as she sped along. "He'll understand things better than I do." The sun was just dipping behind the far-off hills in the west as Letty rounded a cliff-like promontory of the valley and came in sight of Mr. Getherfield's house, Foxton Manor, a quaint 17th-century structure. Here, amid the solitude of the moors, Mr. Getherfield grew roses, improved his grounds, planted rare shrubs, and indulged in the antiquarian tastes which had been his recreation through a long life spent among mills and machines. He came out of his door as she wheeled her bicycle up the path between the trim lawns and trotted eagerly towards her, a little spare, very old but intensely active man who still clung to something like a Quakerish simplicity and invariably presented himself in old-fashioned, drab-hued garments. He admitted to being already 80 years of age, but Lucas Etherton had once remarked to his daughter that he honestly believed the old fellow had dropped 10 years somewhere in his journey and forgotten to pick them up again. 80 or 90, there was a plenitude of vigor in the hearty embrace which the old man gave his godchild as they met in his garden, and in the way in which he took her bicycle from her and wheeled it off to an outhouse. That done, he linked his arm in hers and turned her towards a distant corner of the grounds. "Just in time, my dear, to see by daylight a nice little improvement we've carried out since you were here," he said with a satisfied chuckle. "Do you remember saying I ought to put a seat up down there by the stream? Well, come and see what's been done for you." But Letty held back and glanced at the house. "Godfather," she said, "I'm in no mood for improvements. I'm awfully bothered, so I came to you. Let's go in. I want to tell you something, a lot." The old man gave her a quick glance out of his shrewd old eyes and turned to the porch. "Come along," he said soothingly. "Glad you came, my dear. Always ready here, you know." "That's just why I came, knowing that," answered Letty. She followed him across the raftered hall into a low-ceilinged, oak-paneled room, on the open hearth of which, although May was nearly over, a bright fire of pine logs was sending out an inviting crackle. "Now, my dear," he said quietly. "What is it all about?" Letty had made up her mind to tell Mr. Gatherfield everything, and narrated the whole story of the events of the afternoon, from the time of her meeting with Marston Stanbury to her recent encounter with Pike, and Mr. Gatherfield listened in silence, only nodding his old head now and then at certain passages. "What does it all mean, godfather?" asked Letty in the end. "Don't you think I've cause to be anxious and unhappy?" Old Gatherfield laughed softly, and, turning to his desk, drew a cigar case to him and selected a cigar. "Only about one thing, my dear," he answered as he began to smoke. "Only about one thing." "What?" demanded Letty. "I don't like that young man Pike knowing so much about your father's affairs," said Mr. Gatherfield. "That's not well. Now, though Pike has been at the old mill so long that he couldn't fail to know a good deal, your father ought not to have let him get as much knowledge as he evidently possesses. Pike is a sly fellow, my dear, and I'm surprised that he was as candid as he was with you tonight. It looks to me as if he knew rather more, perhaps a good deal more, than he revealed. But of course he does. Men of that sort never tell all they know." "Oh, you don't think he knows more about my father's affairs?" exclaimed Letty. "He may," answered Mr. Gatherfield. "Probably he was paving the way this evening, thinking that next time he had the chance of a tete-a-tete with you, he'd tell you more, if you let him. Have a care of that fellow, Letty. Your father's kept Pike too long. He knows too much. But as regards the rest—" "Yes, the rest," said Letty eagerly. "That's what's bothering me." "Has nothing struck you?" asked the old man with an almost whimsical smile. "Think. A locked room into which nobody but your father goes. Money going out otherwise than for strictly business purposes. A secret, to be revealed to somebody who's lent some of the money. Why, of course, the whole thing's plain enough, and you can't see it." "I see nothing," replied Letty. The old man waved his cigar and laughed. "Why, your father's inventing something," he said. "That's it. Years before you were born, my dear, your father spent time, thought, money, prodigally in trying to perfect a certain invention. He gave it up then, after spending a fortune over it, because he came to the conclusion that it was premature. But I happen to know that he always meant to return to it, and I should say that he has returned. Leave him alone, he'll come out all right. All the same, I wish he hadn't borrowed money from Sir Sheville Stanbury. Why didn't he come to me?" Letty's eyes had grown bigger and bigger during this explanation, and at its conclusion she heaved a sigh of intense relief. "Oh, do you really think that's it?" she exclaimed. "Of course, that would account for everything. But would so much money go into a mere invention?" Mr. Gatherfield laughed dryly and patted the girl's head. "Bless your innocence," he said. "There's one man within 20 miles of us, now a peer of the realm, who spent £300,000 over a machine before he got it to be what he wanted. Oh, yes, my dear, invention is a sink down which you can pour money like water, as in those cases." "But they succeeded and made money?" asked Letty. "Yes, they succeeded and made money, so much money that neither of them knows how much money he's got," replied the old man, still more dryly. "And the probability is that if, as seems certain, Louis Etherton has gone back to his invention, why, he'll come out on top, and then we shall see. And that's why I'm sorry, very sorry indeed, that he either borrowed a little money from Sir Sheville or gave him his confidence this afternoon." "Why particularly, godfather?" inquired Letty. "It would have been far better if he'd kept his secret to himself," answered Mr. Gatherfield. "However, he may have another idea in taking Sir Sheville into his confidence. Perhaps that didn't strike you?" "No," said Letty wonderingly. "Nothing struck me. I must be very dense." "Ah, well, I don't suppose Lucas is so wrapped up in his invention that he isn't aware of his daughter's love affairs," remarked the old man with a teasing laugh. "Aunt Lucas may have said, 'Oh, well, no harm in letting the old fellow see that when my girl marries his nephew, she'll not go to him empty-handed. Far from it.'" Letty had no answer. She sat for a long time staring into the fire, and the old man continued to smoke, silently watching her. At last she got up and kissed him. "I knew you would be able to smooth everything out," she said. "You're a wise old thing, like an old owl in a barn. Now I'll go home, quite happy." "Nothing of the sort," declared Mr. Gatherfield. "You'll stop here for the night. Your room's always ready, and your father's away, so why should you go home? Now run off to the telephone, and then come back and tell me all the gossip about Sir Sheville and his French lady. I'm dying to hear it." However old and wise he might be, Mr. Gatherfield was not above an innocent love of the current talk of the countryside, and he listened with great interest and amusement while Letty told him what she had heard from Marston Stanbury about Sir Cheval's engagement to the French governess at the vicarage. In the end he shook his head and smiled. The smile was as sage as it was whimsical. "Ah, my dear," he said, "it's all very well for a boy like Marston, who's particularly youthful for his age, to say that he doesn't care if his uncle marries, nor if he should have a son, nor if the baronetcy doesn't come to him. But I'll make bold to say that if there's a thoroughly angry and even furious woman in all England tonight, it's Marston's mother, and upon my word, I think she's good reason." "You think Sir Cheval oughtn't to marry?" asked Letty. "I don't say that Sir Cheval oughtn't to marry, not I," answered Mr. Getherfield, "but I think he might have done it some years earlier. Here's Mrs. Stanbury, his sister-in-law, been led to expect that her one chick was to inherit the baronetcy, a very old title, and at the last moment Sir Cheval elects to put Marston's chances in jeopardy. And of all the women I know," added the old man with a chuckle, "Mrs. Stanbury is the hottest-tempered, and the most determined, and the most implacable, and under a different condition of things she'd have moved heaven and earth to get her baronet brother-in-law shut up in the lunatic asylum." "Marston says she was fearfully angry with Sir Cheval," remarked Letty. "He left her telling Sir Cheval no end of her mind." "She could, I'm sure," said Mr. Getherfield. "Well, we seem to be living in strange times hereabouts. You'll be hearing that I've run away with somebody's cook next." Letty went to bed that night in the room which was always kept for her at Foxton Manor, and she slept the sleep which follows on sudden relief from anxiety that has no very definite cause. When she joined the old man at breakfast next morning, she was in her usual good spirits. She forgot all the fear which had oppressed her the previous evening, and she forgot Bradwell Pike. But a word from Mr. Getherfield, spoken as they made ready for departure, recalled him. "I'm going to have a quiet chat with your father this morning, my dear," said the old man as he stood with Letty in the porch, waiting for his cob to be brought round. "I'm going to advise him, very quietly, not to trust that fellow Pike too much. If he says anything to you afterwards, tell him that you told me all that Pike said to you last night. That's best. Don't have any secrets from your father." "I never had one until yesterday, godfather," responded Letty, "and I meant to tell him I'd been behind that curtain and what I'd heard. He knows quite well about Marston." She was wondering all the way down the valley if she would find her father at the mill, whither she meant to go before returning home. If so, she was going to tell him straight out, in her godfather's presence, what her trouble had been. But before she and Mr. Getherfield came in sight of the manufacturing village and its tall chimneys, a man striding rapidly down the hillside from the moors lifted a hand and stopped them. Letty recognized him as one of Sir Cheval's moor rangers. He came up to Mr. Getherfield's stirrup, looking from him to Letty with a face full of grave concern. "Have you heard it, sir?" he asked excitedly. "Sir Cheval's dead. Found dead on the moors this morning by our head keeper. And the police will have it there's been foul play. Murder." End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Exterior to the Evidence by J.S. Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Was it murder? Mr. Getherfield's face became unusually grave as he gave a quick glance at Letty and turned it as quickly from her to the man who stood at his stirrup. "Are you sure of what you're saying?" he asked. "Are you certain?" "I'm certain of what I know, sir," exclaimed the moor ranger. "I've just come down from the Grange. They brought him there about an hour ago. Crabtree, the head keeper, found him this morning. He was dead then, been dead for some hours, so the doctor says." "The doctor's there, is he?" asked Mr. Getherfield. "There's a lot of people up there, sir," answered the man, pointing to where the gables of Lithersdale Grange showed above the edge of the moor. "The police are there, too. I'm going down to tell the vicar." "You spoke of murder?" observed Mr. Getherfield. "That's what the police are hinting at, sir," asserted the moor ranger, shaking his head. "He was found at the foot of Black Scar, and they say there are signs that he was thrown over it. It's a 40-foot fall there, Mr. Getherfield." Mr. Getherfield turned to Letty, whose brown cheeks had paled under this startling news. "We will go up and learn more for ourselves. Don't break the news too suddenly down there at the vicarage, my friend," he added to the moor ranger. "This is an extraordinary calamity," he continued, as he and Letty turned up a road that led toward the Grange. "Black Scar, now. It's a long time since I was up that way. Isn't there a footpath there, at the very edge of the scar itself? I seem to remember it."
"Yes, and a very dangerous place it is," murmured Letty.
"What could take Sir Cheval out there at night?" said Mr. Getherfield. "A strange thing."
"I thought of something while that man was talking," remarked Letty. "The footpath that crosses Black Scar is a short cut from Lithersdale village to the Grange. He may have been taking it late last night."
"Well, we shall soon know," observed Mr. Getherfield, as they turned into the grounds of the Grange. "Plenty of people here already, you see." He pointed to a knot of folk hanging about the front of the house, gardeners, servants, a policeman or two. As he and Letty drew near, the butler appeared at the door, and seeing them, paused. "This news true?" asked Mr. Getherfield as he got off his cob. "Is your master really dead?" "Only too true, I'm sorry to say, sir," replied the butler solemnly. "And under strange circumstances, too, Mr. Getherfield. He went into Hallesthwaite yesterday afternoon, saying he should dine at the club and be home by the last train. But he never came home, and I never had word of him till they brought the news just after breakfast time this morning. Some mystery, sir, no doubt about that." "Is anyone here?" asked Mr. Getherfield, nodding at the house. "Sir Marston's in the library, sir, with Mrs. Stanbury and the doctor. The police are there, too," answered the butler. "Perhaps you and Miss Etherton will go in, Mr. Getherfield? They can tell you more than I can." Letty followed her godfather through the hall toward the library, feeling as if yesterday had suddenly been cut off from today by 1,000 years. Sir Marston! How glibly the new title had slipped off the butler's tongue. The king was dead. Long live the king. What Mrs. Stanbury so ardently desired for her son, what yesterday there seemed some chance of her son being robbed of, had been given to him by death, swift and unexpected. And with a curious pang Letty realized that the new Sir Marston Stanbury would have duties and responsibilities which the old Marston had never known. She half expected to see him changed already. But it was just the same Marston that she saw when Mr. Getherfield, sure of his reception as an old and trusted friend of the family, opened the library door and led her inside. Marston leaned against the mantelpiece, his young face unusually grave, turning alternately from the police inspector and the doctor to his mother. These three were carrying on an active conversation to which the new baronet was evidently listening in attentive silence. It ceased as the door opened, but Marston at once started forward with a look of obvious relief, and Mrs. Stanbury just as quickly waved her hand to her old neighbor. Come in, Mr. Getherfield, and you too, Letty," she exclaimed. "You've heard this dreadful news, of course. We're trying to get at some idea of how it happened. To my mind, the whole thing's clear enough, but Inspector Calvert here seems to have got a theory into his head, and—" The police inspector, who knew Mr. Getherfield as a magistrate of long standing, gave him a significant glance, which ended up at the doctor. "It's not exactly my theory, Mrs. Stanbury," he said quietly. "It's what Dr. Marchmont says." Mr. Getherfield dropped into a chair near Mrs. Stanbury and looked round the group. "You must remember that I don't know anything," he remarked. "I should like to hear whatever you think is right to tell me." Mrs. Stanbury turned quickly to him. She was a big, somewhat masculine woman, forceful and even domineering in manner, and well known in the neighborhood as having on most matters opinions of her own, which she never relinquished in favor of others. It was clear to Mr. Getherfield that she had already formed her own opinion on the subject under discussion, and was impatient of all outside theories. "The whole thing's clear enough, Mr. Getherfield," she said. "Sir Cheval returned from his club at Hallesthwaite by the last train last night, and was foolish enough to take that footpath that leads by the very edge of Black Scar, and there he fell over and was killed. What could be plainer? The wonder is that more people haven't broken their necks there." Mr. Getherfield looked at the inspector. "And you, Inspector," he said, "what do you say?" The inspector again glanced at the doctor, who stood a little way off, looking unusually thoughtful. "Mrs. Stanbury is quite right, sir, in saying that Sir Cheval returned from Hallesthwaite by the last train last night," he said. "He did. One of my men spoke to him down in the village just after the train got in, about 11:15. He saw Sir Cheval turn up the footpath that leads past Black Scar to the Grange. He was found at the foot of Black Scar at 7:30 this morning, quite dead, and according to Dr. Marchmont he'd been dead several hours, but Dr. Marchmont says more than that." The doctor, a youngish man who seemed remarkably conscious of the gravity of the occasion, glanced at Marston, who, with Letty, was standing close by him, and nodded toward the window. "Take Miss Etherton over there," he said in an undertone. "I don't know whether I ought to say anything at all now, Mr. Getherfield," he went on, when Marston and Letty had moved away from the others. "There'll have to be an inquest, of course. However, I may tell you what I've already told the police. There's no doubt whatever that Sir Cheval was killed instantaneously by the 40-foot fall over the rocks, sheer precipice. His neck was broken, and his spine too. But there are marks on his body which were not caused by the fall. That's certain." "What sort of marks?" asked Mr. Getherfield. "Certain marks on both arms," said the doctor. "My own belief is that he was gripped from behind by both arms and flung over the edge of the rocks. I sent for Dr. Stevenson and Dr. Bowlby from Hellethwaite, and I shall be astonished if they don't agree with me. Personally, I have no doubt." "In that case," remarked Mr. Getherfield quietly, "the affair means murder. Now, murder is usually done with some object. Had the body been robbed?" he asked, turning to the inspector. "Not of any valuables or money, sir," replied Calvert. "Watch, chain, rings, purse, loose money, they were all there, but there were no papers. Now, I've had a good deal to do with Sir Cheval in the way of business, and he was one of those men who carry a lot of papers. He'd pull out a handful at any time." "Yes, I remember that," agreed Mr. Getherfield. Mrs. Stanbury, who had listened with some signs of impatience, shook her head. "There are always exceptions to every rule," she said almost contemptuously. "He might not have had any papers or letters on him at all last night. Besides, who would want to steal such papers as he would have in an ordinary way?" No one made any reply to this, and Mr. Getherfield turned to Inspector Calvert. "I suppose all you can do is make inquiries?" he suggested. "That's all, sir," assented Calvert. "I've already started doing that. Something'll come out, Mr. Getherfield." Mrs. Stanbury rose from her chair. There was that in her gesture which showed that she was already impatient of these details. "This inquest," she said suddenly, turning to Calvert, "where will it have to be held, and when?" "I should say that the coroner'll hold it here, Mrs. Stanbury, and probably tomorrow morning," answered Calvert. "I've sent him word. We shall have his officer along presently to make arrangements." Mrs. Stanbury made no answer. She walked across the room to Marston and Letty. Presently Letty left them and rejoined her godfather. "I'm going down to the mill," she said. "Mrs. Stanbury wants to see father. I'm glad to get him to come up to the Grange." Mr. Getherfield followed Letty outside, saying he would go with her to the mill. Halfway down the drive they met the vicar, Mr. Barwick, an elderly man who was hurrying at top speed toward the Grange. "Is it true, Getherfield?" he called as he got within hearing. "Is Sir Cheval really dead? Has there been foul play? Incredible!" Mr. Getherfield bent down from his cob. "As to foul play, the less said the better until the inquest's been opened," he answered. "As to the other, he is dead." "God bless my soul!" exclaimed the vicar. "I saw him yesterday evening, 6 o'clock, in Hellethwaite, as hale and lively as, I was going to say, a man of 40. He was just going into Birch's office to sign his will." "To sign his will?" repeated Mr. Getherfield. "You know, of course, that his engagement to my governess, Mademoiselle de Coulanges, was formally announced yesterday," said the vicar. "Well, they were not to be married for a little while, and Sir Cheval said to me that he'd make a short will in the meantime, so that she'd be amply provided for in case he died before the marriage took place. Very handsome of him, of course. I said so. He replied that it was precisely what a man of honor must do. He was very much in love," added the vicar with a glance at Letty. "Quite astonishingly so for a man of his age." "Do you know if he did sign the will yesterday afternoon?" asked Mr. Getherfield. "Not at all," replied the vicar, "but I suppose he did. He told me that Birch had it all ready for him. He wanted me to stop in town and dine with him at the club, but I couldn't. I wish I had, now. I should have come home with him, and this wouldn't have happened." "Is Mademoiselle de Coulanges aware of what has happened?" asked Mr. Getherfield. The vicar shook his head solemnly. "Poor thing, yes," he answered. "My wife broke it to her just before I came out. Sad, sad indeed for her. In spite of the difference in their ages, she was fond of the fine old fellow. She had a great respect for him, I'm sure. Of course, she feels it terribly." "It will be fortunate for her if the will you speak of is signed," observed Mr. Getherfield. "Of course, Birch will know." "Oh, Birch will know," assented the vicar. "Yes, it will be fortunate.
But dear me, how awfully sudden the whole thing has been. Well, I must go into the Grange, Netherfield. I suppose you found some of the family there? Sir Marston, eh?" "Marston's there, and his mother too," answered Mr. Netherfield. He nodded to the vicar and rode on, and Letty remounted her bicycle and rode at his side. How ready they all were, these people, to give the new baronet his title, she was thinking, and how things had changed since yesterday. But before she could follow this train of thought further, Mr. Netherfield bent toward her with a curious smile on his wrinkled face. "Letty, my dear," he said, "don't be surprised if strange developments arise out of all this. There's something mysterious about the affair. Keep your eyes and ears open, and your thoughts close." "I?" she exclaimed, looking up at him in astonishment. "But how should I be concerned, possibly?" "We don't know who's going to be concerned, directly or indirectly, or who'll be asked questions," said the old man. "Something happened at Black Scar last night at which only guesses are being made, so far." Letty was too much amazed to reply, and they rode on in silence until they came to the gates of the old mill. There, talking to a passer-by, stood one of Lucas Etherton's foremen. "The master anywhere about, Robert Shaw?" asked Mr. Netherfield. The foreman came nearer, shaking his head. "You'd ha' caught him if you'd been 10 minutes earlier, Mr. Netherfield," he replied. "He's gone into town now. Went by to 10:30. You'd find him in Hallethwaite, somewhere about." "Then I'll ride into town after him," said Mr. Netherfield, turning his cob's head. "I'll look in at Lowhall on my way back," he remarked to Letty. "You run away home, my dear, and remember what I've just said." He rode off again into the valley, and Letty began to wheel her bicycle up the lane toward Lowhall, and at the first turning she came face to face with Bradwell Pike. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Exterior to the Evidence by J.S. Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Making an enemy. Letty saw at once that Pike had been up to Lowhall. He was coming from that direction, and he was evidently in a great hurry. She saw him before he saw her, and she was immediately struck by the expression of his face. And as he looked up and saw her, a curious gleam came into his eyes, and he hastened forward with obvious eagerness. "Miss Letty!" he exclaimed. I had just been up to the house to see you. Letty had meant to pass him with a mere nod, but Pike was fairly in the way and evidently full of intention to talk. "What do you want?" she demanded coldly. "I wish to get home." "1 minute," said Pike. He looked round as if to assure himself that they were alone. "You must give me a minute. It's more serious than you think." Letty looked steadily at him. Everything in Pike's face suggested that he had something that he was bursting to tell. "You'd better speak plainly, Mr. Pike," she said. "What is serious?" Pike pointed his long finger toward the edge of the moor above them. From where they stood they could see the dark mass of rock called Black Scar, and as Letty glanced upward she saw the figure of a policeman outlined against the sky at the top of the place from which Sir Cheval had fallen. Pike saw it too, and nodded significantly. "That's serious," he said. "That affair up there. More serious than you think. For more persons than one, Miss Letty." "I haven't the least idea what you're talking about," said Letty. Pike edged his long, lean figure a little nearer to her with an air of implied confidence, and tapped the handles of the bicycle which Letty carefully kept between them. "Miss Letty," he said, sinking his voice to a whisper, "you've heard, of course, for everybody's heard, about old Sir Cheval Stanbury. The news is all over the place, including what Dr. Marchmont said to the police as soon as he'd made an examination of the body. He's young, is Marchmont. He ought to have kept that to himself till the inquest. An older man would have. But he let it out, and the police have talked already. No accident, Miss Letty. The old man was flung over those rocks. Murdered." There was a sinister significance in the way in which Pike spoke the last word, and still more in the glance of his green eyes, and Letty felt a shiver run through her. "Murdered," repeated Pike. "Murdered. Done on purpose. And when folk are murdered, somebody's done it. Who, in this case?" "Why are you saying all this to me?" demanded Letty. Pike looked past her at the mill. His eyes wandered from it, round by where they stood to Lowhall, just above them. "I'm speaking to you in confidence, Miss Letty," he said. "I know of something. Somebody's in danger. The biggest danger." "I wish you'd speak plainly," exclaimed Letty. "Who's in danger?"
Pike pushed his thin face nearer to hers. "Your father," he said in little more than a whisper. "Your father, Mr. Lucas Etherton." Letty's face flushed, and she made a movement which indicated that she was going away, but Pike barred the path. "You'd better listen," he said warningly. "I know what I'm talking about. I know things. Whether I'm to tell what I know depends on you." "What do you know?" asked Letty. "You're talking vaguely. I don't know what you mean." "I've suffered a great deal lately from sleeplessness," said Pike. "It's overstudy, I think, reading and writing too much at night. And this last month I've tried having long walks on the moors very late at night. Miss Letty, I was up there, last night, midnight." "Well?" demanded Letty. "So was your father," said Pike. He drew his head back and gazed fixedly at her, as if to estimate the effect of his words. "So was your father," he repeated. "That's pure fact." "My father was away on business all last night," declared Letty. "You've made a mistake." "Your father was up there at Black Scar at midnight," retorted Pike. "And as to being away, he slept in his room at the mill. He went in there about 1 o'clock in the morning. I watched him." Letty made no answer. She saw that Pike was speaking the truth, and Pike saw that she believed him and pressed his advantage. "Now, considering what you and I overheard yesterday afternoon, Miss Letty," he went on, "and considering what Marchmont says as regards violence having been used, in fact, considering everything, don't you think your father would be in a very dangerous position if I let it be known that he was hanging about Black Scar just before the time that this poor old man met his death? Think." "I see no reason to think, Mr. Pike," retorted Letty. "My father can no doubt explain his movements quite satisfactorily. Are you really suggesting that my father threw Sir Cheval over Black Scar?" "What I'm suggesting is that nothing would be so much to your father's advantage as for me to hold my tongue," answered Pike, with a sudden gleam of his teeth. "If I went to the police and told what I know, and I haven't told you all, I know what would happen." "What?" asked Letty. "Your father would probably be arrested," said Pike sharply. "What else? The circumstantial evidence is awkward." "You'd better tell my father all you've told me," remarked Letty. "No," affirmed Pike, "and you mustn't either. Mr. Etherton can keep his own secrets well enough, and I'm as close a man as ever was made. Keep it to yourself, and nobody'll ever be any the wiser. Nobody'll ever hear anything from me if you say the word." "What word?" asked Letty. She had steeled herself to whatever might be coming. "Speak plainly." "I will," said Pike. He put his thin hands together in something like an act of supplication, and looked at her in a way that sent the blood to her cheeks. "You know what I said last night, Miss Letty, that I'd dreams. I said I'd be a good son to your father. Didn't you see what I meant? I want you. I've always wanted you, ever since you were, well, in short frocks. I've worshipped the ground you trod. It's for you that I've slaved and toiled and improved myself. I'd go through hell for you, if there is such a place." "And you want to get me by threatening my father?" exclaimed Letty contemptuously. "That's a fine way of showing your devotion, Mr. Pike." "No, no, no," protested Pike. "No, I want to save him from unpleasantness and suspicion. I can save him, if you'll say the word. Give me a bit of hope, Miss Letty. Think how comfortably we can arrange things. You'd find me a model husband. You don't know me yet, and if your father gave me that partnership I spoke about last night, and we became Etherton and Pike, Miss Letty, you don't know what happiness wouldn't be in store for us all. You don't, indeed." "That's the price of your silence, is it?" asked Letty, watching him calmly. Pike, filled with his own vanity and his present schemes, failed to see the aversion in the girl's eyes and the contempt in her voice, and he smiled knowingly. "Everybody wants something for something," he said, "and it would be to all our advantages, Miss Letty. Say a word to me, and not a syllable will anybody ever get out of me about what I've just told you of." "You must wait until I've had a little time to think," said Letty. "Please let me go. I want to get home." Pike stood aside at once. Inordinate vanity was so strong in him that he firmly believed his master's daughter saw the business advantages of the bargain he offered. There was a gleam of satisfied triumph in his eyes as he lifted his cap. "I'm a man of my word," he said softly. "One word from you, Miss Letty, and the thing's buried as deep as the bottom of the sea." Letty went away up the path without replying. In a few minutes she was at home and at the telephone. Her mind had been made up as to instant action before she left Pike. She was going to tell her father everything as soon as she could get in touch with him. She knew where he was likely to be found in Hallethwaite, and after trying his town office and the Exchange, she located him at the club. The tone in which he answered her showed Letty that he was in his usual good spirits. "Have you seen Mr. Getherfield?" she asked. "He's here at the club with me now," replied Etherton. "Why?" "Then he told you all I told him last night?" demanded Letty. "Think so," answered Etherton laconically. "What about it?" "It hasn't upset you?" she asked. "Not a scrap," he said with a laugh. "Don't let it upset you." "Listen," said Letty. "I want you to come home, both of you, at once." There was no reply for a few seconds, and when Etherton spoke again, his tone was slightly grumbling. "We were going to lunch here," he said. "No," declared Letty firmly. "Come home, both of you. I want you." "Any particular reason?" asked Etherton. "Yes," said Letty. "Come away immediately. Lunch will be ready when you get here." She rang off and went away to order lunch for the two men and herself. During the last 24 hours, Letty had become almost used to surprises, but she was more surprised than ever at the unconcerned coolness with which her father entered his house. He made some joking reference to Letty's having dragged him and her godfather away from the comforts of their club, and then went off to the cellar to find some claret, which Mr. Getherfield particularly liked. Left alone with the old man, Letty looked inquiringly at him. "Have you told him everything?" she asked. "Everything," assented Mr. Getherfield. "It was best." "And what did he say?" she inquired wonderingly. "Nothing much," replied her godfather with a smile, "except that he always suspected Pike to be a deep dog. It's just as I told you, my dear. Your father's head over ears in that invention, and it's nearly finished. There's nothing for you to worry about." "Isn't there?" exclaimed Letty. "Wait, I'll tell you something presently." She waited until all three were at table. Then she told the whole story of her recent interview with Pike. Mr. Getherfield listened and shook his head at intervals. Lucas Etherton laughed and went on steadily eating and drinking. "Queer what extraordinary people one has about one," he said at last, as he helped himself to a second plateful of cold beef. "Pass those walnuts, Letty. Now, I always knew Pike was a confoundedly shrewd sort of chap, but I never dreamed of his wanting to make me his father-in-law. Ass!" "You take it very lightly, I think," remarked Letty severely. "What's the use of taking it otherwise?" said Etherton. "The fellow's as big a fool in some ways as he's sharp in others. If I'd known this was all you had to tell us, Letty, I'd have stopped at the club. I'd promised to play billiards with Sam Marston this afternoon." "What about Pike seeing you up there at Black Scar last night?" asked Mr. Getherton. "He no doubt did," answered Etherton. "If you want to know my movements last night, I'll tell you. I went into Hallethwaite by the 6:10, and as soon as I got there I went round to Elsley by the branch line. I've got a mechanic working secretly for me at Elsley, and after I'd had dinner at the hotel I was busy with him until 10:30. It was a fine night, and I took a fancy for walking home across the moors. I should pass Black Scar about midnight, as Pike says. And rather than rouse the house here, I slept on my sofa at the mill, as I've often done. That's all. Perfectly natural explanation. But all the same, I'm not going to have a fellow like Pike threatening my daughter. We'll soon settle that." He finished his lunch in leisurely fashion, lighted a cigar, and strolled out into the hall. A moment later they heard him at the telephone. Within another minute he was back. Within 10 more, the parlour-maid ushered Pike into the dining-room. The clerk entered in his usual hurried, soft-footed fashion, full of eagerness. But his face fell as his eyes turned from one to the other of the 3 people seated at the table. Each was watching him in different ways. Atherton had a big cigar in the corner of his lips, and he did not remove it when he spoke. "Well, Master Pike," he said satirically, "my daughter, being a young woman of common sense, has told her father of all that passed between you and her last night and this morning. We must part, Pike. You're too clever for me. There's a check for 3 months' salary for you. Take it, my lad, and take yourself off. No words now. Don't let me find you at the office when I come down presently." Pike hesitated for a moment. Then a spot of color came into each cheek. He picked up the check and edged toward the door. "Very good, Mr. Etherton," he said quietly, "but you've made the biggest mistake I ever knew you to make. You'll soon find it out, too. I didn't tell your daughter all I know." "Go away, my lad," said Etherton firmly. "Yes," answered Pike. "I'm going. To the police, Mr. Etherton." Etherton looked at Mr. Getherfield when the door had closed. "That," he remarked, "is precisely what I expected. But it's only sooner than later." End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Exterior to the Evidence by J.S. Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The inquest begins. It seemed a curious thing to Letty that when Bradwell Pike had walked rapidly away from the house and disappeared, everything went on in normal fashion. Her father made no further reference to what had just happened, and after half an hour's desultory talk with his guest, went away to the mill, remarking that he would be home in time for dinner. Very soon Mr. Getherfield rode homeward, and Letty was left alone. There was no question now of meeting Marston that afternoon. Marston, she knew, would have plenty to do at the Grange. She spent the afternoon thinking about him, and was still thinking in this way, when as she and her father were finishing dinner that evening, the new baronet walked in upon them. One glance at his face showed Letty that he was greatly upset. "I say, Mr. Etherton, what do you think?" he burst out. "You know they're going to hold the inquest about my uncle's death at the Grange tomorrow morning." "I know," said Etherton quietly. "I've been bidden to attend. What of it?" "Well, of course, my mother thinks we ought to have legal representation there," replied Marston, "and so I rode into Hallethwaite to tell Birch, the solicitor, to come up. He's got to come anyhow. He'll be called as a witness. And what on earth do you think the fellow says?" "Don't know," answered Etherton. "Birch says he won't represent my mother," said Marston indignantly. "He said that for one thing he'll be an important witness. For another, from information received, he conceives it is his duty to watch the interests of his late client. Why, the fellow's been our family solicitor for years. Confound him, he gave me the impression that he's got some suspicion about my mother." "Did he say what information he'd received?" asked Etherton. "No, he didn't. He didn't say anything beyond hints," replied Marston, who was obviously boiling with rage. "I didn't half like his manner, I can tell you. Said the whole circumstances of Sir Chevel's death were so mysterious that he declined to act for anybody or anything, except his late client's interests. What interests does he mean?" "That'll come out," said Etherton, "but you must have legal help. My solicitor, Sindall, is a good man. I'll telephone to him and ask him to come up in the morning on Mrs. Stanbury's behalf. What do you say?" "I'd be most awfully obliged," answered Marston with a look of relief. Etherton went off to the telephone, and Letty rose from her chair and went to her lover. "Marston," she said, "you're awfully bothered." "I am, now," he answered. "That chap Birch, I wouldn't have minded if the fellow'd only said straight out what he meant, but he didn't. Nothing but dark looks and vague rot of that sort. What with him and the police, I'm beginning to feel as if there was some horrible mystery about the whole thing." "What have the police done or said?" asked Letty. "Oh, it's not so much what the fellows say or do," answered Marston. "It's that beastly way they have of hanging about. I don't believe there's any mystery at all. I think just what my mother thinks. The poor old chap slipped at that part of the footpath which crosses Black Scar and fell over. These fellows are making a confounded fuss about nothing. Why, I went up to Black Scar this afternoon, and they wouldn't let me go near the exact spot. They've fenced it in, and they've got a couple of policemen there with strict orders to keep everybody off. There's some soft ground on the path just there, and they're looking for footprints." "I suppose it's all necessary," remarked Letty. "After all, there's one thing you're forgetting. Sir Chevel knew every inch of that path." "Yes, and he'd been jolly well warned about it, too," exclaimed Marston. "I've heard my mother warn him that he'd take that short cut once too often. I don't believe a word of what Marchmont says about those marks on his arms. He could have got those in falling." Etherton came back just then and nodded reassuringly. "That's all right," he said. "Sindall will come. He'll be at the Grange at 9:30. The inquest's at 10, isn't it?" "10, and I wish the whole thing was over," answered Marston. "Thank you, that's a relief, anyway. Though why my mother would want legal help, I don't know. I'll take jolly good care that fellow Birch gets no more legal work from us. Well, I must go. I'll see you in the morning, Mr. Etherton?" "You'll see both of us in the morning," replied Etherton. "I'm going to bring Letty with me." He walked out to the front of the house with Marston, and halfway across the lawn paused. "I suppose you've heard that your uncle went to Birch's office yesterday evening to sign his will?" he said. "Did Birch tell you if he did sign it?" "No, he never said a word about it," replied Marston. "I had heard that from the vicar, but I didn't ask Birch, and he never mentioned it. If Sir Cheval did sign his will, of course, Birch will have it. But that doesn't excuse Birch's beastly rudeness." "Did Birch give you the impression that he knew something?" asked Etherton. "Lord, he gave me, or tried to give me, the impression that he was just full of all sorts of dark knowledge," exclaimed Marston. "But I tell you it was all vague." "We shall hear more in the morning," remarked Etherton. He lingered at his gate a moment or two, and he was looking very thoughtful when he went back to Letty. "Letty," he said as he entered the room, "there's going to be trouble over this sudden death of old Sir Cheval. You'll hear some revelations at that inquest tomorrow."
"Father," said Letty suddenly, "do you think you were wise in getting rid of Pike as you did? He's full of vindictiveness."
"It was best," answered Etherton slowly. "I'm a pretty quick hand at making up my mind, and I thought it all out before I called him up from the mill. It was best to get rid of him, and to let him do his bit of mischief at once. Then we shall have done with it and him."
"Can he do anything serious in the way of mischief?" asked Letty.
"I could answer that, Letty, if I knew what Master Pike knows," said Etherton with a grim smile. "You heard what he said, that he hadn't told you all? Of course he hadn't. He told you just enough for his own ends. Wait till tomorrow morning. He'll let it all out, with additions, before the coroner."
"You're not afraid for yourself?" asked Letty.
"I?" exclaimed Etherton. "Good Lord, no, child. Afraid of Pike? No, nor of anybody. Put this thing out of your mind. We shall have heard a good deal more before noon tomorrow. But it won't be about me."
Letty walked with her father to the Grange next morning, feeling as if she were about to be present at some unusually interesting and serious cause célèbre. She had never been in any sort of court in her life, and she looked on with keen attention while the coroner and his 12 stolid-faced men of the valley began their proceedings in the big dining hall of the Grange. Nearly all the folk of any importance in Lithersdale were there, but for Letty there were two persons who were more interesting than all the rest. One was a slender, shrinking figure, all in black, heavily veiled, which half hid itself behind the burly form of the vicar, the French governess, Mademoiselle de Collange. The other, bolt upright in a corner, was Bradwell Pike, whose green eyes, when they had once regarded Lucas Etherton and his daughter with calm disdain, fixed themselves on the decorated ceiling of the room as if their owner was occupied with thoughts of high importance. Etherton, finding seats for Letty and himself close to Mr. Getherfield, surveyed the assemblage with a mild curiosity, and recognizing a certain figure at the table set apart for the legal folk, leaned across in front of his daughter to her godfather. "I say, Getherfield," he whispered, "do you see who's here? Drain, the barrister. Who's employing him now? They must have got him in a hurry." "The police," replied Mr. Getherfield in a low tone. "Shows they think they've got something of unusual importance. I heard this morning that he was wired for late last evening, and that he's been up all night going into things with the police." Letty glanced at the man whom her father had indicated, a middle-aged, keen-faced person who looked more like an actor than a member of the legal profession. She had heard and read of Mr. Drain. He was well known in the assize courts of the county, and was often employed by the Crown as prosecutor in criminal cases. The knowledge of this, and of his deadly power in getting the truth out of people, made Letty regard this dark-visaged man with something like fascination. She waited breathlessly to hear him speak. But at first there was nothing for Mr. Drain to speak about. The opening of the inquiry was ordinary enough. The coroner, having explained to the jurymen what they had to do, refrained from saying any more than that they would now hear the evidence which would be put before them. Therewith the expectant audience settled to attention, and turned its face to the improvised witness-box. "Now the curtain goes up," whispered Etherton to his daughter. "Watch and listen." Letty was all eyes and ears as the butler at the Grange stepped into full view. William Mosey, butler to the late Sir Cheval. Been with Sir Cheval over 20 years, 22 to be exact. Well acquainted with all his late master's habits, no one better. Last saw Sir Cheval alive at 3:30, day before yesterday. Was he then in his usual good health? Yes, he was in unusually good health and spirits. He was then setting off for Hallethwaite, and he said that he intended to dine and spend the evening at the Hallethwaite Club, and should return home by the last train, which left Hallethwaite at 10:55 and arrived at Lithersdale at 11:10. He, the witness, sat up for his master, but Sir Cheval never returned.
There was no particular uneasiness because of that. Sir Cheval sometimes stayed the night in town at the Swan Hotel. He was uncertain in his habits and liked to do as he pleased at the moment. He heard nothing of Sir Cheval until he was fetched to his dead body at Black Scar at 7:45 the following morning. He formally identified the body which the jury had just seen as that of his late master. "Now for Drain," whispered Etherton. "What's he going to ask?" The famous barrister had risen quietly to his feet, and with his thumbs stuck in his waistcoat pockets, was glancing in a suggestively confidential manner at the witness. "Pretty well acquainted with your late master's habits, weren't you, Mosey?" he asked in an almost flippant, casual fashion. The butler showed some sign of emotion. "I was, sir. 22 years, you know, sir." To be sure, to be sure. Sir Cheval often went to his club in Hallowthwaite, I fancy?" 2 or 3 times a week, sir. He was fond of company, Sir Cheval was. Very active and lively for a gentleman of his age. Very partial to whist, sir, and could play a very good game of billiards." "Just so. And it was no uncommon thing for him to stay in Hallowthwaite till that last train, the 10:55? "It was what he always did, sir, whenever he went into town. Never came home before that." "Did he always walk up from Lithersdale station by the footpath that passes by the top of Black Scar?" "Always, sir, in spring and summer. When winter set in, we used to send the brougham down for him." "Then he knew that footpath very well?" "I should say he knew every inch of it, sir. I've heard him say he could walk it blindfold." "Have you ever heard anybody warn him about the dangerous part at Black Scar?" "Often, sir. He used to laugh at people who did. He said there was a good 1.5 yards of breadth at that spot, and if it wasn't wide enough for people, let them fall over and break their necks. It had been wide enough for him, he'd say, all his life." The barrister looked down at a large plan of the district which lay on the table before him, and after studying it for a minute or two, looked suddenly at the witness. "Did your master make any particular remark to you before he left the house at 3:30 on Monday afternoon?" he asked with a quick alteration of manner. "He made 2 or 3 remarks, sir," answered the butler. "What were they?" Mosey hesitated and looked round. His eyes instinctively turned to the place where the new baronet sat with his mother. "Well, sir," he replied with obvious reluctance, "he told me, he was always very confidential with me, sir, he told me that he'd been to Winterfold to tell Mrs. Stanbury and Mr. Marston that he was going to be married, and that he'd never seen a woman so angry in his life as Mrs. Stanbury was." "Anything else, Mosey?" "Yes, sir. He said that it was foolish, for he'd taken care that Mr. Marston shouldn't suffer, in money matters anyway." "And anything else?" "Nothing but that he was going into Hallowthwaite to sign a new will which Mr. Birch would have ready for him, sir." "Did he take you into his confidence about its provisions?" "No, he did not, sir." "Went out after that?" "Yes, sir. He made these remarks at the door as he was going." "Was he angry about what Mrs. Stanbury had said?" "No, sir, not what you'd call angry for him. Vexed about it, sir, but not angry. He said things would settle themselves down." Mr. Drain suddenly sat down and picked up his papers, and the coroner, after a whispered consultation with some of the officials, glanced across the room. A moment later, the heavily veiled figure at the vicar's side rose and glided toward the witness box. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Exterior to the Evidence by J.S. Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The inquest continues. There was a hush of breathless expectancy as Mademoiselle de Collonges lifted her veil and turned quietly to the coroner. Everyone present, with the possible exception of Mr. Drain, knew the vicar's French governess by sight, many of them by actual acquaintance. She had been at the vicarage 2 years. She was always out and about with the vicar's 2 little girls. She had become, as it were, a feature of the valley. The keen-eyed barrister, sitting with his hands in his pockets, waiting for the coroner to have the first word, looked critically at the witness, summing her up after the fashion of one who was well accustomed to judge his fellow beings by outward appearance and characteristics. French to her fingertips. Presumably 25 or thereabouts. Slender, elegant, graceful, pretty. Chestnut hair, lots of it, however much obscured by the swathings of black veil. Blue eyes, no, violet. Demure, quiet, reserved. A devil of a lot in her. and as the coroner hummed and hawed over his first question or two, Mr. Drain began to wonder how much Mademoiselle de Coulanges could tell, and what he might get out of her. The coroner, leaning paternally toward the witness and throwing a benevolent sympathy into his voice, believed that Mademoiselle de Coulanges met the late Sir Cheval in Hallethwaite on the afternoon of the evening on which he so unfortunately met his death. Mademoiselle de Coulanges bent her pretty head. "Yes, sir, at 5 o'clock," she answered quietly. "By arrangement?" "Yes, sir, as you say, by arrangement." "Was it for any particular purpose?" The witness made a slight movement of her slim, ungloved hands, indicating a ring or two. "It was to buy me this ring, sir," she said with simplicity, "my engagement ring." "And afterwards, we understand you went with Sir Cheval to Simpson's restaurant to tea?" "Yes, sir, for a little time." "This was when you last saw Sir Cheval?" "Yes, sir, the last time." "Was he in his usual good spirits?" "Yes, sir, but for one thing. Of course," added Mademoiselle de Coulanges, looking down at her interlaced fingers, "I would, if you please, prefer not to speak." "I'm afraid we must ask you to tell us," observed the coroner. "It may be unpleasant, but we must get at all we can." The witness hesitated, and then turned fully to her questioner. "Sir Cheval was annoyed, not angry, but hurt, at many things which had been said to him by Mrs. Stanbury. He said that she was greatly enraged that he proposed to marry, that he was cheating her son out of his inheritance. He felt much grieved that his relative should treat him so cruelly." "Did he say more on that point?" "Only, sir, that none of his relations would suffer because of his marriage. I was greatly concerned, not wishing to cause trouble in a family. He assured me that Mr. Marston Stanbury would lose nothing." "Did he say anything about making a new will?" "Yes, sir. He told me that Mr. Birch, the solicitor, had a new will ready for his signature, and that he was going to Mr. Birch's office to sign it, on leaving me." "Did he tell you its contents, its provisions?" "Only that in the event of his death before our marriage, I should be provided for, and that Mrs. Stanbury would find, in that case, that he done justly by his family." "No more? No particulars?" "No, sir." The coroner glanced at the legal gentleman sitting round the table as if to intimate that he had no more questions to ask. Mr. Drain got to his feet. "When were you to have been married to Sir Cheval?" he asked. "In July, sir, at the end of July." "You have just said that Sir Cheval was annoyed by something that had been said to him about his marriage by his sister-in-law. Had the annoyance passed off when he left you, after tea that afternoon?" "Oh, yes, sir. Sir Cheval was in quite good spirits and temper. He said, I think it was to reassure me, that everything would be all right in a few days." "In fact, he was quite easy about this little domestic difference?" "Oh, yes. He began to laugh about it as we had tea together." Mr. Drain sat down, and Sindal, the solicitor whose services Lucas Etherton had enlisted, got up. "I want to put just one question to you, Mademoiselle de Coulanges," he said. "Now, in all that Sir Cheval said to you, did he do more than give you the impression that there had been between him and Mrs. Stanbury the mere difference which would arise when an elderly gentleman tells his relations that he is going to marry a very young woman?" The witness took some time for reflection. "No, sir," she answered at last. "He seemed to think it was quite an ordinary matter that Mrs. Stanbury should object. He had expected it, only he was surprised and hurt that she should be so very, very angry." The solicitor sat down, obviously having nothing more to say, and Mademoiselle de Coulanges presently glided away from the box, veiled her pretty face and violet eyes again, and slipped quietly into her seat. The vicar replaced her. 2 minutes sufficed for his evidence. He had met Sir Cheval on High Street in Hallethwaite at 6 o'clock on Monday afternoon, just after Sir Cheval had parted from the last witness. Sir Cheval was then about to step into Mr. Birch's office. He said jocularly that he was going to sign his will. He had previously told him, the witness, just about as much relating to it as he had told Mademoiselle de Coulanges. Sir Cheval was in unusually high fettle that evening, full of life and spirits. He wanted the witness to stop in town and dine with him at the club. "Did he make any remark to you about the trouble with Mrs. Stanbury?" asked Mr. Drain. "A mere remark," answered the vicar. "Well?" "If I must repeat it," said the vicar,
I prefer to do so in his own words. He said, "My sister-in-law kicked up a devil of a row when I broke the news to her, Barwick. I'd no idea she'd be so furious. But it'll blow over. It'll blow over." "No more?" "No more. I agreed with him. The thing would blow over." Sindel had nothing to say to this witness, and the vicar went back to his seat, and Mr. Getherfield leaned across in front of Letty to whisper to her father. "This is all leading up to something, Etherton," he said. "I hope Sindel's keeping a smart watch on the trend of things. Who's next? Oh, Birch. Now we shall hear about this will." "Aye," muttered Etherton. "We shall know about all there is to know before this chap's done." He glanced meditatively at Birch as he made his way to the witness box. A severe, reserved person, this, thought Mr. Drain, who at a nod from the coroner at once got on his legs, and also the one person in that room who probably knew more of whatever mystery there was about his late client's death than anyone else. "You have been legal adviser to the late Sir Sheville Stanbury for some years, I believe, Mr. Birch?" said Mr. Drain. 8 years, since the death of my father, who had acted in the same capacity for more than 30 years, replied Birch. "Then you were well acquainted with his affairs?" "Very well acquainted, indeed." "We have just heard various references to a will which Sir Sheville instructed you to prepare recently. What can you tell us about it?" The solicitor folded his hands on the ledge of the witness box and evidently prepared himself to make a formal statement. "Sir Sheville Stanbury called on me about 10 days ago and informed me that he was about to be married to Mademoiselle de Collange," he replied. "The engagement was to be announced in a few days, and the marriage was to take place about the end of July. He said that life being uncertain, he would like to make a will, so that in the event of his dying before the marriage took place, due provision would be made for Mademoiselle de Collange. He wished, he said, to make the provision for her which he would have made had the marriage already been solemnized. I reminded him that marriage would revoke the will. He replied that he was aware of it, and it was no matter. The will could be re-acknowledged, or a new one made. Therefore I took—" "A moment," interrupted Mr. Drain. "Had Sir Sheville made a previous will?" "Sir Sheville," answered Birch, "had never made a will in his life. I always believed that he had some curious prejudice, perhaps a superstitious prejudice, against doing so. I had often begged him to make a will, so I know had my father. He always replied that he saw no reason why he should. He had no relations beyond his sister-in-law and his nephew. He gave so much away in charity that he didn't propose to leave any charitable bequests. If he died intestate, he said, all would go to his nephew, which was what he intended. No, there was no previous will." "Well, this will?" "I took Sir Sheville's instructions for it at the interview 10 days ago, which I have just spoken of. They were very simple indeed. He left a certain sum of money to Mademoiselle Zélie de Collange. All the rest of his estate, real and personal, he devised to his nephew, Mr. Marston Stanbury, heir to the title." Mr. Drain took his thumbs out of his waistcoat pockets and leaned forward to the witness as if they were about to exchange confidences. "Now, how much did he leave Mademoiselle de Collange?" he asked. "Give us the exact amount." Birch hesitated for a moment, then his answer came, sharp and clear. £100,000. £100,000, repeated the barrister in a soft, almost cooing voice. "Your late client was a wealthy man?" "Sir Sheville Stanbury was a very wealthy man," replied Birch, with emphasis on the qualifying adverb. "Any idea how much he was worth altogether?" asked Mr. Drain laconically. "Yes, he was worth at least 400,000, perhaps more." "And all this, with the exception of the bequest to Mademoiselle de Collange, was to go to Mr. Marston Stanbury?" "Every penny." "No other bequests, nothing to servants, and so on?" "No. There was a direction to the residuary legatee, Mr. Marston Stanbury, to give all Sir Sheville's servants presents at his, Mr. Marston's, discretion. As to charitable bequests, Sir Sheville, as I have said, had all his life given away a lot of money." "You prepared this will on these lines?" "Yes. The will was ready for Sir Sheville's signature some days ago. He called at my office to execute it about 6 o'clock on Monday afternoon." "Did he duly execute the will?" "Yes. It was attested by himself and my head clerk, James Mortimer." Mr. Drain pulled himself to his full height and raised his voice a little. "So, the will is in existence? Where is it?" Birch gave the barrister a curiously straight look. "I don't know," he answered. "You don't know? Not in your possession, then?"
No, Sir Cheval took it away with him in his pocket.
He wanted to do that?
He wanted to do that. I suggested that it would be much safer in the safe in my private room, in which I kept his other papers and documents, but he evidently wished to have it in his own keeping. So I put it in an envelope, and he placed it in the inside pocket of his coat.
Did you happen to notice if he had any other papers in that pocket?
Yes, he had quite a sheaf of papers secured by an elastic band. He slipped the envelope, an ordinary foolscap envelope containing the will, in amongst these.
Did he give you any reason as to why he wanted to carry the will away with him?
Yes, he said he wished to show it, next day, to Mrs. Stanbury.
Mr. Drain trifled with his papers for a moment. When he looked up and addressed the witness again, his tone became conversational. So, your client went away with his will in his pocket. Do you know anything about his subsequent movements that evening?
Yes, a good deal. I went at his invitation to the Healthwaite Club with him, and we dined together. After dinner he went into the card-room, and I saw him playing whist with Colonel Stanningley, Mr. Philip Milford, and Sir John Hollenshaw. They sat down to whist about 8 o'clock, and they were playing when I left the club at 10.
That was the last you saw of him?
Alive, yes.
Mr. Drain hesitated a moment, as if wondering whether he had more questions to ask. Then he abruptly dropped into his seat and glanced at Sindel. But Sindel remained motionless, and Birch, after a slight pause, slipped quietly away from the witness box. A succession of witnesses of lesser importance followed. Sir John Hollenshaw testified that he was playing whist with Sir Cheval until 10:30. The chief steward at the club said Sir Cheval went away at 10:40. A porter at Healthwaite Station deposed that he opened the door of a first-class compartment for Sir Cheval at 10:55. He was alone. The ticket collector at Lithersdale said he saw Sir Cheval leave the train at 11:10. A police constable spoke of seeing him and speaking to him a few minutes later, as he turned up the footpath to the moors. It was a clear, beautiful night, and Sir Cheval made some reference to the fact. The head keeper deposed to finding his master's dead body at the foot of Black Scar next morning. Inspector Calvert gave evidence that he was fetched to it and that he immediately examined the clothing. There were no papers at all, anywhere. The coroner glanced at a little group of serious-faced men standing apart.
"Let us have the medical evidence," he said.
End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Exterior to the Evidence by J.S. Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The critical point. The interest which had steadily grown while Birch occupied the witness box redoubled in intensity when Dr. Marchmont came forward. Mr. Drain took him in hand at once.
"I believe you were fetched by the police to Black Scar on Tuesday morning, Doctor," he began. "Just so. What time was that?"
"A little before 8 o'clock.
"You went there at once?"
"Immediately."
"What did you find there?"
"I found Sir Cheval Stanbury's dead body at the foot of the rocks."
"Who was there?"
"Inspector Calvert, 2 policemen, and the head keeper, who told me he had found the body, lying as I saw it, about half an hour before."
"Sir Cheval was quite dead?"
"He had been dead some hours," answered the witness with quiet assurance.
"How many hours, now?"
"At least 7, probably between 7 and 8 hours.
That would fix the time of his death at about midnight?"
"At about that."
"What were your first conclusions?"
"That he had fallen over the edge of the rocks. The footpath which leads across the moor from the end of Lithersdale village passes across the edge of what is really a precipice at Black Scar. The footpath at that point, for about 10 or 12 yards, is only 5 feet in width. On one side, the moor side, there is a high wall of rock. On the other, a sheer drop of 40 feet, absolutely unprotected." "So that he would fall 40 feet?" "Yes."
"Onto what?"
"Masses of broken rock."
"With nothing to break the fall?"
"Nothing."
"The footpath itself, now, what is its character at that point?"
"It is nothing but slabs of rock polished to a smooth surface by constant wear."
"It would be an easy thing for anyone to slip?"
"No," said Marchmont with some emphasis, "not over the edge. The path at that point slopes considerably from the edge of the precipice downwards to the wall of rock."
"Still, on a dark night, eh?"
"A person unaccustomed to the place might, of course, on a dark night, easily step off the narrow path, but a person who knew it well would naturally keep to the safe side, along the wall of rock."
Well, what happened after you were fetched to the body? After carefully viewing the place in company with the police, we had the body removed here, to the Grange. I then made a first examination of it. What did you find? The neck was broken, the spine severely injured, and there were minor injuries. Death, then, had been instantaneous. The barrister paused a moment. When he looked at the witness again, his favorite trick of assuming an unusually confidential manner returned. I believe you also found some injuries which you don't attribute to the fall? He suggested. Yes, answered Marchmont. He straightened himself in the witness box, and his face grew determined, as if to emphasize his conviction. Yes, I did. What of them? What did you find? Certain bruises on the upper arms, which were not caused by the fall. They were certainly not caused by the fall, said the witness with decision. Can you describe them in such a fashion that we shall easily understand? I can describe them in no better way than by asking you to imagine a man being gripped suddenly and with unusual strength by his arms from behind, said Marchmont. He turned to a policeman who stood by the witness box and illustrated his meaning. You see what happens, he went on, holding the policeman in the fashion he had indicated. I seized this man from behind by both arms. My thumbs are pressed on the inner parts of his upper arms, my fingers on the outer, just above the triceps in one case, the biceps in the other. Now on Sir Sheville Stanbury's body there are distinct marks, surface bruises, where he was undoubtedly gripped in this way. The marks where the pressure of his assailant's thumbs were exerted are very plain. The marks on the front of the arms, from his assailant's fingers, less so. But in each case the marks are undoubted. You have no hesitation in affirming your conviction that Sir Sheville was seized and gripped in the way you indicate? None. The marks you speak of would be caused by such a grip? Certainly they would. Does this all presuppose that the person who gripped Sir Sheville in this way was of unusual strength? I should say he was a man of rather more than unusual strength of wrist and muscle. The pressure of the thumbs, for instance, on the under part of the arms, must have been very great. Bruises of that sort can be caused by mere pressure? Undoubtedly. Was the body lightly clothed? Yes. A summer suit of thin texture, a linen shirt, a silk undervest. So that there was nothing much between the assailant's thumbs and fingers and the flesh? Just so. You are absolutely convinced in your own mind, Doctor, that Sir Sheville was seized and gripped in the way you have suggested? I'm absolutely convinced. I am certain of it. And that his assailant afterwards threw him over the edge of the rock? Marchmont shook his head. That is not for me to say, he answered. All I know is that before he fell or was thrown over those rocks, he had most certainly been assaulted in the way I have indicated. Mr. Drain suddenly sat down, and for the first time since the proceedings began, produced a snuff-box from some convenient pocket and took a hearty pinch. And while he thus refreshed himself, Sindal, who had been listening to the medical evidence with obvious surprise, got on his legs and turned to the witness. Are you an authority on bruises, Dr. Marchmont? He asked. I don't quite know what you mean by authority, replied Marchmont. I have a competent knowledge. What is a bruise? Inquired Sindal. Technically, I mean. An injury in which there is neither breaking of the skin, nor breaking nor dislocation of the bones of a sentient body. And it can be caused how? By a blow or by pinching? Pinching. Does that mean pressure? Exactly. There are symptoms. Signs of it, of course? Yes, discoloration and swelling. Are they present in this case? Discoloration, decidedly. Very marked where the thumbs were pressed into the soft part of the arm. Swelling, very little, but some. I suppose some people's flesh is more liable to injury of this sort than others? Oh yes, discoloration depends very much on the nature of the part struck or pinched, and on the condition of the person. Sir Sheville Stanbury, for his age, was an exceptionally healthy man, who would probably have lived for some years, but he was 75, and his flesh and muscles were naturally soft. You are convinced that the marks, the bruises you speak of, were not caused by the fall? I am absolutely convinced. Another question, then. Might they not have been caused after death? I am equally convinced that they were not. But, I put it to you, bruises can be caused after death, can't they? Yes, they can, but only within a certain period. Extending to what? About 2 hours. Can you tell the difference between a bruise inflicted before death and one inflicted after death? Yes. A bruise inflicted after death, within the period I have just mentioned, is not usually accompanied by swelling, and an incision fails to discover much coagulated blood. The bruises I have described were not caused after death. Might they not have been caused by handling the body? When I reached it, the body had not been touched. It lay precisely as the head keeper had found it. There had been no movement of the body from the moment of the fall. Of that I am quite sure. Sindal resumed his seat as if at a loss for further questions, and presently Marchmont left the witness box and was replaced there by Dr. Bowlby, an elderly medical practitioner from Hallethwaite, who emphatically agreed with all that the previous witness had said. He was followed by another local doctor, Dr. Stevenson, who also agreed with Marchmont's conclusions. This witness, having answered the questions put to him by Mr. Drain and the coroner, betrayed a manifest desire to say more. Mr. Drain noticed his inclination, and was quick to take advantage of it. "You have formed some opinion of your own from what you have seen?" he suggested. "What is it?" "I have listened very carefully to all the evidence that has been given," answered the witness, "and I have certainly formed a theory of what may have occurred. We have heard that papers which ought to have been on the body were missing. My own opinion is that two persons were concerned in the assault upon Sir Cheval, that one held him while the other took the missing documents from his pocket. It is mere theory, but—" "I object to this," interrupted Sindal, rising and glancing at the coroner. "It is, as the witness says, mere theory, his own theory, and—" "I think we can't deal with personal theories," asserted the coroner. He looked at the police officials. "I understand there is an important witness who has volunteered certain information," he continued. "Perhaps we had better have him at once." Etherton nudged his daughter's arm. "Pike," he whispered in her ear. "He's the important witness." Every eye in the place was turned on Pike as he was called into the witness box. He was probably the coolest and most self-possessed person in the room, next to Mr. Drain, who immediately rose to examine him. "You gave certain information to the police yesterday afternoon?" he began. "I did," asserted Pike. "Were you on the moors in the neighborhood of this house on Monday night?" "I was." "What were you doing there?" "I was out walking. I've suffered a great deal from sleeplessness lately. Dr. Marchmont advised me to try a late walk before going to bed. I've tried it for some time, going out about 11 and walking about on the moors for an hour or so." "What time were you out on Monday night?" "I left my lodgings at 11:15 and walked across the moor towards the Carn. Then I turned and came back by way of Black Scar." "What sort of night was it?" "A clear, very clear, starlit night." "Did you go back to Black Scar?" "Not at first. I got back to within a point about 200 yards east of it, and then I sat down in the heather." "What time was that?" "It struck 12 by Lithersdale parish church clock while I was there, a minute or two after I sat down." "Where exactly were you sitting? Here's an ordnance map. Show us the place, as near as you can." "There," said Pike, indicating a certain point. "Just about there. That's a little above the path which leads from Black Scar towards this house, Lithersdale Grange, and as you've just said, about 200 yards east of Black Scar?" "Yes." "How far were you from the path?" "A few yards." "Above it?" "Yes, in a sort of hollow in the hillside." "And you sat there how long?" "Perhaps 10 minutes." "Smoking?" "I don't smoke, sir." "So you were not doing anything that could attract attention to you?" "Nothing." "Perfectly quiet in your hollow?" "I was getting sleepy." "Did anything occur to wake you up?" "Yes, I heard someone coming along the path." "From which direction?" "From the east. From this way." "And you kept where you were and waited?" "I kept where I was and waited for whoever it was to come along. I saw a man's figure come round the shoulder of the moor and advance in my direction. It passed along the path in front of me." "And you recognized it as that of— Who was it now?" Pike half turned his long, thin face toward the expectant crowd. "Mr. Lucas Etherton," he answered. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Exterior to the Evidence by J.S. Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. More reasons than one. There was the slightest of slight murmurs amongst the audience at this reply, and Mr. Drain, who knew the value of dramatic effects as well as anyone, let it die away before he proceeded with his examination. "Mr. Lucas Etherton, the manufacturer, you know him well, of course?" "Been his clerk for a good many years," replied Pike. "And you could recognize him quite clearly in that light?" "Quite." "Did he see you?" "No, he walked straight by." "In which direction?" "Towards Black Scar." And disappeared? There's a considerable rise in the ground between where I was sitting and Black Scar, said Pike. A sort of shoulder of the hillside. He went round that. So, of course, he disappeared. What did you do after that? Sat where I was for quite another 20 minutes. The fact was I dropped asleep, continued Pike with an air of confidence. And Dr. Marchmont had told me to sleep whenever and wherever I could. It was a warm night, and I was comfortable where I was. I fell asleep, and I woke suddenly. I thought I heard a noise, a cry. A cry? That's what I thought. I couldn't be certain. I couldn't swear to it, you know, but I'm under the impression I was awakened by a cry. Human voice? I can't say anything definitely. It's my impression, a cry. How do you know that was 20 minutes, after you'd seen Mr. Etherton pass you? Because just as I woke up I heard the church clock strike the half-hour, 12:30. Well, what next? I sat a minute or two, and I was just getting up to go home when I heard somebody else coming along, from the other direction this time, from Black Scar. Did you wait then to see who this might be? Yes, I did. I sat just where I was. Well, who was it? Mrs. Stanbury. There was a decided murmur of astonishment in the more crowded parts of the room at this answer, and again Mr. Drain let the witness's information have its full effect. Mrs. Stanbury, he said at last, on the moors near Black Scar at 12:30 midnight. You're sure of it? Dead certain, answered Pike with a thin smile. Was she alone? Yes, alone. Walking towards this place, the Grange? Yes, but her own house is just past here. Did Mrs. Stanbury see you? No, no more than Mr. Etherton did. She was walking very quickly. She passed me and went straight on. Did you notice anything about her? Anything, well, particular? Yes, answered Pike with a flash of his green eyes, which seemed to sweep in the direction of the person he was talking about. She was carrying something in the hand nearest to me which looked like papers, white papers. You'd have some impression of what they were, said Mr. Drain. Right or wrong, what was that impression? I should have said that what she was carrying was 2 or 3 big letters, or something of that sort, something like the size of foolscap envelopes, 2 or 3 of them, in her right hand. What happened after that? She went on towards her house, and I got up and went the other way. I passed Black Scar, intending to go home. I hadn't got far past Black Scar when I saw Mr. Etherton a little way in front. He was turning down to the mill, his mill, the old mill. You're sure it was Mr. Etherton? Certain. I should know his figure anywhere. Besides, I followed him at a distance. He went down to the mill and let himself in at the private door. I watched him from behind the garden wall. I heard him bolt the door, and presently I saw a light in his office on the first floor. Then I went home and went to bed. That's all you know of what you saw on the moor that night? All. Very good, said Mr. Drain. He waited a moment and then looked at Pike as if he had suddenly become of fresh interest. But I believe you had been present at an interview which took place between Mr. Etherton and Sir Sheville Stanbury on Monday afternoon in Mr. Etherton's room at his mill? Yes, said Pike, I had. Tell us what took place at that interview. There's nothing but a curtain in the doorway between Mr. Etherton's room and the clerk's office, answered Pike. I entered the clerk's office and heard Mr. Etherton and Sir Sheville talking. Sir Sheville was very loud-voiced. Sir Sheville was demanding £5,000, which he said Mr. Etherton owed him. He accused Mr. Etherton of being dishonourable. Mr. Etherton said it wasn't convenient to pay. I heard that much and went out. Now, is there anybody who can corroborate that story of yours? Asked Mr. Drain with a meaning look. Yes, responded Pike with alacrity. Miss Etherton. How do you know that? Because I looked through a slit in the curtain and I saw Miss Etherton doing the very same thing through an opening in the curtain between her father's room and an anteroom in which she was standing. Were the 2 men quarrelling about this money? I shouldn't say quarrelling, replied Pike thoughtfully. Mr. Etherton was cool enough, anyhow, during the time I was there, but Sir Sheville was very angry indeed. Used strong language? Well, he said if Mr. Etherton didn't pay up, he'd tell Mr. Birch to serve him with a writ next morning. That was the last I heard. I didn't want to be caught there, so I slipped out. Mr. Drain suddenly nodded at the witness and, resuming his seat, drew out his snuff-box for the second time. Before he had carried a pinch to his nose, Mrs. Stanbury sprang to her feet, shaking off the hand which Marston almost imploringly laid on her arm. I demand to go into that witness-box, she exclaimed, facing the coroner excitedly. I insist I'm going into that box at once." But Sindal had risen at the table, and he turned to the angry woman with a deprecating gesture. "One moment, if you please," he said soothingly. "I am going to call you presently, Mrs. Stanbury. Meanwhile, I want to ask this witness a few questions arising out of his evidence." Mrs. Stanbury remained standing for a moment, glaring first at Pike and then at Sindal, before Marston induced her to resume her seat. "I believed that Mr. Etherton summarily dismissed you from his service yesterday afternoon?" Sindal asked. "He did," answered Pike calmly. "Although you had been his clerk for some considerable time?" "Aye, a good many years." "Yet he dismissed you at a moment's notice?" "Give me 3 months' salary in lieu of notice," said Pike. "Now, why did he dismiss you yesterday afternoon?" "Ask him," retorted Pike half insolently. "I'm asking you. Wasn't it for threatening his daughter?" "He may say so," said Pike. "She may say so. I didn't threaten her. I made a certain proposal to her, which might have been made by anyone." "Was it a proposal of marriage?" "Yes, it was, and why not?" "You're a very cool hand, Mr. Pike, but you're on your oath just now. Let me remind you of it. Now, wasn't your proposal of marriage coupled with a threat that if Miss Etherton didn't agree to it, you'd tell the police of her father's movements the night before? Be careful." "She may have taken it that way. It wasn't meant as a threat." "What was it meant as, then?" "A bargain." "A bargain? I see. Miss Etherton was to accept you, to induce her father to give you a partnership in his business, and you were to hold your tongue. That it, Mr. Pike?" "Every man for himself," retorted Pike. "I dare say you'd have done the same." "But Miss Etherton was wise enough to immediately tell her father of your proposal, and he at once, metaphorically, kicked you out, eh?" "I walked out," said Pike. "I'm afraid you're deficient in your sense of humor. You walked out and went straight to the police with the story you've just repeated. Now, supposing Miss Etherton had agreed to your very handsome offer, would you have gone to the police?" "No," answered Pike. "I'm a man of my word. I am." "You didn't go to the police, then, because you wanted to help in getting at the truth about Sir Sheville Stanbury's death?" "No affair of mine," muttered Pike. "Then you really went out of revenge." Pike made no answer, and Sindal turned to the coroner. "I have no more questions to ask this witness, sir," he remarked, "but I propose to put Mr. Etherton and Mrs. Stanbury in that box. Mr. Etherton first." The coroner, who had been fidgeting during the Pike episode, glanced over his spectacles at Etherton as the mill owner promptly came forward. I need hardly mention to you, Mr. Etherton, that you are not bound to say anything that—" "I feel bound to tell the plain truth, sir, as to what the last witness has just told about me," said Etherton. "Nothing more and nothing less. I meant to volunteer my evidence anyway, little as there is in it." He stood up in the box, a big, somewhat unkempt figure, and after taking the oath, turned to Sindal. "You listened to the evidence of the last witness?" asked Sindal. "To every word, attentively," answered Etherton. "Is what he said of your movements on the moor on Monday night correct?" "As far as it goes, yes. I should say he's quite right about the time and all that. I did pass along there about that time, and I did go down to my mill. Oh, yes, that's quite correct." "What were you doing there?" Etherton took a comprehensive glance round the court, as if to take everybody present into his confidence. "I've no objection, now, as things are, to tell you," he said. "I have for some time been engaged on an important invention. I've employed, secretly, a mechanic at Elsley to make certain things for me. On Monday evening I went round to Elsley by train to see him. I was occupied with him until 10:30. It was a very fine night, and I decided to walk home across the moors. I did so walk, and I should be at the place Pike mentioned about the time he said, midnight." "You never saw Pike?" "No, I never saw him." "Did you see anybody else about Black Scar?" "Yes, I met Mrs. Stanbury." "Where?" "Just before I reached Black Scar, about 20 or 30 yards this side." "That would be about what time?" "I should say 12:15. "Did Mrs. Stanbury see you?" "To be sure. We met and talked together for some little time. Then I went on my way, and she went on hers." "Did it strike you as strange that she should be there at that late hour?" "Well, it did, but she said at once that she'd been down to the village to see an old servant who was ill." "During the time you were talking with her, did you hear any unusual sounds from the neighborhood of Black Scar?" "Nothing. It was a very still night. Beyond hearing the clock strike down in the valley, I heard nothing at all." After leaving Mrs. Stanbury, you went down to the mill? Yes, I thought it was too late to rouse my people at home, so I decided to sleep in my office, as I've often done. Now, about this interview with Sir Sheville Stanbury on Monday afternoon, is what Pike has just told substantially correct? Substantially, yes. I will explain matters. I have spent large sums, very large sums, on the invention I spoke of. During the last 2 years, business, as everybody knows, has not been over good. I borrowed £5,000 from Sir Sheville 12 months ago. There was a misunderstanding as to when it was to be repaid. I took Sir Sheville into my confidence about the invention after Pike had gone away from the next room. Evidently, he was not only satisfied, but highly delighted, and we parted on excellent terms. The misunderstanding quite adjusted? Quite. And now, continued Etherton, looking round at the coroner and the jurymen, while I am in this box, I want to tell something which has not so far come out. There has been talk of missing papers. When Sir Sheville left my office on Monday afternoon to go into Hallethwaite, he carried away with him in his inner breast pocket certain papers of mine, which I had given him. If papers were taken, my papers were amongst them. What were your papers? I had entrusted them to him in confidence, so that he could examine them at his leisure. He was to give them back next day. They were the drawings and specifications of my invention, a machine. Valuable, of course? I am certainly much concerned about them, said Etherton. The secret of my invention is in them, and when the full truth about the mystery of Sir Sheville's death comes out, I shan't be surprised if— He paused for a moment, looked significantly around him, then went on. If he wasn't assaulted and murdered for the possession of those papers, he concluded. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Exterior to the Evidence by J.S. Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The inquest is adjourned. There was a very audible murmur of surprise amongst the listeners at this suggestion, and Sindel waited until it had subsided before putting his next question. That, he said, would presuppose that some person knew Sir Sheville had those papers of yours on him. It would, agreed Etherton. Can you think of anybody who could know? Etherton paused before replying. He was evidently thinking deeply. I gave Sir Sheville those papers as we left the locked room I told you of, he answered at last. Frankly, I can't think how anybody could know that he had them. He was not the sort of man to show them or to talk about them. I am sure he would do neither. He was a man of very strictest honor. When he put the papers in his pocket, he said, "They're safe with me, Etherton, till tomorrow." And here's the undoubted fact. They have disappeared, with the will. According to what we have heard, yes. Sindel resumed his seat, and after a slight pause, Mr. Drain got up. He had the ordnance map in front of him, and he pushed it across the table towards the witness box. "Just point out exactly where you met Mrs. Stanbury, if you please," he said. "Just there," said Etherton, indicating a point on the map. "About 20 or 25 yards this side of Black Scar. 2 paths meet there, one running over Black Scar itself, the other comes up from the east end of the village, by the rocks at the foot of Black Scar." "Which path was Mrs. Stanbury coming by?" "The lower one." "And you met where the 2 paths join?" "Just about there. The witness Pike said that Mrs. Stanbury had some papers in her right hand. Did you notice them?" "Yes, she had some papers, white papers, in her hand." "Did she say what they were?" "No, no reference was made to them." "What did you and Mrs. Stanbury talk about?" "Well, if you must know, about Sir Sheville's engagement and marriage," replied Etherton with a smile. "Of which she expressed disapproval?" "I don't suppose Mrs. Stanbury has the least objection to my telling the truth," said Etherton. "She'll probably tell you just the same thing herself. She was very angry and said so. I quite sympathized with her. We expressed our mutual opinions and parted." Mr. Drain appeared to be somewhat surprised by the recent evidence. After Etherton's last answer, the barrister suddenly turned to the coroner. "I should like to recall the police constable who saw Sir Sheville Stanbury in the village on Monday night," he said. "Let him come back for a minute. What was the exact time, as near as you can make it, at which you saw Sir Sheville on Monday night?" he asked, when the policeman came to the witness box. "Think carefully." "I am quite sure of the time, sir," answered the man promptly. "It was just 25 minutes past 11. And Sir Cheval was then turning up the path to the moors? Yes, sir. How long, be exact now, would it take him to reach Black Scar? Before the constable could answer, Inspector Calvert rose from his seat. We've made most careful estimate of that, he said. It would take Sir Cheval 20 minutes at the outside. So that he would be at Black Scar at 11:45, suggested the barrister. Just so. He waved the policeman away and looked again at Etherton. You say you met Mrs. Stanbury at 12:15? He asked. Just about that, asserted Etherton. Mr. Drain made another of his curious pauses. Then he waved Etherton away and glanced at the coroner. The half hour between 11:45 and 12:15, he said in a meaning undertone. Then, raising his voice, he added, I have nothing more to ask of Mr. Etherton, and sat down. The growing excitement deepened when Mrs. Stanbury came to the witness box. She gazed angrily around the court as she faced Sindal, and his quiet, suave manner and low-voiced questions contrasted oddly with her obvious irritation and loud answers. You have heard the evidence of the last two witnesses, Mr. Pike and Mr. Etherton, Mrs. Stanbury, began Sindal. Now just tell us, in your own way, how you came to be on the moor near Black Scar at midnight on Monday. I would have told that half an hour ago if you'd let me, exclaimed Mrs. Stanbury. My old cook, Jane Martle, is at present very ill, and I have been visiting her constantly. I went down to the village to see her, late on Monday night. I'd already been twice during the day. I went to her at 11 o'clock that night, and stopped with her, as she and her daughter can prove, until close upon 12. Then I went home by the path across the lower part of the moor. I met Mr. Etherton a little this side of Black Scar, and stayed talking to him for a while. There, you've got the full history. Those papers which you were carrying in your right hand, Mrs. Stanbury, what were they? Papers relating to a little property belonging to Jane Wardle, answered Mrs. Stanbury, with a contemptuous glare at Pike, who was standing opposite the witness box and watching her closely. She asked me if I'd look over her papers and her will. She wanted to know how her daughter would be left, so I brought them away with me to read at my leisure. And if you want to see them, they're in my desk at my house, and my son will fetch them within a few minutes. I think we needn't trouble Sir Marston, said Sindal. Now, Mrs. Stanbury, you were in the neighborhood of Black Scar from about 12:15 to 12:30. Did you see or hear anything unusual? Nothing at all. Never had sound or sign of your brother-in-law? Mrs. Stanbury smote her hand on the ledge of the witness box. I know no more of Cheval Stanbury's being at that place, dead or alive, than you do, she exclaimed. And I think it— Sindal motioned to Mrs. Stanbury to be quiet, and sitting down looked significantly at Mr. Drain. The barrister rose, and once more had recourse to his ordnance map. You came up from the east end of the village, Mrs. Stanbury, by the lower path? He asked. That's the path indicated here, which runs at the foot of Black Scar. Now, since this very lamentable occurrence, have you seen the exact spot at which your brother-in-law's body was found? Yes, I went to look at it yesterday afternoon. The exact place was shown me by the police. How far is the path along which you walked from the spot where the body lay? Not many yards, perhaps 7 or 8. So, supposing, as seems certain, that Sir Cheval fell there between 11:45 and 12:15, his body must have been lying there when you went past? If what you say is correct, it would seem so. Did you see it? Mr. Drain put this question in a peculiarly searching fashion, and Mrs. Stanbury started indignantly. Of course I didn't, she retorted. You know very well I didn't. Pardon me, madam, I know nothing of the sort, said the barrister quietly. I did not see it, exclaimed Mrs. Stanbury. The idea is ridiculous. Yet if it was there, you were close to it, observed Mr. Drain. I never even glanced in that direction, said Mrs. Stanbury, and if I had, I don't think I could have seen anything. Just there, especially at night, everything is in black shadow. You didn't see anybody about the moor as you crossed it? Any suspicious character? I saw no one at all but Mr. Etherton. Mr. Drain leaned forward across the table. Now, on your oath, Mrs. Stanbury, did you see that dead man or not? Mrs. Stanbury flushed indignantly and drew herself up. You're impertinent, sir, she said. I've already told you. The barrister shook his head, and putting his right hand beneath the mass of papers in front of him, produced a small cardboard box. Amidst a deep silence, he took off the lid, and holding the uncovered box toward the witness, looked fixedly at her. "Do you recognize that?" he asked. Mrs. Stanbury started, and her face paled. She glanced from the object in the box to the barrister, from him to the object again. "Yes," she answered. "What is it?" "A button from a coat of mine." "A button with a somewhat peculiar pattern on it," remarked Mr. Drain. "Were you wearing that coat on Monday night?" "Yes, I was." "Stand down a moment, if you please," said the barrister. "I want Inspector Calvert back. Inspector, did you find this button yesterday?" "Yes, sir." "Where?" "Close by the spot where the body of Sir Cheval was found, sir." "You found it yourself?" "I picked it up myself a few minutes after first being called to the dead man." Mr. Drain motioned the inspector to stand aside. He summoned Mrs. Stanbury into the witness box again. "Do you say in the face of this that you did not go to that dead man's body?" he asked. "I tell you I saw no dead man's body," exclaimed Mrs. Stanbury. "How do you account for your button being picked up close to where it lay?" "I don't account. I can't account for it. I know the button was loose. It was an old coat, an ulster. It must have come off." "At that precise spot?" asked Mr. Drain dryly, and well knowing that he left the witness at a disadvantage, he sat down without waiting for an answer. An uncomfortable silence followed. Mrs. Stanbury left the witness box, and Sindel, leaving the table, went over to her and Marston and began to converse with them in low tones. The coroner looked up from his papers, glancing at the principal police officials and Mr. Drain. "I think this will be a convenient point at which to adjourn," he said. "It is quite obvious that more evidence will be forthcoming, and—" One of the jurymen, a working man who had followed the evidence with keen attention, got to his feet. "Mr. Coroner," he said in determined, broad Yorkshire accents, "before there's any talk about adjournment, there's a question or two I want answering, here and now. Am I in order?" "You or any of your fellow jurymen are entitled to ask any questions you please," replied the coroner. "Then I'll ax 2 or 3 missin, sir," said the juryman. "I want a bit of information about Mester Pike there. I see his landlady, Mrs. Lightoller, among the congregation. Let her stand up in that box and answer something 'at I want to be getting at." "Mrs. Lightoller," he began when an elderly country woman, much to her surprise, had been formally bidden to come forward and testify. "Mester Pike's been a lodger of yours for some time, I think." "Aye." "Well, is what you heard him say just now about these here night walks true?" The witness looked shyly from her lodger to her questioner. "Oh, yes, it's quite true," she answered. "He's slept very bad of late times, has Mr. Pike, and the doctor he recommended this night walking. I know he did." "All right," said the juryman. "Now then, what sort of sleeper might you be, missus, yourself?" "Why, none so sound, mister," replied Mrs. Lightoller. "I'm not as young as I once were a time." "Did you hear Pike come in on Monday night, which 'ud really be Tuesday morning?" asked the juryman. "I did, mister." "What time were it, now? Give us it right." "It were 2 o'clock, mister. I heard him come in, and I struck a light and looked toward watch 'at I keep hanging up in my chamber." The juryman motioned the witness to go away and pointed a masterful finger at Pike. "Go ye back into that there box," he said commandingly. "Now then, ye said 'at you followed Etherton down to mill, and watched him go in there about 1:45. What were you doing, young man, between that time and 2 o'clock, when you went into your lodgings?" Pike glanced angrily at his questioner and looked from him to the coroner, but the coroner was quietly listening with downcast eyes, and Pike got no response from him. "Now then, come on," said the juryman. "Out with it." "I went for another walk," said Pike sullenly. "What for?" demanded the juryman. "Because I'd got thoroughly waked up again," snapped Pike. "Where did you go now?" "Up the moors." "For another hour and a quarter, what?" Pike nodded his head, and the juryman, with a grin indicative of high suspicion, looked round at his 11 fellow jurors as he dropped back into his seat. "He knows a deal more nor what he's telled, does that fella," he declared in a very audible whisper. "There's more to be gotten out of him nor what he said." But the coroner was whispering with various officials who sat near him, and he presently turned to the jury. "I shall adjourn this inquiry until this day fortnight, gentlemen," he announced. "In the meantime—" When the coroner had finished his remarks to the jurymen, The folk who had crowded the big room broke up into groups and began to discuss matters in more or less excited fashion. But Sindel touched the new baronet on the arm and motioned him to come away from everybody. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Exterior to the Evidence by J.S. Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Help from without. The solicitor led Marston away into the hall, opened the door of Sir Chevel's gun room, and leading him inside, closed it behind them. "Now, Sir Marston," he said in grave tones, "this affair is going to be much more serious than any of us had ever supposed. After that medical evidence, there's no doubt whatever that your uncle came to his death by violence. I suspected that the police were working up to that from the very first. That's why they got Drain here. And we've got to take very energetic steps, no doubt of it." "Look here," said Marston, "you don't mean to say that they're suspecting my mother?" "It's hard at present to say what they're suspecting," answered Sindel, "but I don't think there's the least doubt that they suspect your mother of knowing something that she hasn't revealed. It may be that they believe she did find Sir Chevel's dead body and took those missing papers from it. It may be, again, that they suspect some collusion between her and Mr. Etherton." "The idea's ridiculous," exclaimed Marston angrily. "It's impossible." "Nothing's impossible in these cases," said the solicitor. "If the police have formed any suspicious notions about your mother or about her and Etherton in conjunction, they'll develop them for all they're worth, and between now and the adjourned inquest, they'll be hard at work. We must be prepared for anything, and there's only one thing to do." "What's that?" asked Marston. "We must find the really guilty parties," replied Sindel with decision. "Somebody assaulted and murdered your uncle, that's flat, and robbed him, either before or after death, of those papers. We must find out who." "How are we to do that?" said Marston. "There isn't a clue." "There may be, before long," answered Sindel. "Now I suggest two things to be done immediately. You must offer a reward for information that will lead to arrest and conviction. Small rewards are no use in a case like this. You must make it a reward that'll tempt somebody who otherwise, perhaps, wouldn't come forward." "Whatever you'd like to suggest," said Marston. "Well, I should make it £5,000, declared Sindel. "That'll rouse the cupidity of somebody, I guess. For as sure as fate, there'll be somebody who knows something." "Very well," agreed Marston. "I leave it to you. Do it at once, then." "Very good," said Sindel. "Now, the next thing. You must employ a trained man to set to work on this affair. Let the police go their own way. If you knew police methods as well as I do, you'd know that their policy is to go on a straight trail and to adapt everything else to it. That won't do for us. This is a highly intricate case, and we want a man who's full of modern methods and ideas." "Do you know of such a man?" asked Marston. "Yes," replied Sindel, "I do. The very man, and not so far off either. He's a man in Manchester who was originally a solicitor's clerk. You must have heard of him. His name's Weathershaw, Archington Weathershaw. It was he unraveled those bank frauds at Manchester last year." "I remember," said Marston. "Can you get him?" "I can," declared Sindel. "He's an expensive chap, but you want this thing sifted and settled so that there won't be the least doubt. You can't have any suspicion attaching to your mother, you know." "Get him, by all means," exclaimed Marston. "Never mind the expense." "Then show me where the telephone is," said Sindel. "I'll get on to his office in Manchester at once." Marston led the solicitor into the hall and toward the telephone box. People were still leaving the house, and as they made their way through them, the juryman who had insisted on asking some questions of his own confronted and stopped them. He gave them a shrewd and knowing look. "Don't know as I ought to say aught, me being on the jury and inquest not yet finished," he remarked with a glance round him and in lowered tones. "But I will say this here, Sir Marston, you and your lawyer find out a bit of something about that there Pike. He's a wrong un, is that. I don't believe he's told one half of what he knows." Sindel patted the man's arm. "You mustn't say anything to us or anybody," he said. "Keep your own counsel, my friend, and don't talk to anyone, in public or in private." "All right, Master Sindel," responded the man. "I'm fly, sir. But it's as I say, he's a right wrong un, is yon feller." Sindel nodded and smiled and went on toward the telephone. But before he reached it, Etherton, just then coming out of the dining room, beckoned him and Marston inside. There, evidently in consultation, were Mrs. Stanbury, Mr. Getherfield, and Letty. "Mrs. Stanbury has got an idea as to how that button came to be found," said Etherton as he closed the door. Sindel waved his hand. The gesture signified indifference. "Mrs. Stanbury needn't bother her head for 1 minute about that button," he said. "Clever dodge on Drain's part, dramatic effect and so on, but not of the least importance." "Mrs. Stanbury is bothering her head a good deal about it, though," remarked Mr. Getherfield. "You'd better hear what she's got to say." Sindel turned towards Mrs. Stanbury almost impatiently. It was clear to Marston that his mind was fixed on the two matters they had just been discussing. "Well," he said, "what is it, Mrs. Stanbury? Tell us if you like, but don't tell anybody else." Mrs. Stanbury, whose anger seemed to have become considerably chastened, sat looking from one to the other of the people around her. "I know that button was on my coat when I left the house on Monday night to go down to Jane Wardle's," she exclaimed suddenly, "for it was then that I noticed it was loose. It was one of a set of buttons, with a peculiar device stamped on each. Of course, it came off while I was out, and I've thought where. I was much too confused when Mr. Drain showed it to me, just now, to think then. I took the top path, past Black Scar, when I went down to the village. The button must have fallen off there, and bounced off the path over the edge to the rocks beneath. That's all I can think of." "Keep that to yourself," counseled Sindel. "Let the police think they've got a clue. Never mind them." He hurried off to the telephone while Marston hung about in the hall, now cleared of its unusual visitors. At the end of 10 minutes, Sindel came to him, a satisfied smile on his face. "Good," he said. "Weathershaw will be here by the 10 o'clock train this evening. I shall feel we're really doing something when we get him here. Now I'll get down to Hallethwaite and rush that reward bill out." Marston drew him aside. "Look here," he said. "I want to ask you a question between ourselves. Do you think that chap Birch suspects my mother and perhaps Etherton?" Sindel made a grimace. "Frankly, yes," he answered. "Birch was always a very suspicious fellow. I believe that Birch believes that your mother's got possession of that will and destroyed it. Just remember, if that will never turns up, your estate saves £100,000. If it's never discovered, Sir Cheval died intestate, and you get every penny he left." "I see," muttered Marston. Sindel glanced at the new baronet out of his eye corners and lowered his voice to a whisper. "But I'll tell you something between ourselves, Sir Marston, that you don't see. You don't know, but I do, that Holworth Birch used to be very much gone on the vicar's governess, and I'm not certain that she wasn't gone on him. I've seen 'em together on these moors. They were often together until some months ago. Then your uncle began to show her attention. Now your uncle's dead. The field's clear for Birch. And a pretty young woman with £100,000, eh? Birch has something more than a legal interest in recovering that will. See?" "By gad!" exclaimed Marston, elevating his eyebrows. "I say, is all that really so?" "Trust me," said Sindel with a wink. "I know what I'm talking about. There'll be some queer developments in this case yet. But don't say a word to a soul." "All right," agreed Marston. "But shall you tell all that to this chap Weathershaw?" "Sure," exclaimed Sindel. "There isn't a thing that I shan't tell him. Can you come down and meet him with me? Then we'll go to my rooms. I shall put him up for the night, and have a bit of supper and talk things over." "Very well, Sir Marston. 10 o'clock, then." Sindel had a motor car waiting outside, and he now hurried out and was driven off, and Marston went to rejoin his mother and the group in the dining room. Discussion of the events of the morning was going on there, and Mrs. Stanbury was indulging in her habitual loquacity. "I expect the next thing is that you and I'll be arrested, Etherton," she said in the end. "I'm quite prepared to find myself locked up before night. I, who know no more about the whole thing than that cat. But you can all be certain that there's somebody who does know, and I wouldn't mind laying £1,000 to a China orange that he heard all that went on this morning. Things are going to happen." But nothing had happened when Marston rode down to Hallethwaite that night and joined the solicitor at the station. "I've the proof of the reward bill in my pocket," said Sindel as they paced the platform. "It'll be posted all over the town and district before breakfast tomorrow morning. So now, Weathershaw's our next hope." Marston was feeling a strong curiosity about the detective whom Sindel had so strongly recommended. He had an idea that he would be a sort of human sleuth-hound in appearance, and he was therefore considerably astonished when, in the full glare of an electric lamp, a smart, alert, well-groomed young man who looked no more than 28 or 30, sprang from the express and extended a hand and gave a cheery smile to the solicitor. "Hello, Sandell," he said breezily. "Here I am, you see, on time." "This is Sir Marston Stanbury," said Sandell. "Glad to see you, Weathershaw. How are you?" "Very fit, thank you," replied Weathershaw. He took Marston's hand with a polite bow and a quick look of inspection. "How do you do, Sir Marston?" he said. "Hope to be of service to you." "Come along," said the solicitor, possessing himself to the newcomer's suitcase. "We're going to my rooms. Seen the evening papers, Weathershaw?" Weathershaw held up an armful of newspapers. "Bought every one of 'em all the way along," he said with a smile. "First Lancashire, then Yorkshire. Read 'em all, too. Every word about this morning's proceedings." "Then you're already well posted up," remarked Sindall. "Get into this cab." Sindall, a bachelor, lived in some old-fashioned rooms in the center of the town. There, in his parlor, supper was laid for 3. And as they sat down, Marston again inspected the man whom he was asking to solve the mystery of his uncle's death. Anything less like the conventional detective he thought he had never seen. Weathershaw looked more like a sportsman than a searcher into secrets. "You've read all the accounts of the inquest, you say, Weathershaw, in the evening papers?" said Sindall. "What do you think of the affair?" Weathershaw waited a moment before replying. "There are several features of interest in the evidence," he said at last. "Non-committal," laughed the solicitor. "Anything you can pick up, though?" "Lots of things," replied Weathershaw, with a glance at Marston. "Anything in particular?" asked Marston, who was already inquisitive. "I'd rather not say anything tonight," said Weathershaw. "Before I do or say anything at all, I want to see the places concerned. Black Scar, the various houses mentioned in the evidence, Mr. Etherton's mill, and so on. I should like to have a full look round tomorrow morning. Where are you going to put me tonight, Sindall?" "You're going to stop here with me," answered the solicitor. "I shall want to be up and about very early in the morning," said Weathershaw. "It would have been rather better if you'd planted me nearer the actual scene. Many thanks to you, all the same." "Mr. Weathershaw had far better come home with me," observed Marston. "We've piles of room. Then he'll be on the spot." Weathershaw's blue eyes lighted up, and he nodded across the table. "Far better," he said. "I'll do that, if you please." It was close upon midnight when they arrived at Winterfold, and Weathershaw at once turned to his young host. "This is just about the time that the affair happened," he said. "Show me the way to Black Scar. Now." End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Exterior to the Evidence by J.S. Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Double Reward. Mrs. Stanbury had hurried out to the porch of her house on hearing the sound of wheels, and Marston hastened to introduce the visitor who followed mother and son into the dining room. "I don't want to disturb any household arrangements, Mrs. Stanbury," he said, "but I do want, as you're so near it, to have a look round this Black Scar at night. Now, if you just tell me where my room is, and then give me the key of one of your doors, I'll let myself quietly in when I come back." "Not a bit of it," replied Marston. "I'll sit up for you. But you want to go alone?" "I'd prefer that, if you'll just put me on that path I've read of in the accounts of the inquest," answered Weathershaw. "I shall recognize the various places." Mrs. Stanbury, who had been making a critical inspection of the stranger, and had already formed a favorable estimate, turned to her son. "I'll show Mr. Weathershaw the path," she said. "You make arrangements about his room, Marston. Give him the blue room." She led Weathershaw out of the house and through the gardens to a wall at the rear, where she opened a wicket gate and indicated a narrow track which ran across the moor. "You see those chimneys and gables across the sky?" she said as they walked a little way forward. "That's the Grange, where my brother-in-law is now lying dead. This path passes the back of his grounds, and thence goes on to Black Scar. You want to see the place where he was found?" "I want to get the general hang of the thing, Mrs. Stanbury, at just about the time that this affair happened," replied Weathershaw. "An impression of it, you know. It was just about this time of night, wasn't it? From what I've seen in the papers this evening." "It's precisely 48 hours ago, almost to a minute, since I was talking to Etherton near Black Scar," asserted Mrs. Stanbury. "Sir Cheval must have been lying there dead at that moment. And it was just such a night as this. Clear starlight. Well, you know your way. Come back by this gate." She turned back to the house, and Weathershaw went forward along the path, a mere track in the heather grown smooth by constant use. He glanced at the Grange with some curiosity as he passed its walls, wondering what the dead man could tell if only he could speak. Midnight though it was, the air was so clear and the light of the stars so strong that he could make out many features of the landscape, the dark shapes of the houses on the hillsides, the old mill lower down, the lights of one or two factories in Halleswaite, and close before him the towering bulk of the rocks which overhung the precipice over which Sir Sheville Stanbury had been flung to his death. In one of the evening newspapers which Wethershaw had read during his 2 hours' train journey from Manchester to Halleswaite, there had been a verbatim account of the proceedings at the inquest, and he had carefully memorized the facts relating to the geography of Black Scar. And so he turned up the hillside, looking for the hollow in which the witness Bradwell Pike had said he was sitting when first Etherton and then Mrs. Stanbury passed by. He had no difficulty in locating it, and he sat down there and looked in the direction of the rocks. It was, as Pike had said, a shoulder of the hillside intervened between the hollow and Black Scar. Anyone passing along the path in that direction would pass out of sight of whoever chanced to be in the hollow. Satisfied, he went forward, and before long came to a place where the path was joined by another, coming up from the valley. Here, he said to himself, was the spot where Etherton and Mrs. Stanbury met, and another minute's walk upward took him to Black Scar. By that time, Weathershaw's keen eyesight had fully adapted itself to the night conditions, and he saw things more clearly than when he had walked out of Winterfold. He shook his head as he came out on the path above Black Scar, wondering how it was that so dangerous a place had never been fenced. In front of the towering rocks behind him, the path was very narrow. It was paved by great slabs of stone, worn smooth by the passage of many feet, and what he wanted to find out was whether it was possible for a pedestrian to slip off it. He quickly decided that while it was possible, it was not probable. The surface of the path sloped at a decided angle from the sharp edge of the precipice to the face of the wall of rock. Accordingly, had anyone slipped there, the slip would have thrown him not towards the precipice, but in the other direction. Before quitting the rocks for the cavity which yawned before him, Wethershaw made a discovery which possessed some significance, in his thinking. In the face of the wall-like rock behind him there was a cavity, high and deep enough for 2 or 3 persons to hide in. Here, probably, Sir Sheville Stanbury's assailant or assailants had awaited him. He saw how easily the affair could be carried out. An unsuspecting person coming along that path could there be seized before any idea of danger came to him, and hurled over the edge in front to instant death ere he could lift a hand to protect himself. All these facts pointed to design, and to design carefully thought and carried out. He made his way down the side of the moor to the foot of the precipice, and arriving there, scrambled over the loose boulders to the place where he supposed the body to have been found. He saw at once that Sir Sheville must have been instantaneously killed, and as he stood down there looking up at the sharp edge above, Wethershaw reconstructed the whole scene, the old man active and jaunty, thinking, perhaps, of nothing but his approaching marriage to a pretty young woman, striding along the path which he had trodden in safety many times, suddenly gripped by hands and flung, helpless, to his death. A black, brutal crime. But Wethershaw was not thinking of that so much as of a certain question connected with it. Were those missing papers taken from the old man before he was flung into that yawning gulf, or from his dead body? If from him alive, struggling feebly in that grip which had left marks on his arms, then there were 2 assailants. If from his dead and broken body, then the murder was the work of one man. "That's the question," he muttered to himself, "and it'll take some answering." He went quickly back to Winterfold and found mother and son awaiting him. Curiosity was in the eyes of both, but they got nothing out of him that night. Beyond saying that he had taken a careful look around Black Scar, and that he would like to be taken down to the old mill immediately after breakfast next morning, Wethershaw said nothing. He asked to be allowed to go to bed, and Mrs. Stanbury herself showed him to his room. "I hope you'll be able to do something for us, Mr. Wethershaw," she said as she was leaving him. "I shall leave no stone unturned, Mrs. Stanbury," answered Wethershaw with a quick smile. "It will be my first failure if I don't succeed." Mrs. Stanbury lingered. "You've read the full account of the inquest that was held this morning?" she said. "Tell me, have you formed any theory of your own?" "A possible one, yes," answered Wethershaw. "Formed it at once."
"But you don't want to speak of it yet?" she said.
"No," replied Weathershaw with another smile. "That would be much too soon, wouldn't it?"
Mrs. Stanbury went downstairs to Marston. "That's a smart fellow, Marston," she remarked. "I'm glad you got him. Let him do just what he likes. He'll do things."
"You'd never think he was a sort of detective, would you?" said Marston. "Oh, yes, I shall just let him follow his own line." Next morning Weathershaw still refused to be drawn out on the matter in hand, and when Marston took him down to the old mill, he passed Black Scar as if it had no more interest for him than the mountains in the far distance. But when they were closeted with Lucas Etherton in his private room, Weathershaw's manner underwent an entire change. "Now, Mr. Etherton," he said after Marston had formally introduced him, "I want to ask you a few questions about those papers which you gave to Sir Sheville Stanbury on Monday afternoon. What were they, exactly?" "Well," replied Etherton, "there were 3 of them. 2 were documents written out in my own handwriting. The 3rd was a drawing, also made by myself." "All 3 relating to this invention of yours?" "Exactly." "Just tell me," continued Weathershaw, "supposing somebody, say in your own line, got hold of those 3 documents, could they make that machine from the knowledge and information contained in them?" "They could, no doubt about it." "I gathered your reason for giving them to Sir Sheville from your evidence," said Weathershaw. "Now where were you when you handed them to him?" "In the locked room. Sir Sheville knew a good deal about machinery, and I took him into that room to see my model and how far I'd progressed with it, and I gave him the papers to study at his leisure. I knew they'd be safe with him, and he promised to hand them back to me next day." "Can I see that room?" asked Weathershaw. Etherton produced a key from his safe and beckoned Marston and the agent to follow him. He led them through a series of passages to a faraway wing of the mill and stopped in a whitewashed corridor before an iron-plated door. "Here you are," he said. "I had this room especially constructed. Until I took Sir Sheville into it the other day, never a soul's crossed the threshold since it was made, but myself. However, you're welcome to see all there is." He was about to fit the key in the lock when Weathershaw intervened. "Stop a bit," he said. "I see this room of yours is really in a pretty busy part of your mill. Now will you just give orders to your foreman, or whoever's in charge up here, to let me go where I like about this particular floor? Tell him I'm looking round about some alterations." Etherton nodded comprehendingly, and opening the door of a room from which a busy whirring of spindles came, beckoned to a man who was walking about inside. "One of my overlookers, in charge up here," he said as the man came hurrying forward. "Madquick," he continued, "let this gentleman look round anywhere he wants on this floor, d'ye see? He's going to make some improvements." The overlooker glanced the stranger sharply over and nodded, and Etherton closed the door and turned into the corridor again. He unlocked the strong room and revealed a bulky something in the middle of the floor, covered over by brown holland sheeting. "There you are," he said. Weathershaw stepped in and looked round. There was little to see beyond bare walls, a bench running along 3 sides of them, covered with tools and appliances, a barred window of frosted glass, and the shrouded thing in the middle. "All right, Mr. Etherton," he said. "Now then, give me that key, and do you and Sir Marston go back to your room. I'm going to look round this spot at my leisure. I may be here a long time, and I mayn't be 20 minutes, but I do my work alone." Etherton handed over the key, and he and Marston withdrew, and heard the key turned in the door as they walked into the corridor. "I wonder what he expects to find out in there," said Marston musingly. "Leave him alone," answered Etherton. "Some of these chaps possess a certain instinct. Smart-looking fellow, anyway. It was a good notion of Sindow's to get him. Have the police been up at your place again?" "No," replied Marston. "Calvert was with me 2 hours last night," remarked Etherton. "He told me, between ourselves, that Drain was considerably nonplussed by the events of yesterday morning. The police thought they'd got a pretty straight line up to noon yesterday, implicating your mother and me. But now, according to Calvert, they've switched off to something else." "What?" demanded Marston. "Oh, I don't know. He wouldn't say," answered Etherton. He pulled open a drawer of his desk as they re-entered his private room and produced a folded paper. "Seen this?" he asked. "It's your reward bill, posted all over the place first thing this morning. Well, there's lots of folk round here that'll have a go for that 5,000. "If they know anything," commented Marston. He unfolded the poster and was reading over its contents when one of Etherton's men looked through the curtains of the clerk's office, empty now that Pike had vacated it. "Mr. Sindall, sir," he announced. Sindall came bustling in, evidently in a stage of high excitement. He waved a paper in his hand. "I say," he almost shouted, "here's a fine development. Another reward offered. Birch is offering $5,000 for the recovery of Sir Cheval's will." End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Exterior to the Evidence by J.S. Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. News in secret. The mill owner looked up sharply from his desk and gave his visitor a glance of surprise. "Birch?" he exclaimed. "$5,000? What, on his own hook?" Sindall threw a bill still wet from the printing press on Etherton's blotting pad. "Oh, of course, it's easy to see what it means," he said sardonically. "It's in the interest of Birch's client, the pretty Frenchwoman. Do you think Mademoiselle de Collage is going to lose £100,000 for lack of a little effort?" Etherton stretched out the second reward bill, and Marston, looking over the elder man's shoulder, glanced it over. Its wording was plain and brief. £5,000 was offered to anyone who would produce or would give information that would lead to the recovery of the will of the late Sir Cheval Stanbury. Etherton thrust his hands in his pockets and stretched out his long legs when he had read through this announcement. He said after a brief silence. "Do you know, you two, between ourselves, I shouldn't wonder if there's some queer mystery about all this business. Birch used to run after that governess a good deal at one time. Seems to me I've some recollection of having seen him and Mamselle taking walks together." "Of course," said Sindall with a laugh. "I told Sir Marston as much as that yesterday. Birch did run after the governess. He was constantly at the vicarage. He was without doubt paying his attentions to her until a comparatively recent time, when Sir Cheval cut in. Then, well, I suppose he saw how things were going. Riches and a title against him, eh? And now Sir Cheval's dead." "And £100,000 awaiting Mamselle, when the will comes to light," remarked Etherton dryly. The two elder men exchanged significant and meaning glances, and Marston, who was watching both, felt impelled to speak. "I say," he exclaimed, "is there an idea? Is there some suspicion about Birch?" Sindall looked again at Etherton. "Well," he observed, "it's certainly an odd thing that Sir Cheval Stanbury should come to a violent end immediately after making a will in which he devised a pretty considerable sum of money to a young woman on whom his own solicitor was evidently a bit far gone, isn't it? So far as I know, nobody but Birch knew what the exact figure was. And now that Sir Cheval is dead, what more easy than for Birch to step into his shoes?" "What's to be done?" asked Marston. His youthful mind turned instantly to the practical. "Are you going to tell the police?" "That's precisely what we don't intend," answered Sindall, with a knowing glance at the mill owner. No, Sir Marston. What we know or think we'll keep to ourselves for a while. Don't say a word of what we may be thinking to a soul, not even to your mother, but we'll suggest a few facts to Weathershaw. Where is he?" "Looking over my strong room, alone," said Etherton. "What's he doing that for?" asked Sindall. "Got some notion?" "He won't tell anybody what it is if he has," remarked Marston. "Closest chap I ever came across." But at that moment Weathershaw parted the curtains and came jauntily in, dangling the key of the strong room between his fingers. He nodded to Sindall and laid the key before its owner. "No use asking you what the result of your labors is?" suggested Etherton slyly. "Not a bit, sir," laughed Weathershaw. "I never report on my cases till I'm through with them." Sindall sat down and pointed the detective to a chair. "Well, we aren't so reserved, Weathershaw," he remarked. "Our job is to feed you with facts. Look at that," he went on, pointing to the bill which lay on Etherton's desk. Weathershaw glanced over the big lines of type without any sign of surprise or even of interest. "Second reward?" he observed. "This, I see, is for the recovery of the will only. Oh, well now, Mr. Etherton, it only remains for you to offer another $5,000 for your missing papers. There'll be $15,000 to be picked up then." Sindall glanced at the others as if to suggest that Weathershaw wasn't to be drawn out about anything. "All right, my lad," he said, transferring his glance to the detective. "Close thoughts and open countenance, eh? Well, and what do you happen to want to be doing next?" "Any of you gentlemen members of that Halathwaite Club?" asked Weathershaw, throwing the Birch reward bill aside. "All of us," answered Sindall laconically. "I want somebody to take me there, that's all." said Weathershaw. Sindel looked at his watch. "Come along, then," he said. "Just time to catch a train into Hallowthwaite. I'll take you to the club to lunch." Weathershaw went away with Sindel, and Etherton, left alone with Marston, smiled enigmatically. "Deep chap, that," he remarked. "I wonder what he was up to in that room of mine."
"Do you think he'll tell us in the end?" asked Marston.
"No doubt. You may be sure of this, at any rate. He didn't go in there to look round without having some notion," answered Etherton. "He's something or other in his noodle." Marston moved towards the door. "I must go," he said. "There's an awful lot to do, the funeral and all that." "Yes," agreed Etherton. "When is it to be?"
"Saturday," replied Marston.
"Is there anything I can be of use in?" asked Etherton. "Let me know, won't you, if there is?"
Marston nodded and went away. He was sorely puzzled by the news which Sindel had just given him. Was it possible that there was some secret between Birch and the Frenchwoman at the vicarage? That they both knew more than they had told? That nothing like the truth had yet come out? That there had been some dark plot, some... Marston, on leaving the mill, had turned up the hillside towards Low Hall, intending to see Letty before returning to Winterfold. Halfway up the rise he heard his name called, and looking round saw one of his late uncle's moor rangers, an elderly man named Garrett, who was hastening towards Marston with bent head. Marston knew the old fellow as one who had spent most of his life in Sir Cheval's employ, and at once turned to him. "What is it, Garrett?" he asked as they met under the shade of the elms. "Do you want me?" Garrett, a typical Dales man in speech and habit, looked cautiously about him as he approached the new baronet and touched his cap. "I would like a word or two with you, Sir Marston," he answered in a low voice. "There's something, sir, 'at I feel I ought to say. Not 'at I want to make any mischief, you know, Sir Marston." "You've something you want to tell me between ourselves?" said Marston. "That's it, sir," responded Garrett eagerly. "That's it, Sir Marston. Between you and me, sir." "All right, Garrett," replied Marston. "What is it?" The old man straightened his back against the fence by which they were standing and looked thoughtfully across the moors. "Sir Marston," he said in a low voice, "you know I've been one of your late uncle's rangers on t' moors for many a long year, 40 year at least. I've been great cutting up by his death. I've felt it terrible. And now, sir, I'll tell you something. I don't, as I said, want to make mischief amongst the folk we all have to bide wi', but there's things 'at has to come out, whether one will or no. I was up t' inquest yesterday morning, and I listened, and naught came out 'at I thought might come out. And if the Crowner hadn't adjourned it for a fortnight, I might ha' come forward, but as he did, and there's time, I concluded to wait till I'd had t' opportunity of saying a word to you, sir." "You know something?" asked Marston. "I know something. That is, sir, it may be something, and it may not," declared Garrett. "It's none for me to say, nor to decide, but it's this here. Sir Cheval, poor gentleman, were going to wed yon French lass at the parson's, weren't he? And afore long—" "Well?" said Marston. "Well, sir," continued Garrett, instinctively lowering his voice, "I can tell you this. Yon there young woman, in my opinion, has been playing what folks like us calls a double game." "Why? What do you know?" demanded Marston. "This," said Garrett. "For some time past, and right up to 2 or 3 nights ago, she's been meeting a certain somebody on t' moors, late at night, at the time when all honest folk 'at's no call to be out is in their beds." Marston was sure of the next answer before he put the question to produce it. "Whom has she been meeting, Garrett?" The old man advanced his weather-beaten face nearer to his young master's. "Lawyer Birch," he answered. "Lawyer Birch." Marston gave Garrett a steady look. "You're certain of that?" he asked. "You know it yourself? It's not mere hearsay?" Garrett made a gesture eloquent of derision. "Hearsay!" he exclaimed frankly. "I reckon not o' hearsay, sir. It's what I've seen with my own eyes." "What have you seen, exactly?" asked Marston. Garrett raised a hand and pointed across the moors. "You know yon far spinney on t' moor side, t'other side o' your house?" he answered. "Well, sir, your poor uncle concluded to see if we couldn't do a bit with some partridges this year, and we've had some coops o' young uns in that spinney of late, and I've been watching 'em all by myself o' nights. And while I've been occupied in that way, I've seen Birch and t' foreigneering young woman meet there, outside the spinney, many a time, late at night."
"What time of night?" inquired Marston. "All times, from 10:30 to midnight, since the weather grew warm," replied Garrett. "I've watched 'em many a time, and they hadn't slightest notion 'at there were anybody but theirselves about. I used to see 'em come up to Moorside, through the direction o' the village here, and she used to come up through the vicarage. You know, Sir Marston, it lies just down the valley, not so far away from Swale Spinney. Of course, I soon saw how it was. She got out of the vicarage when all the rest were asleep, and come up here to meet her sweetheart, on the quiet. And I tell you that there's been going on for some time, reg'lar." "When did you see them last?" asked Marston. Garrett shook his head. "Aye," he said significantly, "when did I see 'em last? It were Monday night, just a bit after 11, going into Black Scar direction. The very night my poor old master were done to death." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Exterior to the Evidence by J.S. Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Solicitor's Theory. Marston's mind was still occupied with the information volunteered by the old moor ranger when he walked into the club at Hallowthwaite. Birch looked up from his plate as the young baronet came across the dining room toward the table at which Sindall and Weathershaw sat, and their eyes met. Marston made the slightest inclination of his head, but Birch's glance was coolness itself. The calm nod which he threw across the room was almost insolent in its nonchalance. More than one club member, lunching close by, saw this passage and drew conclusions from it. The connection between the Stanbury family and their old legal adviser was over. Marston marched straight up to Sindall and his guest, dropped into an empty chair at their table, and bent toward Sindall. "I followed you in on purpose," he whispered. "I've just heard something very serious. Let's go to your office, and I'll tell you all about it. We can't talk here." "Your lunch?" suggested Sindall. "Hadn't you better have some?" "Come along," Marston said impatiently. "What I've got to tell you won't keep. We shall be alone at your office, shan't we?" "Soundproof," answered Sindall, rising from his chair. "We'll go there at once." Sindall's offices were in a building just across the street from the club. He took his companions straight to his private room and significantly pointed to its double door. "Quiet as a family vault," he remarked as he took cigars and cigarettes from his mantelpiece and offered them to his visitors. "You can speak with all security here, Sir Marston. What's this you've got to tell?" Marston plunged at once into the story of his interview with Garrett, repeating word for word what the old man had told him. He looked from one to the other of his listeners as he went on. Sindall was taking it all in with eagerness and even excitement. Weathershaw, quietly smoking a cigar, was as expressionless and unemotional as ever. "I say," exclaimed Sindall at the end of Marston's story, "isn't all this in accordance with what I told you? Of course, it's evident that Mamselle is, well, a pretty good specimen of duplicity, eh? Carrying on with Birch after her engagement to Sir Cheval, and Birch carrying on with his client's fiancée right under Sir Cheval's nose. I wish that old fellow had come forward yesterday morning. What do you say to all this, Weathershaw?" "The mere fact that a man and a woman meet on a moor at midnight is not so very exceptional, you know," replied Weathershaw. "Before I began to attach much importance to it, I should want to know several things." "What, for instance?" demanded Sindall. "Oh, well," answered Weathershaw, with one of his ingenuous smiles. "For one thing, something about Mademoiselle de Collange's antecedents. For another, something about Mr. Birch's character." "Look here," exclaimed Sindall suddenly, "just put the matter to yourself, Weathershaw, as I've been putting it to myself. Birch and Mamselle have been meeting on the sly for some time past. Now then, let's begin with Monday evening. Even if we have to suppose something here and there, we're already assured of some absolute facts. About 6 o'clock on Monday evening, Sir Cheval Stanbury calls on Birch, who has a will ready for him to sign, by which Mademoiselle de Collange benefits to the tune of £100,000. Sir Cheval duly executes the will, and at his own wish takes it into possession and carries it away with him. He then invites Birch to dine with him at the club. Birch accepts the invitation. They dine together. Later, Sir Cheval sits down to whist with his usual friends. Birch sees him thus engaged when he himself leaves the club at 10 o'clock. Birch goes, and according to Garrett, a dependable witness, he meets Mademoiselle de Collage at 11 at Swale's Spinney in Lithersdale, and they go across the moors in the direction of Black Scar. Now, doesn't it look as if they must have been somewhere about Black Scar at midnight when several other people certainly were, interrupted Weathershaw, to wit, Mrs. Stanbury, Mr. Etherton, and Mr. Bradwell Pike. Said Sindel. I wonder if the last-named gentleman did tell all he knew. But anyway, let me conclude. I confess that I get onto theory now, and very ugly theory. What's the position? Birch, we must conclude, is in love with Mamselle, and she with him. If not, why these meetings late at night, in secret? Birch knows, too, that if this poor old gentleman were only out of the way, there's £100,000 for Mamselle. And Birch is thoroughly familiar with Sir Cheval's habits, and knows that he always makes his way homeward by the footpath across Black Scar. Now we know for a fact that Birch and Mamselle were together near Black Scar. No, not for a proved fact, interrupted Weathershaw. All that Garrett said was that they went that way. They may have turned in some direction after passing out of Garrett's sight. Well, then, I'll theorize again, continued Sindel a little impatiently. Nasty as it is, it suggests itself. Birch, well, resolves on murdering his client in order to get Mamselle and the money. He waits at Black Scar and does the deed and takes the will and the other papers from Sir Cheval's body. You see, he has a pretty good notion that suspicion will be directed toward another person, Mrs. Stanbury, who by getting hold of the will and destroying it would save £100,000 which the estate would have to pay. And this reward which Birch has offered is all bluff. Weathershaw held up a finger. You're seriously charging Birch with this murder? He asked. Sindel considered matters for a few moments. It's a terrible charge to bring against any man, not to mention a fellow practitioner, he muttered at last. But upon my honor, Weathershaw, consider what Birch stood to gain by the old man's death, things being as they are. Why should he trouble to steal the will? Asked Weathershaw. Part of the game, exclaimed Sindel, to make people believe the murder was committed for the possession of the will. If my theory's correct, Birch has the will, and it'll be discovered in due course. Are you making the young Frenchwoman an accomplice? Inquired the agent. Upon my honor, I don't know what to think of that, said Sindel. It seems too dreadful. Yet, one's known women do some terrible things, and there's no doubt she's been deceiving Sir Cheval. What of her antecedents? Has she been here in the neighborhood long? Asked Weathershaw. 2 years, replied Sindel. I believe the vicar and his wife consider her a perfect pearl. Of course, I know how easily she could deceive them. I know every inch of Lithersdale vicarage. My father was vicar of the parish before Barwick came. It's a queer old rambling place, and anyone who wanted to do so could easily get out and in at night without attracting attention. But as to Mamselle's antecedents, well, I don't know anything. I suppose she was engaged in just the usual way. I know something, though, remarked Marston. I remember hearing Mrs. Barwick say to my mother that Mademoiselle de Collage had come to them on the recommendation of Mrs. Birch, this Birch's mother. Ah, exclaimed Sindel. Then Birch evidently knew her before she came. Now look here, there isn't the slightest doubt there's more in all this than we're aware of. Weathershaw, I don't want to interfere, but honestly, don't you think you ought to concentrate on Birch? Weathershaw smoked silently for a while before answering. At last he looked frankly and steadily at his questioner. If you've no objection, he answered, I prefer to do things entirely in my own way. In fact, it was on that understanding that I took this job. I have a notion now, and I'd like to follow it up. Of course, if you— Let Mr. Weathershaw do just as he pleases, interrupted Marston. That's what my mother and I wish. Thank you, said Weathershaw. You'll find it best, he went on, turning to Sindel. Just let me go my own way. And now, he went on, I want to use your telephone. I must have help, and there's a man of mine in Manchester whom I must get over tonight. Sindel came back to Marston when he had taken Weathershaw out to the telephone box, and for a while stood silently smoking. I've every confidence in Weathershaw, he remarked suddenly, but, by George, I do feel that the circumstantial evidence against Birch is— Well, pretty strong. It's arguing an awful lot of villainy on his part, said Marston reflectively. I can scarcely believe— Well, but, interrupted Sindal almost with eagerness, you see how he was deceiving Sir Cheval. It argues a good deal when a man'll do what he was doing to his own client. Marston made a gesture indicative of utter bewilderment. That fellow Pike, he exclaimed suddenly, do you think he told the whole truth? About certain things, evidently, yes, replied Sindal. But as to whether he told all he knew, that's another matter. Now supposing Pike saw Birch up there that night, with or without Mamselle, what easier than for him to come to some arrangement with Birch about it? He might have been paid to give the evidence he gave yesterday. Just then one of Sindal's clerks opened the door of his employer's room and looked in. Message from Mr. Birch, sir, he said. Mr. Birch wishes to know if Sir Marston Stanbury is here, and if so, his compliments. And would Sir Marston be kind enough to join him at the club for a few minutes? Mr. Birch has something important to tell him. Sindal and Marston exchanged glances, and the solicitor turned to his clerk. Who brought that message? He asked. One of the club porters, sir, waiting outside. I'd better go, remarked Marston. Perhaps, agreed Sindal. All right, tell the porter to say Sir Marston will be over presently. What can he have to say? I'll come back and tell you, answered Marston. Sindal stood staring into vacancy and endeavoring to explain certain things to himself until Weathershaw came back from the telephone. Here's a new move, exclaimed Sindal. Birch has just sent for young Marston. Yes, said Weathershaw. That doesn't seem to surprise you, remarked Sindal. I'm not surprised at that. Hasn't Birch been their solicitor for years? Well, he probably wants to say something relative to family affairs. I say, Weathershaw went on, turning away to his concerns, I've just been talking to my man in Manchester, and he's coming here this evening. Made up as a workman, looking for a job. Now, is there a cheap temperance hotel in this place where such a man could be put up? You know what I mean? Plenty, answered Sindal. The Victoria near the station would suit him. Disguise, eh? What's he going to do? What I, unfortunately, can't do, replied Weathershaw. Mix with the working folk, here and at Lithersdale, especially there. He's a regular ferret at picking up odds and ends of information. You are on a trail, you know, exclaimed the solicitor suddenly, with a shrewd glance at his companion. You know you are. Of course I am, laughed Weathershaw. Well, I've nothing to do till my man comes, and as I suppose you're busy, I'll take a look round the town. Stop here a bit, till Sir Marston returns, said Sindal. He promised to come back and to tell me what Birch wanted with him. I should say you'll find it's merely some family matter, remarked Weathershaw. I don't suppose that Birch will discuss anything else with him. Half an hour went by in silence, then Marston hurriedly entered the room. He was obviously excited, but his voice was steady as he came forward and spoke. One matter settled, he said quickly. My uncle's will is found. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Exterior to the Evidence by J.S. Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Locker. Marston had gone over to the club unwillingly enough. He had no mind to meet Birch, much less to have any dealings with him, and it was with a sullen face and averted looks that he climbed up the stairs toward the first floor of the club, where he expected to find Birch in the smoking room. But Birch was waiting for him at the open door of a room which the secretary used as an office. He motioned Marston to come to him, pushing open the door still wider. Will you come in here, Sir Marston? He asked in quiet, business-like tones. What do you want? Growled Marston, and he half paused on the threshold, seeing another man in the room. What is it? I believe you know Mr. Mallinson, said Birch. The man turned, and Marston recognized a local manufacturer whom he knew as a member of the club. He smiled knowingly as he glanced at Marston. Me and Sir Marston knows each other well enough. By sight, at any rate, he said. Happen we shall get to know each other a bit better. Marston made no answer and turned to Birch. What do you want? He asked for the second time. Birch closed the door and pointed at Mallinson. Mr. Mallinson has been away from home since early on Tuesday morning, he said. He's only just returned, and he came to me just now in the smoking room with some news which I think you ought to hear at once. "Well?" said Marston. "Tell him," continued Birch, turning to the manufacturer. Mallinson, who was smoking a cigar, took it out of his lips, and perching himself on the edge of the table, spoke almost carelessly. "Nay," he said, "it's just a notion I have, you know, Sir Marston, and there may be something in it, and again there mayn't. As Birch here says, I've been away on business since 7 o'clock Tuesday morning, and I didn't come home till 2 hours ago. Of course, I heard the news about Sir Cheval on Tuesday, and I saw the accounts of the inquest in the papers, and it struck me that I might be able to give a bit of information. You see, I was here in the club most of Monday night, had my dinner here, and stopped till late." He paused and looked out of his eye corners at Marston. "Here till late, past 11, continued Mallinson. "Now, as it was brought out at the inquest, Sir Cheval was playing whist in the card-room most of the evening. I was in there, too, playing bridge, so of course I saw him all the time. But getting on to 10:30, I was in the members' dressing-room. Sir Cheval came in there. Now, you both know, of course, that there's a lot of lockers in that room, where members keep bits of things, brushes and combs, towels and such like. Sir Cheval had one, and when I went into the room he was just turning the key in the lock." Again he paused, as if expecting some question or remark from Marston, but Marston remained silent, watching him. "And it struck me," continued Mallinson, "when I read about this missing will and so on in the newspapers, that it might be that Sir Cheval had popped those papers in his locker till he came into town next morning. And so I just suggested it to Birch here, and of course, as I say, there may be something in it, and there may be naught at all." "The locker must be examined," said Birch. "I hadn't even thought of it." Marston put his hand in his pocket. He had his uncle's bunch of keys there. He had carried them ever since they had been handed to him by the police. "We'll examine it now," he said. "I suppose the key is in this bunch." The two men followed him into the dressing-room, empty at that moment. Birch immediately pointed to the locker, one of a series of small compartments. With a little trouble, Marston found the key and opened the door. The 3 pairs of eyes peered eagerly within. There was not much to see. On one shelf, brushes, combs, a couple of neatly folded towels. On the other, a book or two or 3 briar pipes. But on the lid of the cigar box lay an oblong envelope, at the sight of which Birch uttered a sharp exclamation and involuntarily stretched out his right hand. "By George, you're right, Mallinson," he said. "My envelope." But Marston's hand was there before Birch's, and he quietly seized the envelope, and holding it firmly, closed and locked the little door, and turned to the light. He drew out a double sheet of paper and turned to Birch. "This is the will you made the other day for Sir Cheval?" he asked. "Oh, that's it!" exclaimed Birch. "That's it, without a doubt. Of course that's it. Gad, what a lucky thing you thought of it, Mallinson. Well, that's a relief." The manufacturer stood a little apart, chewing the end of his cigar. He was watching Marston, who, holding the will firmly in both hands, was hurriedly running his eyes over its contents. "Better let me lock it up in my safe now," said Birch suddenly. Marston turned and looked at Birch. It was a sharp glance, but it made Mallinson smile. "I see that I'm the sole executor of this," remarked Marston dryly. He folded up the will, returned it to the envelope, and slipped the envelope into his pocket. "Good day, Mr. Mallinson," he said suddenly. "I'm very much obliged to you." Then without another word he marched out and ran down the stairs into the street. Mallinson glanced at Birch. He said thoughtfully. "Gave you one in the eye there, my lad. What's the matter?" Birch, who had flushed angrily under Marston's deliberate snub, gave the manufacturer a sinister glance. "Never mind," he muttered as they walked out of the dressing-room. "You're witness that the will's found, and that he's taken possession of it." "Oh," agreed Mallinson. "That's all right. Of course that is. But I say, my lad, what about this reward you offered for its recovery? Strikes me you'd ought to be writing me a check for that 5,000. 'Cause you know, Birch, you put forward that reward in the little Frenchwoman's interest. Isn't that so?" Birch turned and looked Mallinson squarely in the eyes. He suddenly realized that his companion was in earnest. "You want to hold me to that?" he demanded. "A well-to-do man like you?" "Why now, then, come, my lad," retorted the manufacturer, who still retained the broad speech of his origin. "An offer's an offer, and well-to-doins can always do a bit more." "Come and have a drink, and we'll talk about it," replied Birch. He was inwardly raging at the thought that Marston had carried the will away, to Sindall's, of course. Nevertheless, nothing could upset it. "It's a deuced lucky thing that you thought of this," he said as he and Mallinson sat down. "It'll simplify a lot of things." "Aye, but it doesn't explain how the old fellow came to his end," remarked the manufacturer, with a significant shake of his head. Marston, meanwhile, had hurried back to Sindell's office. He laid the envelope and its contents on the solicitor's desk as he made his announcement. "It's in there," he added. "All safe. I've glanced it over." For the first time since his arrival, Weathershaw showed some signs of excitement. He sprang to his feet, gazing with eagerness as Sindell drew the will from its cover. The solicitor's practiced eye had run through the document within a minute. "Yes, that's all correct," he said, glancing at Marston. "Good Lord! Where was it found? And who found it? Not Birch." Marston told the story in a few brief sentences, and when he had finished, Weathershaw was first to speak. "No other papers with it?" he asked. "Not those papers which Mr. Etherton gave to Sir Cheval?" "No," replied Marston. "There was nothing whatever but that." Weathershaw dropped back into his chair. Had Marston been watching him, he would have seen a sudden gleam of something significant flash into his eyes for a second. But Marston was watching Sindell, who was staring, not at the will, but at a blank space in the wall opposite his desk. Suddenly his face cleared, and he thumped the desk with his clenched fist. "I don't believe a word of it!" he exclaimed. Weathershaw looked round, inspected Sindell's face, and said nothing. But Marston started. "Don't believe a word of what?" he demanded. Sindell's fist again descended on the desk. "Don't believe that Sir Cheval ever put that will in his locker," he answered with emphasis. "It's been put there by the original thief since. It's a damned plant." Marston's face reddened. Anything that suggested fresh villainy and deceit angered him. He felt as if each succeeding day brought fresh trouble. "Look here," continued the solicitor, twisting in his chair and confronting his two companions. "Who on earth's going to believe that Sir Cheval put that will in that locker? Rot! If he did leave it there for safety for a night, why didn't he leave the other papers with it? I tell you, it's a damned plant." He thumped the desk again in the fullness of his conviction, and once more broke into half-excited speech. "Lockers!" he exclaimed derisively. "I know those lockers. Haven't I one of my own? Simple affair. I'll lay anything one key'll open the whole lot. Who opened this of Sir Cheval's? You, with the key on his bunch? Let's look at it, and compare it with mine. There you are," he went on triumphantly, as he produced a small key and laid it by the side of the one which Marston took from his pocket. "As I tell you, they are alike. Somebody's put that will in Sir Cheval's locker since Monday night, and that somebody is a member of the Halathwaite Club." "And presumably a murderer," said Weathershaw softly. "Don't forget that." "I'm forgetting nothing," said Sindell. "That little fact goes without saying. A murderer, of course, and a club member." "How many members are there at that club?" inquired Weathershaw. "About 300, answered Sindell. "And they're what, chiefly?" "Well-to-do merchants, manufacturers, professional men, country gentlemen, all men of some standing." Weathershaw seemed to reflect on this information. "I suppose it would be a very easy thing for anybody who had become possessed of that will to place it in the locker?" he asked at last. "Easy as winking," affirmed Sindell. "Do you suppose anybody who happens to be in that dressing-room watches anybody else, particularly? And there are often times, of course, when there's no one in the room, not even the attendant boy." "What are you going to do?" asked Marston abruptly. Sindell picked up the will. He glanced at Weathershaw. "As to finding out who put this in Sir Cheval's locker," he said, "that's your job, Weathershaw. As to the will itself, Sir Marston, you'd better let me lock it up in my safe there. I see you're appointed sole executor. In due course, you'll have to prove the will and administer the estate." "And pay that legacy of £100,000?" demanded Marston naively. "Will that have to be done?" I think we'll talk about that a little later," answered Sindell dryly. "If we were to find out, I'm only saying if, mind you, that the beneficiary had anything to do with Sir Cheval's, well, let's be plain and say murder, then I think we should have something to say on the point. Weathershaw," he went on, when he had put the will away in an inner drawer of a big safe, "how does this news affect you? Your plans, I mean." Weathershaw, who had been studying the pattern of the carpet for some time, looked at Marston. "I was just going to say," he said, "that I don't think I'll sleep at your house tonight, Sir Marston, if you'll excuse me. I've a man coming along from Manchester early this evening. I want to meet him and have a long talk with him, and after that we shall have something to do that'll be better done if I stay the night in Halathwaite." "Just as you please, of course," answered Marston. "But if you should change your mind, your room's always ready, you know, and we shall be glad to see you up there, and all that." Sindell turned on the detective again. "Aren't you going to say anything on what you've just heard?" he asked. "Not at present," replied Weathershaw. "Well," said Sindell, "you must follow your own line, of course. But we shall have to let the police know that this will's been found. I think we'd better step round to them, Sir Marston, and—" He broke off suddenly, and with a sharp exclamation, pointed through the window into the street below. "What's afoot now?" he said. "Look there, that chap Pike, going into Birch's office." End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Exterior to the Evidence by J.S. Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Blackmail Bargain. If Marston Stanbury, on leaving Lucas Etherton that morning, had not been so much absorbed in his reflections on recent events, he would have seen Bradwell Pike coming down the path with his accustomed soft, cat-like tread. But he never saw Pike. Pike, however, saw him, and saw and heard Garrett hail him. And when Marston turned and went across to speak to the old moor ranger, Pike, full of insatiable curiosity, determined to hear what the conversation was about. Accordingly, he slipped off his shoes, dodged through the towering gorse bushes, got close to where Marston and Garrett stood by the fence of the garden, and heard every word that passed between them. While the old man and his new master talked, all unaware that a listener was close at hand, Pike's scheming mind was hard at work. He had been wondering all that morning how he could make something out of such knowledge as he possessed of the Black Scar affair. Here, by the greatest good luck, was a new chance for him. Clearly, on old Garrett's showing, there was a fine case against Birch and the Frenchwoman. It was up to him to profit by it. And when Marston left the moor ranger, Pike carefully stole away to his lodgings and sat down to think as he had never thought in his life. "The thing to do," muttered Pike as he reached for the local timetable, "is to do things at once." There was no train into Howlethwaite until nearly 3 o'clock. While he waited for it, he went carefully over the line he meant to follow when he got to town. And a little after 3, he boldly walked into the clerk's office at Birch & Sons and demanded to see Mr. Hallworth Birch. Birch, who knew little more of Pike than that he had given certain evidence at the inquest, glanced coldly at his visitor. Nothing but curiosity as to Pike's presence had induced him to grant the clerk an interview. But Pike was one of those persons on whom coldness is lost. He took a chair close by the solicitor's desk and nodded at him with a familiarity which made Birch frown. "Afternoon, Mr. Birch," began Pike, laying his hat on the floor at his side and folding his long bony fingers over his knees. "You know me, sir. I've a bit of business that I want to discuss with you. All safe here, I suppose, Mr. Birch?" he went on, glancing at the door of the private office in which they sat. "What do you want?" demanded Birch. Pike suddenly rose from his seat and, tiptoeing to the door, quietly opened it. When he had satisfied himself that it was tight-fitting, he came back to his chair, resumed his former attitude, and grinned widely at Birch, who frowned more than before. "Can't have too much privacy about these little matters, Mr. Birch," observed Pike with another familiar nod. "There's that in what I want to say to you that it wouldn't do for anybody to hear, sir." "Well," said Birch icily, "what is it?" "Of course," remarked Pike ruminatively, "I might have gone to the police. They'd give a good deal to know what I know. So would Mr. Sindall over the way. So would young Marston. But, on reflection, I thought it best to come to you. Of course, between you and me, Mr. Birch, it doesn't matter twopence to me that Sir Sheville Stanbury's dead. Not it." "What have you come here about?" asked Birch. He looked narrowly at his visitor and recognized the odd brilliancy of Pike's green eyes. "You've been drinking," he said suddenly. Pike's thin lips curved in a contemptuous smile. "Strict teetotaler, sir," he retorted. "No. I came here, Mr. Birch, to tell you that I know something that you wouldn't have anybody to know for all you're worth. That's all." Birch suddenly leaned forward in his chair, staring at Pike. A vertical line showed itself on his forehead, and his eyes fixed themselves on Pike's with a concentrated gaze. He did not speak, and Pike, noting the effect of his last words, continued. "You heard my evidence at the inquest?" he said, lowering his tone to one of confidence. "Aye, well, some men don't tell all they know, Mr. Birch." Still Birch made no answer, and Pike bent closer. "About you," he went on, "and the little Frenchwoman, eh, Mr. Birch?" Pike's watchful eyes saw that this shaft had gone right home. Birch started and paled in spite of himself, and the pallor remained. "Speak plainly," said Birch. Pike grinned widely and rubbed his long fingers together. "That's the ticket," he answered almost gleefully. Ah, I like a man who faces things as they are. All right, Mr. Birch. All between you and myself, sir. Well, I could have told a good deal more. You'll remember they asked me if I saw anybody up there at Black Scar besides Etherton and Mrs. Stanbury. I said no, I didn't. But of course I did. You and Mamselle. Birch, up to that moment keeping his eyes fixed on his caller, winced a little, shifted his gaze a little, looking to right and left, almost as a trapped animal might look. But Pike's intent eyes remained where they were, on Birch. You'd also heard me say that I've been about those moors a good deal of late, at nights, he went on. Just so. Well, if you want the plain truth, I've often seen you and Mamselle meet, at Swale's Spinney. About 11, as a rule. You'd come up from the Valley Road. She'd come up from the direction of the vicarage. Lovers' meetings, eh, Mr. Birch? Well, I've full sympathy with you. But wasn't it a pity you should be so near Black Scar on that night of all nights, Monday night, and at about that time? Time of the murder? You see, there are those who'd say at once, if I let all this out, that the murderer was you. Birch, his hands lying limply on the arms of his elbow chair, was gazing fixedly at the rug beneath his feet. He lifted his face at last, and Pike saw that it was paler than ever. You've kept this to yourself so far, he said in a dry, husky voice. You haven't mentioned it to a soul? No fear, answered Pike with a knowing look. Not such a fool. It would be a bad job for you if I did. You know what they'd say, that you put an end to the old chap, so that you could get the girl and her nice little legacy. And I'm not asking you if you did or not. Doesn't matter 2 pins to me. All I'm telling you is what I know about you and her. It needn't go farther, you know, Mr. Birch. To tell you the truth, I laid it on thick about Etherton and Mrs. Stanbury, in order to divert suspicion from you. You ought to remember that when we come to— Eh? To what? Asked Birch. When we come to settle up, replied Pike with cheerful promptness. It's all a question of how much, see? Birch made no answer, and Pike let him think for a while. But when he considered the silence to have lasted long enough, he went on again. That will's sure to turn up, he said. In fact, of course, you've got it yourself, no doubt. And when things are quieted down, you'll marry Mamselle and her 100,000, and all will be right. So you can afford to be generous with me. Birch looked up again. Some of the color had come back to his face, and he spoke more easily. You're wrong, he said. I haven't got the will. It was found this afternoon. Marston Stanbury's got it. It was found in Sir Chevel's locker at the club, where he'd evidently put it on Monday night. You're wrong, I say. It was his turn to watch Pike now, and he watched carefully. But Pike was far quicker of thought than Birch, and his queer face and sly eyes showed no change. Am I? He said. Not much, Mr. Birch. That doesn't make any difference to 2 pertinent little facts. 1, that you and Mamselle were about Black Scar at midnight Monday. 2, that nothing can upset the legacy to her which is in that will. Except, of course, one thing, he added with a deeply significant look. What? Demanded Birch. Oh, well, I don't suppose she'd get her money if it was proved that she'd a hand in the old fellow's murder, answered Pike, with well-assumed carelessness. Look here, let's be businesslike. You square me, and away I go. Etherton sacked me, you know. Well, I'm off to America. I've saved a bit since I was a lad, and I'm going to draw it, when I've settled with you, and then I'm off, this very night, without even going back to my lodgings. I shall get Saturday's boat at Liverpool, and after that, silence. Come on, Mr. Birch, how much? If Birch had known how very eager Pike was to settle, he would have felt more comfortable about Pike's actual knowledge. Pike knew the virtue of immediate settlement. Before morning, Garrett might have been brought to the police by young Marston. He must get out of Birch all that he could, as quickly as possible. But Birch knew nothing. He was thunderstruck to hear that Pike was familiar with his recent doings. He knew the predicament in which the information from Pike to the police would place him. And there was Mademoiselle de Collange's legacy to be considered and guarded. Clearly, he had to buy Pike's silence. They began to bargain. But Pike was as adamant about the sum to be paid. He would have £5,000. He reminded Birch that he could get that eventually by going to the police or to Sindal and telling all he knew. He pooh-poohed Birch's suggestion that more proof would have to be got. There was proof in plenty, declared Pike, in what he could tell, and he could easily invent most plausible and excellent reasons as to why he had not told the full truth at the inquest. And at last they settled. 1,000 in cash there and then, 2,000 to be mailed to Pike's order in New York in a month's time, the balance 3 months later. so Birch drew out his checkbook. "No check to me," said Pike, glancing at his watch. "Make it out to yourself and give me the money in notes, 50s. You've plenty of time to go to the bank. It wants 3:45 yet." At 5 minutes to 4, Pike walked out of Birch's office with £1,000 of Birch's money in his pocket. 3 minutes later he was in the bank where he kept his own money. He drew most of that out, remarking to the clerk who attended to him that he was going to buy a bit of property and wanted to pay for it in cash. And these financial transactions concluded, he went away up Hallthwaite High Street and turned into the office of a shipping agent. It was a highly unfortunate thing for Pike that someone who felt rather more than an ordinary interest in him just then chanced to see him enter that office. 2 or 3 local detectives had been present at the inquest on Sir Sheville Stanbury, and one of them, a man named Murgatroyd, had been much struck by what the juryman said so bluntly about Pike. He happened to be on the other side of the street when Pike repaired to the shipping agent, and his detective instincts at once asserted themselves. That was a place where people booked passages across seas. Was Pike intending to put blue water between himself and England? If so, why? Murgatroyd, after hanging about for half an hour until Pike reappeared and went away, strolled quietly into the office and leaned confidentially over its counter, with a wink at the man behind it, who knew the detective well enough. "You know that chap who was in here just now?" he said in a business-like whisper. "Of course," answered the shipping agent. "Pike. Used to be at Etherton's." "And I dare say you know that he was a highly important witness at that inquest on old Sir Sheville Stanbury yesterday?" continued Murgatroyd. "So I saw from the papers," admitted the other. "In consequence of which," said Murgatroyd, "I'm keeping an eye upon his movements. Now then, between ourselves, what was he after in here?" The shipping agent looked his inquirer in the face with a knowing eye. "Strictly between ourselves?" he asked, letting the knowing eye relax into a wink. "You've hit it," answered Murgatroyd. "That's it. Strictly private." "Well, if you must know," said the shipping agent, "he came in to make inquiries about what boats are sailing from Liverpool on Saturday for New York." "Aye," remarked Murgatroyd, "and what else?" "I wouldn't tell anybody but you know," answered the man. "I'm breaking office rules. He booked his passage and paid for it. So I reckon he's off." "By one of these Saturday boats?" asked Murgatroyd. "Sailing about noon Saturday," said the agent. "Between you and me, I gathered he was off to Liverpool tonight. Bit of a mistake on his part ever to come here, if you're wanting him." Murgatroyd went away and walked down the street in the direction which Pike had taken, arguing that if Pike was about to depart for Liverpool that evening, he would wish for some sustenance before going. He looked in at 1 or 2 popular restaurants, and ere long ran his man to earth. He also noted that Pike was consuming a grilled steak. So, argued Murgatroyd, he was safe for a quarter of an hour, and he went away to the adjacent police headquarters. When Pike walked out of the restaurant in high good spirits, he ran straight into Murgatroyd and another man at the door. Murgatroyd tapped his arm. "A word with you, Mr. Pike," he said politely. "Just come this way for a few minutes." End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Exterior to the Evidence by J.S. Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Invited within. Had Pike known how a curious combination of events was working against him that afternoon, he would have taken good care to avoid the shipping agent's office and the restaurant into which he afterward turned, and have gone hot-foot out of Hallthwaite by the most secret methods possible. But he knew nothing, and he was fatuously certain of his own schemes, and had no idea that he himself might come to be an object of suspicion. Nevertheless, fate had been working against him in the background. That day Etherton had gone home late for lunch, and when it was over had dawdled in his garden talking to Letty. He was smoking a cigar under the shade of a favorite yew tree when Calvert, the police inspector, rode up to the gate on his bicycle and came across the lawn. Etherton made a dry remark to his daughter as Calvert drew near, and turned it into a humorous one as he pointed his visitor into a chair and offered him a cigar. "Still searching for the needle in the bottle of hay, Inspector?" he said. "Pretty stiff job, isn't it?" "We've got to do something, you know, Mr. Etherton," answered Calvert. "Can't sit with our hands folded waiting till the truth comes along. I called on you to have a bit of a talk about that clerk of yours, Pike." "Late clerk," corrected Etherton. "Late clerk," assented Calvert. "To be sure, you bundled him out. I've been thinking a good deal about him since yesterday. What that juryman said struck me. Now, you had Pike in your employ a long time. What sort is he, really?" "Good servant and a bad fellow," answered Etherton laconically. "Yet you kept him several years?" said Calvert. "I didn't realize his badness till just now," replied Etherton. "I always thought he was sly, shifty, and so on, but I didn't think him capable of what he did 2 or 3 days ago." "Do you think he told the truth in that evidence of his?" asked Calvert. "If you want my deliberate opinion," said Etherton slowly, "I should say that Pike told the absolute truth to a certain point. He was quite truthful, for instance, about me and Mrs. Stanbury. He may have been telling the truth about the cry that he said he heard, though I never heard any cry during the time I was in the neighborhood of Black Scar. But I'm quite certain that he told the truth in this instance because it suited his purpose, which was revenge. And the probability is that Pike, if he'd chosen to do so, could have told a lot more." "I wonder what?" exclaimed Calvert. "So do I," asserted Etherton with a laugh. "We should know all about it, then." Calvert kept his eyes on the lawn at his feet for a while. When he looked up again, it was to give the mill owner an inquiring glance. "Got any theory of your own about this affair, Mr. Etherton?" he asked. "Just between you and me, you know." "Frankly, I haven't," answered Etherton. "I can see a lot of plausible theories. Mrs. Stanbury might have flung the poor gentleman over the edge of the path in a passion, but I'm very sure she didn't. He might have been assaulted and murdered for the sake of what he had on him, but nothing was taken. Then there's another thing struck me, and it may have struck you. There was bad blood between Sir Cheval and one of his tenants, Jim Trippitt, across the moor there, some time ago, and Trippitt made some threats. But Trippitt, I fancy, emigrated, so there's nothing in that." "Trippitt went to America months ago," said Calvert. "I thought of that. I had to warn him. But of course, as you say, he's gone, long since." Etherton threw the end of his cigar away and thrust his hands into his pockets. He turned to his visitor with a sagacious smile. "Do you know what I think the real, crucial point in all the evidence we've heard about this affair?" he remarked. "I don't know whether it struck you, but it struck me tremendously." "What do you refer to?" asked Calvert. "Those marks on Sir Cheval's arms," answered Etherton. "I listened very carefully to the medical evidence on that matter, and I've spoken to Marchmont about it since. Now, what does it really prove?" "Can't say that I've gone into it far enough to say," said Calvert. "What do you think it proves?" "It proves that Sir Cheval was held," declared Etherton. "He was not merely seized and flung over those rocks. He was held in a firm, steady grip for an appreciable time. It may have been 1 minute, it may have been 2. But why was he so held? Now, do you want my opinion?" "Nothing I'd like so much," exclaimed Calvert. "Well, then," said Etherton, "I believe there were 2 people in at the job. One held him firmly from behind, while the other went through his coat pockets in front. That's the probable truth." "Object?" suggested Calvert. "That will," answered Etherton, "though why and how anybody could know that he had it on him, except Birch, his solicitor, I can't think. But I'll lay anything that the object of the assault and murder, if it was murder, was the gaining possession of that will." Calvert shook his head. "There's nobody could benefit by the destruction of the will but Mrs. Stanbury and her son, you know," he said. "You don't know with what object the will was stolen," declared Etherton. "There's an element of mystery in this case that'll take some clearing." "I know that well enough," asserted Calvert. "But what beats me as regards the will business is this. As you said, just now, nobody but Mr. Birch knew that Sir Cheval had that will in his pocket." "How do you know that?" asked Etherton with a sharp glance. "How does anyone, Birch or anyone else, know that? How do you know that Sir Cheval hadn't mentioned to someone or other that he was going to sign his will? He did, as a matter of fact. He told the vicar. He may have told others. That will is at the bottom of things. Why, heaven knows." It's all queer," said Calvert. "Pity we couldn't have seen finger marks on Sir Cheval's coat sleeves. Whoever it was that gripped him must have had peculiarly strong muscles. Judging by what the doctor said, peculiarly strong." For the life of her, Letty could not repress an exclamation that suddenly came to her lips. Her father and the inspector turned to her, surprised enquiry in their eyes. "What is it, my lass?" asked Etherton. "Something struck you?" "Something, yes, but I don't think I ought to say it," answered Letty. "It was something I suddenly remembered." "If it's anything to do with this affair, Miss Etherton," began Calvert. "Out with it," commanded Etherton. "No use keeping anything back." "Well," said Letty hesitatingly, "I was thinking of what extraordinarily strong fingers Bradwell Pike has, and thumbs. The other night I came across him on the roadside, mending a puncture in his bicycle. His machine has those steel-wired tires. I know very well that even the men in Wallbank's repairing shop can't put those tires back without using clamps. But Pike put his on with his thumbs and fingers as easily as could be." "She's right," said Etherton. "The fellow's got muscles and sinews like steel. I once saw him bend a piece of hand-wrought iron in my office as if it had been a bit of cardboard." All three looked at each other, and Calvert rose from his seat. "One sometimes gets a bit of illumination in a queer way," he remarked significantly. "I think we ought to find out rather more about Pike's presence near Black Scar that night." "There are lots of things you've got to find out," said Etherton. "Not only about him, either." Calvert ran away and rode into Hallethwaite and to the headquarters of the county police. He told his superintendent of the conversation he had just had with Etherton. The superintendent listened in silence, and at the end gave Calvert a significant nod. "Well," he said, "the will's come to light. It was found in Sir Chevel's locker at the club." He went on to tell Calvert the exact circumstances. "Now," he continued, "Sindow's of the firm belief that the will was planted in that locker, put there on purpose, d'ye see, Calvert, after the murder. Perhaps next day, eh?" "I see," said Calvert. "Might be so." "There's no doubt in my mind," continued the superintendent, "that Sindow in some way or other suspects Birch. But what object could Birch have in—" It was at this moment that Murgatroyd opened the door and looked in. Seeing the superintendent and inspector closeted together, he entered. "I say," he said with a significant glance from one to the other, "that chap Pike, he's about to hook it, off to America." He went on to tell the story of Pike's dealings with the shipping agent. "What's to be done?" he concluded. "Where is he?" asked the superintendent. "In Watson's restaurant, eating a steak," answered Murgatroyd. "He's safe there for a bit, but there's an express to Liverpool in half an hour." "Take Hanson with you, meet him at the door, and ask him to step round here," said the superintendent. In spite of his boasted self-command, Pike started in surprise when he encountered the two detectives. But he made a sharp recovery, and his voice was steady and his manner confident as he looked from one to the other and replied to Murgatroyd's invitation. "It'll have to be literally a few minutes, then," he said. "I've a particular appointment. What is it?" "Just a question or two about your evidence at that inquest," replied Murgatroyd. "We've got some fresh information, and you may be able to throw a bit of light on it. Come round to the office, Mr. Pike. We shall be quiet there." Pike saw no danger to himself in this, and he followed the two men along a side street to their headquarters and down a corridor to the room in which the superintendent and the inspector awaited him. "Oh, Mr. Pike?" said the superintendent in a quietly casual fashion. "Just so. Take a chair." He pointed to a seat close by his own desk, and Pike took it, still unsuspecting, though had he noticed things particularly, he would have remarked that the two men who had brought him in posted themselves between him and the one door of the room. "Heard any more about this Black Scar affair, Mr. Pike?" inquired the superintendent. "Got any further information to give?" Pike glanced at Murgatroyd and pointed a finger in his direction. "He said that you, or some of you, had got some more information," he answered, emphasizing the personal pronouns. "Aye, just so," said the superintendent. "But you haven't anything more you can tell?" Pike allowed his thin features to relax into a confidential smile. "One oughtn't to say anything at all until the inquest is resumed, I think," he said. "You'll attend at that?" asked the superintendent. "Got to, I expect," replied Pike. The superintendent glanced quietly at his three assistants and suddenly bent forward to his visitor. "A bit difficult for you to do that if you sail for New York on Saturday, won't it?" he asked. Pike started to his feet. His first glance went to the door, his second to the faces bent attentively on his. "What do you mean?" he demanded. "What's all—" Come, better sit down again," said the superintendent. "We know a bit more than you think, Mr. Pike. We've had you under observation since that inquest. You're much too valuable a witness to be allowed to slip across the Atlantic, or the Pacific either." Pike's usually pale cheeks had become still paler, and the men closely watching him saw the damp come out on his bony forehead. His eyes began to shift, and his lips worked. He was furiously angry with the anger of a trapped thing. "My business," he growled. "Nobody else's." "Won't do," said the superintendent. "Come now, no harm in answering a few plain questions. What makes you go off to America in such a hurry?" "Why shouldn't I, if I choose?" demanded Pike. "I've finished at Etherton's. Why shouldn't I go across there? This is a free country, isn't it?" "Depends," answered the superintendent laconically. "But it looks a bit queer that you should want to leave it in this fashion. Where's your luggage?" Pike made no answer. He was already cudgeling his brain for some means of escape. "Still queerer to walk off with nothing but what you stand up in," remarked the superintendent. "Now you've got to explain yourself to me. I heard that you've been to Mr. Birch's office this afternoon. Why?" "How do you know I hadn't business with him?" demanded Pike. "I don't, but you've nothing to do but give me a reasonable explanation of it, or of anything else," replied the superintendent. "Considering everything, you're acting in a suspicious fashion. You've already told me a barefaced lie in saying that you'd be at the adjourned inquest, when you know very well that if your plans worked out, you'd be across in America when it comes off. Now, I'm not satisfied. I'm far from satisfied about your evidence at the inquest. Do you know that I've power to detain you?" "Are you going to?" asked Pike. "You're not going to leave this country, no, nor this place, until I've got satisfactory answers from you," answered the superintendent. "That's flat. If you're in possession of information that you've suppressed up to now, you'd far better out with it." Pike was liable to flashes of inspiration. He had one just then, and without pausing to consider it from all sides, he suddenly turned on his interrogator. "All right," he exclaimed, "I'll tell you all about it, and then it's done with." End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Exterior to the Evidence by J.S. Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. First-hand information. Pike had been thinking at express speed during the last few minutes. It had taken him little time to realize that he was in the hands of the police and was going to get out of them only by a master stroke of diplomacy. He also realized that a scapegoat had to be found, and that it was not to be materialized in either Mrs. Stanbury or Lucas Etherton. Clearly, his best plan was to throw Birch into the arena, to be eaten to the last bone. And with him must go the little Frenchwoman. That followed as a necessary consequence. Quick of invention, he assumed an ingenious and confidential manner as he turned to his captors. "It's this way," he began. "I didn't let all I know out at that inquest, not by a long chalk. I'd reasons, which I'll explain as I go on, but I'll mention one now, as there was a woman, and a young woman, too, in the case. I've got honorable feelings, and I wanted the truth to be found out through somebody else than myself." Nobody answered or commented upon his declaration, and Pike, realizing that what his interrogator wanted was sheer fact, plunged into his story. "You heard me say at the inquest that I've suffered from insomnia and have been trying long walks for it by doctor's orders," he continued. "Well, naturally, I've been a good deal about these moors at night, and for some time past I've known something which I've kept to myself. I didn't think so much about it until this week, but since what happened on Monday night, why, of course, it bears a different complexion, and it's about Birch, the solicitor." Pike paused at this point to let his announcement have due effect, but the faces round him remained stolid and unemotional. "About Birch," repeated Pike, "and about that little French governess at the vicarage. The fact is, they're lovers. I've seen 'em meet many a time during this spring, late at night. The first time I saw them was some weeks since. I was sitting on some posts and rails at a bit of a covert called Swale's Spinney, on the hillside above the far end of Litterdale, about 11 o'clock one night, when I heard somebody coming up from the direction of the Valley Road. It turned out to be Birch. He—" "How could you make him out, that time of night?" demanded Calvert, who was watching Pike narrowly. "Easy enough," retorted Pike, "as anybody else could. It was a very clear atmosphere up there, and there was a 3/4 moon, too. I saw who he was, though he hadn't the slightest notion there was anyone about. And he hadn't been there so long when Mademoiselle de Collonges came round the corner of the spinney from the direction of the vicarage. It lies just beneath there. I recognized her, too. No difficulty about that, either. I saw them meet, I heard 'em whispering together, and watched 'em go away up the moors." Once more Pike looked round his audience. It needed but one glance to assure him he had got the attention of all four men by that time, and he went on confidently. "I've seen 'em many a time since then, similar meetings, similar times," he said. "Of course I could see how it was. They were lovers in secret, and evidently Mamselle slipped out of the vicarage when all was quiet, and came up the moors to meet Birch on the sly. And—" "A moment," interrupted Calvert. He looked at the superintendent. "If what he says is true," he remarked, "it'll be a very strange thing if it can't be corroborated. Those moors are lonely enough, but Sir Cheval preserved game up there pretty considerably, and he had watchers about. If these two were thereabouts at night—" Pike broke in on Calvert's suggestion with a knowing laugh. "You're a bit too previous, Mr. Calvert," he said. "I was coming to that part of the business. I know of one man who certainly saw Birch and Mademoiselle de Collange on one occasion, and he may have seen 'em oftener, for anything I know." "Who's that?" asked Calvert. "Old chap named Garrett," answered Pike promptly. "Lives in one of those cottages between the old mill and Low Ford. He's been a moor ranger for Sir Cheval many a year." "How do you know he saw them?" inquired the superintendent. "Because I saw him see them," declared Pike triumphantly. "It was one night, not so very long ago, when I was sitting in the heather near that spinney I told you of. I saw old Garrett come within the spinney and look over the fence. These two came along just then, and I know he saw them, for he drew back under some high bushes and watched 'em. You go and ask him," concluded Pike with confident assurance. "You'll see." The four listeners exchanged glances. They were evidently much impressed by Pike's story and by the candid and ingenious manner in which he told it. "Now then, about Monday night," Pike continued, looking round and rejoicing to see a fresh gleam of interest in the four pairs of stern eyes. "I'll tell you the plain truth about that. What I said at the inquest was quite true, as far as it went. I did see Etherton, and I did see Mrs. Stanbury, at the time and places I've mentioned. But I saw more. I saw Birch and this little Frenchwoman." "That night?" asked Calvert. "That very night, earlier," affirmed Pike. "Then I saw the others. It would be a bit after 11:30. They passed me as I sat there in the heather, going in the direction of Black Scar. They were talking in very low voices as they went by, arm in arm, and in their case I did what I didn't do when I saw the others." "What?" demanded the superintendent. "Followed 'em," replied Pike with a grin. "I knew very well that they were so wrapped up in each other that they'd never look round, and even if they had I should have dodged them. I followed them to where the path narrows at Black Scar. Now in those rocks above the path there's a sort of recess, with stones around it that you can sit on. I've sat in it many a time at night, when I've been out on these walks. I saw 'em go in there, and I went back then and sat down in the hollow again." "What time did you say this was?" asked the superintendent. "At about 11:30 or 11:25, replied Pike. The superintendent turned over some papers on his desk, consulted one, and glanced at Calvert. "You made out that Sir Cheval would be up at Black Scar about 11:45? he asked. "Just about, in the ordinary course," agreed Calvert. "Well," continued the superintendent, looking at Pike, "did you see Mr. Birch and Mademoiselle de Collange again that night?" For various reasons Pike found this a difficult question to answer, but though he was unprepared to answer it, he showed no sign of difficulty. "I don't know," he replied. "I can't say." "You don't know!" exclaimed the superintendent. "Surely either you know whether you did or you didn't." "Well, I don't, then," retorted Pike. "That's a fact. I sat there in the hollow for some time, and, just before Etherton came along, I thought I saw two objects moving along the hillside down below me, but I couldn't say if they were human beings or mountain sheep. So I don't know if I did see them again or not." "And what you've told us about seeing them there and about watching them into that cavity at Black Scar is all you can tell?" asked the superintendent. "All," affirmed Pike. "Now then, why didn't you tell all this at the inquest?" "I've said why. Because there was the woman, Mamselle. I didn't want to get her into trouble." "You didn't mind getting Mrs. Stanbury into trouble?" "Mrs. Stanbury's different. She's elderly. And besides, I honestly thought at first that she'd something to do with it, because of the old man's marriage. And as I said before, I didn't want to get mixed up with it. I thought that before the adjourned inquest came off, you'd have got at the real truth, and I shouldn't be called again." "Didn't want to upset the family at Lithersdale Vicarage, I suppose?" suggested the superintendent. "Well, not very pleasant to drag a young woman into a case of this sort, is it?" asked Pike in his most candid manner. Pike's chief examiner favored him with a long and silent stare. "Well, you have dragged her in now," he remarked at last, "and there'll be no going back on it. The best thing you can do is make a clean breast. Why did you call at Birch's this afternoon?" he added suddenly. "I want to know all about that." "I was going to tell you," said Pike. He was coming now to what he instinctively knew to be the most dangerous and unsafe part of his path, and he realized the necessity of stepping warily. "I called on Birch for a simple reason. I thought and thought about this ever since it happened, and it was beginning to get on my nerves. I'm very sensitive. And at last I made up my mind to go to Birch and tell him what I knew, about him and Mamselle, you know, and seeing them there Monday night. So I went. And, well," he added, shaking his head, "I'm afraid I made a mistake and let Birch get round me." "I? And how?" asked the superintendent. "He was in an awful state, was Birch, when I told him how much I knew," affirmed Pike. "Took on no end, and he began to bribe me to hold my tongue, and to take some money from him and be off, straight away to America. He pointed out that I'd a splendid excuse for going, as I'd just left Etherton's. He said that if I'd only go, he'd give me so much money there and then, and send me more later." "Well?" said the chief inquisitor laconically. "Well?" "I'm a poor man, you know," said Pike, "and after all, it's no concern of mine as to who killed Sir Sheville Stanbury." "Now then," demanded the superintendent, becoming very businesslike in manner, "how much did Birch give you to hold your tongue?" £1,000, answered Pike. "Where is it?" Pike tapped his breast. "In my pocketbook," he said. "Notes." "It was his suggestion, was it?" asked the questioner. "Oh, his suggestion," declared Pike. "Of course. I'd no idea of any such transaction when I went there, but, well, I certainly did want to get away. I suppose I shall have to give it back, now?" he asked. "But as I've given you information, shan't I be entitled to the 5,000 reward that Sir Marston offered? I hope you'll help me to get that." Instead of replying to his cool suggestion, the superintendent gave Pike a queer look, and then, rising from his desk, beckoned Calvert to follow him out of the room. "How much are we to believe of what this chap's told?" he said when they were in the corridor. "How's it strike you?" "Well, there's one fact," remarked Calvert. "Birch has handed over £1,000. A man doesn't pay £1,000 to another man to hold his tongue for nothing. But what I'd like to know is this. Is the last bit of Pike's story true? Did Birch offer to buy his silence? Or did Pike go there to blackmail Birch? Because, just remember, he tried that game on Miss Etherton. My opinion is that he's lying about this afternoon's transaction. He's been blackmailing Birch. And if Birch has allowed himself to be blackmailed, eh? Look here," said the superintendent. "Slip across to Birch's office and ask him to come and see me. We'll have the two of them face to face." He walked up and down the corridor while Calvert was away, thinking over his course of action. Presently Calvert came hurrying back, alone. "Out," he said. "His clerks believe he's gone to Litherdale Vicarage." "Then in that case we'll follow him presently," remarked the superintendent. "Come back to this fellow." Pike had been endeavoring to extract useful knowledge from the two detectives while their superiors were out of the room, and had failed lamentably. Things were not turning out as he had expected. He had believed that the police would receive his statement in the same frank, generous spirit in which he had made it, accord him hearty thanks for his public spiritedness, and dismiss him with something like a benediction. Instead of this, he was beginning to feel a cold and clammy atmosphere of suspicion, and the feeling increased when the door opened to readmit Calvert and the superintendent. He half dreaded to look at either. "Now, Mr. Pike," said the superintendent, "I'm afraid you'll have to remain here a while. I can't let you go till I've tested this statement of yours." Pike manifested signs of anger, the impotent anger of a man who knows himself powerless. "But what right have you to detain me?" he demanded. "There's no charge against me. I've told you." "What you've told me makes me uncommonly suspicious about you," interrupted the superintendent, "and before you go out of this, I'm going to know what Mr. Birch has to say of your story. You'll be quite comfortable here, and no harm will come to you. You can smoke if you like, Mr. Pike." "Don't smoke," growled Pike, "and I protest against—" But the superintendent and Calvert were already withdrawing from the room. They sent for a taxicab and departed for Lithersdale. And as Garrett was sitting down to his early supper that evening, he was astonished to see them walking up the path, and still more amazed when they entered his cottage and began to ask questions. Garrett believed that Sir Marston had sent these men, and he told them all that he had told his young master. After half an hour's talk with him, they went out, and in the garden looked at each other significantly. "Well, Pike's story's true so far," remarked the superintendent. "Come on, there's only one thing to be done." He motioned to the waiting chauffeur. "Go on to the vicarage." End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Exterior to the Evidence by J.S. Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Revelations. The vicarage at Lithersdale stood in a hollow at the extreme end of the village, an ancient, picturesque house set in the midst of old gardens and venerable trees. Everything about the place suggested ease, leisure, a serene existence, and all these things were very much in keeping with the temperament of the present holder of the living. That evening the vicar had entertained Mr. Getherfield at dinner, and he and his guest had adjourned to a summer house in the garden to smoke their cigars. Their conversation naturally turned on the event of the week. "During the whole time of my incumbency," remarked the vicar dolefully, "I never remember hearing a word against Sir Cheval. I don't believe the poor old fellow had a single enemy, which of course makes this terrible business all the more unexplainable." "He had one," remarked Mr. Getherfield, "a man on the moors with whom he'd a dispute about some land, and who threatened him. He had to bring him before our bench." "Oh, but that fellow emigrated," said the vicar. "Do you know," murmured Mr. Getherfield confidentially, "between you and me, I've wondered since yesterday if he has come back. And if he has come back and is hanging about, and if he met Sir Cheval that night, I remember that he was very bitter indeed." "I wonder if there's anything in that," exclaimed the vicar. "Bless me! It had never occurred to me." "There's one thing against such a theory," observed Mr. Getherfield, "that absence of the papers in Sir Cheval's possession. No, after all, I feel sure that will is at the bottom of the matter." "Ah, that will, said the vicar. "Strange indeed that it should be made, only to disappear." Mr. Getherfield glanced at the old house across the garden. "It would be a very unfortunate thing for your governess if it never turned up," he said dryly. "Isn't she very anxious about it?" "Oh, dear me, she has never mentioned it to either my wife or to me," exclaimed the vicar. "Not a word." "Well, it wouldn't be very seemly to talk about just now, would it?" suggested Mr. Getherfield with a sly look. "All the same, I think that if I knew somebody'd left me £100,000, and that the necessary will was unaccountably missing, I should be somewhat upset, you know." "Upset? Oh, she's upset," assented the vicar. "Poor thing, yes. How could she be anything else? Do you know, Getherfield, I honestly believe that she'd a genuine affection for Stanbury, great as the difference in their ages was. I do, indeed." Remarked Mr. Getherfield. "Well, such things may be. But between you and me and the post, I should say she was much more likely to have a genuine affection for Stanbury's title and position and wealth. She'd have been a very eligible young widow, you know, before long, in the ordinary course of events." "Oh, really, I don't think she'd any ulterior motives," protested the vicar. "A most admirable young woman, in whom we've always had the very greatest confidence. Now, I always understood the French to be people much given to pleasure, but I must say that Mademoiselle de Collonges might be, well, quite English, don't you know?" "She speaks English well enough, anyway," said Mr. Getherfield. "I should never have known she was a Frenchwoman. Hullo, what's this?" The car containing the two police officials had just rounded the corner by the garden and was pulling up at the even gates. The vicar sprang to his feet, staring across his trim flower beds. "Superintendent Marrows from Hallethwaite," he exclaimed, "and our Inspector Calvert with him. Getherfield, I shouldn't wonder if we're going to hear some news." The vicar walked across to the gates and met his visitors, whom, a moment later, he led back to the summer house. "We can talk here," he said, pointing them to seats on one side of the rustic table at which he and his guest had been sitting. "I suppose you want to see me on some business? Mr. Getherfield won't mind." Marrows bent across the table, taking in Mr. Getherfield, whom he knew well as a magistrate of long standing, with a significant side glance. "Very important business, Mr. Barwick," he answered. "Very grave business indeed. Now, to start with, is Mr. Holworth Birch here?" "Mr. Holworth Birch is not here," replied the vicar with evident surprise. "Did you expect to find him here?" "We heard that he'd come here," said Marrows. "Has he been here, Mr. Barwick?" "Not at all today," answered the vicar. "But he sent our governess, Mademoiselle de Collonges, a telegram late this afternoon, asking her to go at once to Hallethwaite to see him on important business." The two police officials exchanged significant glances. "What time was that, sir?" asked Marrows. "I should say 5:30, replied the vicar. "Has she gone?" "She went at once. I sent for a fly for her from the Stanbury Arms." Marrows looked at Calvert. "Must have gone along the high road while we were up the lane at Garrett's cottage," muttered Calvert. "That's where we've missed her." "Do you know what time she'll be back, Mr. Barwick?" inquired Marrows. "Oh, I suppose as soon as she's concluded her business with Mr. Birch," answered the vicar. Is there anything I can tell you?" he asked with evident curiosity. Marrows glanced from the vicar to Mr. Getherfield and shook his head. "The fact is, gentlemen," he said, "we've had some very important and startling developments in the Black Scar case this afternoon. Certain information was placed before us, and we've had a very appreciable amount of corroboration of it since to prove that there's a good deal in it. And as you're Mademoiselle de Calange's employer, Mr. Barwick, and as Mr. Getherfield is one of our magistrates, I may as well tell you gentlemen the plain truth. The information we've received implicates Mademoiselle de Calange and Mr. Birch." Calvert was watching the two gentlemen as his superior spoke. The vicar started as if he had been struck in the face, and he glared at Marrows as if the superintendent had accused him. But Mr. Getherfield's queer, wrinkled countenance remained immovable. He went on, smoking calmly. "Impossible!" exclaimed the vicar. "Utterly impossible! Mr. Birch, Mademoiselle de Calange, my governess, implicated in what?" "In the death of Sir Cheval Stanbury," replied Marrows with a grim look. "Just let me ask you a question or two before I say what information we're in possession of. What do you know of this Mademoiselle de Calange? Who is she? Where did she come from? How did you get her?" The vicar had become purple with indignation, but Mr. Getherfield laid a quiet hand on his arm. "I think you should give Marrows the information he wants," he said. "I'm sure he knows why he's asking for it." The vicar cleared his throat as if he were about to embark on a pulpit utterance. "Mademoiselle de Calange came to my family on the recommendation of Mrs. Birch, mother of the Mr. Birch, whose name you are coupling with hers in this truly extraordinary fashion," he said. "She had previously held similar appointments in London where Mrs. Birch knew her. She is a lady of the highest character and—" "Did Mr. Holworth Birch know her before she came to you?" asked Marrows. "Do you know that?" "I don't know that, but it's very likely," said the vicar icily. "She was well known to the Birch family. There is, I fancy, some relationship on the female side. Mrs. Birch was half French, but—" "Now, Mr. Barwick," interrupted Marrows, "it's no use my beating about the bush. We all know that Mademoiselle de Calange was going to be married to the late Sir Cheval, but I want to know, from you, had there been any love passages between Mr. Birch and Mamselle previously?" "Nothing of the sort, sir!" exclaimed the vicar indignantly. "Mr. Birch rarely visited this house, and then only as my guest. He saw very little of Mademoiselle de Calange. Very little indeed. You are under some strangely mistaken impression, Superintendent." "I think not, sir," retorted Marrows calmly, "and now I'll tell you something that will open your eyes. For some time past, the governess and Mr. Birch have been meeting secretly on these moors, late at night, midnight to be exact. It's no use, Mr. Barwick," he added as the vicar half rose from his seat and showed signs of vehement protest. "We've proof, and they were on the moors and at Black Scar on Monday night, about the time at which Sir Cheval Stanbury came to his death." The vicar stared from the superintendent to the inspector, and Calvert, who had been watching him steadily, nodded gravely, as if to confirm his superior's assertion. "Marrows," said Mr. Getherfield, "you say you've proof. What proof?" "I'm not going to reveal all I know, Mr. Getherfield," answered Marrows, "but I can tell Mr. Barwick that we have absolute proof of it from two independent witnesses, neither of whom is aware that the others told. Ever since spring began, Birch and Mademoiselle de Calange have been in the habit of meeting very late at night on these moors. They frequently met at Swale's Spinney." "Monday night?" asked Mr. Getherfield, whose face had become unusually grave. "You mentioned that." "They met on Monday night," affirmed Marrows. "They were seen near Black Scar at about 11:30. They'd been seen a little earlier near Swale's Spinney." "You've no doubt of this?" asked Mr. Getherfield. "None," declared Marrows. "If it had depended upon the uncorroborated evidence of one of the persons I've referred to, I might have had doubts, but the subsequent testimony of another, on whose word I've the fullest reliance, has left no room for doubt." "A grave situation," commented the old gentleman. "A very, very grave situation." "Does Mr. Barwick comprehend it?" said Marrows, with an inquiring look at the vicar. "It is a grave situation, as you say, Mr. Getherfield. Think what a jury will say about it. Here are two people, man and woman, meeting secretly, late at night, for some time. The inference is they're lovers. The young woman becomes engaged to a very wealthy old gentleman who makes a will, leaving her £100,000 in the event of his dying before the marriage. Her lover makes that will. Who'll benefit if the old gentleman dies before the wedding comes off? The girl gets her 100,000, and the lover gets her and the money. Come now, on the evidence I've told you, don't you think these two are in A?" "A very, very serious situation," said Mr. Getherfield. "Barwick." The vicar, who appeared to be dazed by these surprising revelations, turned to his old friend with a miserable, inquiring look. "When," said Mr. Getherfield, "do you expect this young woman to return?" The vicar spread out his plump white hands. "I know nothing," he said. "My wife knows nothing. She went, as I told you, in consequence of the telegram from Birch, into Halathwaite." "Did you see the telegram?" asked Marrows. "I didn't," replied the vicar. "She only told me of it. Getherfield," he suddenly burst out, "there must be some terrible, dreadful mistake in all this. Why, these men are practically accusing her and Birch of murder. Impossible!" "What are you going to do?" asked Mr. Getherfield, glancing at Marrows. "If she doesn't return here soon, sir, I shall have to find her and Birch," replied the superintendent. "I came up here expecting to find him here. I wanted to question both, but I shouldn't be surprised if they've flown." There had been no reappearance of Mademoiselle de Collonges when dusk fell, and Marrows and Calvert at last went out to their car and drove away toward Halathwaite. A little beyond Lithersdale village, on the town side, another car, open, came slowly up the steep ascent. In it sat Mademoiselle de Collonges, and at her side, talking earnestly, Birch. End of Chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Exterior to the Evidence by J.S. Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Masked Men. When Bradwell Pike walked out of Holworth Birch's private office with £1,000 of Birch's money in his pocket, he left behind him a man who, within 5 minutes of the blackmailer's departure, was plunged into an overwhelming ocean of doubt. Birch's first instinct on finding out that Pike was in possession of his and Mademoiselle de Collonges' secret was to silence him with money. But when Pike had gone, he began to wonder if the bargain would be kept. Anyway, while Pike remained in England, there would be no peace of mind for him, Birch. And presently he followed Pike out and wandered in the direction of the shipping agents in the adjacent street. Near the shipping agent's office he saw Murgatroyd hanging about. A little later he watched the detective track Pike to the restaurant. Still later he saw him hail Pike as he emerged and take him off to the police station. And at that Birch grew cold with fear, and instead of going back to his office, he hurried to another part of the town and dispatched a telegram to Mademoiselle de Collonges. "Wish to see you at once on most important business. Get conveyance immediately and come in. Ask for me at the Old Marquis Hotel." He attached no signature to the telegram. Its recipient he knew would know well enough who the sender was, and having sent it, he repaired to the Old Marquis Hotel, a queer, old-fashioned hostelry where he was well known, and ordered dinner to be ready in a private room for 2 in an hour. During that hour he thought over every feature of the case as it affected him and the woman he was expecting. And when at last she came, just as the dinner he had ordered was being brought up, his face was worn with anxiety. "There's something wrong?" asked Mademoiselle de Collonges, as soon as Birch had sent the waiter away, saying that he and his guest could attend to themselves. "You are concerned greatly, my friend." "Concerned," muttered Birch. He had ordered a bottle of champagne, and now, after filling his companion's glass, he filled his own and drank off its contents at a gulp. "Concerned," he repeated. "I am indeed. The fact is, Zélie, our secret's discovered." Mademoiselle de Collonges made no great show of surprise. She took a delicate but appreciative sip of her wine, and then shook her head a little. "Ah, well," she said with a faint sigh, "I always said we ran great risks. But who has discovered it?" "That infernal clerk of Etherton's," growled Birch. "A fellow who ought to be hanged, drawn and quartered. I wish to heaven that I'd sufficient wit and brains to fasten that Black Scar affair on him. I suppose you couldn't invent something really good?" "I don't know what you mean yet," replied Mademoiselle de Collonges, who was steadily eating her dinner. "How much does this man know?" "You heard him say that he was in the habit of prowling about the moor late at night," answered Birch. "Well, he's seen us, and worst of all, he saw us on Monday night near Black Scar. Now, of course, we know what we know, but as things are, and as this chap might put them, we're in danger." Mademoiselle de Collonges still showed no sign of fear. "This man Pike might, conceivably, be placed in a situation quite as dangerous as that of ours," she observed thoughtfully. "He, too, was there, by his own admission. But the missing will?" Birch started and let out a sharp exclamation. "Gad," he said, "I'd forgotten. So occupied with this last thing that it had clean slipped my memory. The will's found." Mademoiselle de Collonges at last woke into vivacity. Her eyes sparkled, her color deepened. "Found!" she cried. "My friend, when? Where?" "Found this afternoon in a locker at the club, where the old fellow had without doubt deposited it," said Birch. "Yes, it's all right." "You have it?" Birch's face fell, and he looked angry. "No," he answered. "That young cub Marston's got it. Pocketed it coolly before my eyes. But it's quite safe. He'll have to administer the estate." "And my legacy?" demanded Mademoiselle de Coulanges. "That?" "All right, too," said Birch, "unless—" "What?" asked his companion anxiously. "Unless we're accused of flinging Sir Cheval over those rocks," replied Birch, bending across the table and speaking in a low voice. "In that case, there'd be trouble." "Not unless they could prove it," retorted Mademoiselle de Coulanges calmly. "We go a great deal by what we call circumstantial evidence in this country," remarked Birch, "and I'm bound to say, Zélie, there's a good deal against you and me. We've been meeting in secret late at night. We were near the spot where the old man was murdered, if it was murder. It was greatly to our advantage that he should die before he married you. I'm afraid a stolid, unimaginative British jury would look upon us with great disfavor." "But it is Pike?" asked Mademoiselle de Coulanges. "What does he know, and how do you come to know he knows?" "I'll tell you," answered Birch. He gave her an account of the events of the afternoon and of what he had done in relation to Pike. And as he set out his narrative he was aware that his companion was listening with increasing displeasure, so much so that he began to explain and to justify his method of procedure. But Mademoiselle de Coulanges stopped him. "My friend," she said gravely, "you have acted most foolishly. You, a man of the law. I am astonished. It just shows me what I have always believed since I began to observe life carefully, that you men are really no more than children. As soon as this designing person began to blackmail you, you should have called in the police. Thereby you could have shown that you had nothing to fear." "Nothing to fear!" exclaimed Birch. "Oh, come!" "There was nothing that I could not have explained," said Mademoiselle de Coulanges. "Had you left it to me, I could have solved all. But by letting this man extract money, and so much, so very much money, from you, do you not see that you have given the police the most excellent of opportunities for suspecting you? Now, as you have good reason to believe, Pike is in the hands of the police, and he will stop at nothing to secure his own safety. My friend, you have plunged us deep into a sea of trouble." "What was the fellow to do?" grumbled Birch. "I had to stop his tongue then and there. Nothing but money could do that, and I made sure he'd go straight off to New York." "Ah," said Mademoiselle de Coulanges, shaking a slender forefinger, "you did not think enough, reflect enough, and now I must think." However much Mademoiselle de Coulanges thought, her meditations did not affect her appetite. She ate and drank steadily, taking her share of the champagne with appreciation. It was not until she had coffee and liqueur before her and a cigarette between her lips that she turned to Birch with an air of decision. "Listen, then," she said, bending to him in a business-like fashion. "There is but one thing to be done. If this Pike has gone back on his word to you and has accused us, we must make a clean breast of everything. If we are asked for an explanation together, let me give it. There is no harm in having been lovers many years, nor in having met that night to say farewell. So leave that to me, my friend. I shall know how to impress. And besides," she added, leaning still nearer, "there is the other little secret which we were not to let out because it would have revealed our own. That, if forced upon us, is a sure card to play." "What you saw on the moor after leaving me?" said Birch. "To be sure, there's that. I wish we'd let it out at the inquest. However, we have it in reserve." "Let us decide on what we are both to say, supposing we are questioned separately," said Mademoiselle de Coulanges. "It would not do that I should tell one story and you another. Let us be prepared, armed at all points. Attend, then." By the time they left the old marquis for Lithersdale, Birch and Mademoiselle de Coulanges had so far prepared their possible campaign as to feel restored to equanimity, and Birch was observing for the 20th time that there might be no reason for alarm when the superintendent's car rounded the corner of the village street and, encountering theirs, drew up sharply alongside. "Police," muttered Birch, as Marrows and Calvert sprang out and approached his car, the driver of which had at once come to a halt. "Be careful. You want me, Marrows?" he asked in as indifferent a tone as he could command. "I've been waiting to see you and Mademoiselle de Coulanges for some time at the vicarage, Mr. Birch," answered Marrows. "Something important. You're going on there with Mamselle? Then we'll turn back with you. A few questions, that's all." The two cars went through the village to the vicarage. Mr. Getherfield's cab was just being brought round to the door. He and the vicar were standing on the step. At the sight of the police and their companions, the vicar became agitated. "My dear Getherfield," he pleaded, "remain a few minutes. I dread what may be about to happen. Stay, I'll take them all into my study. Come with me." Inside the study, the 6 persons thus hastily assembled looked inquiringly at each other. Birch was the first to speak. "What is it, Marrows?" he asked. "What are these questions?" The superintendent glanced at the vicar and Mr. Getherfield. The vicar had drawn back to the partial shade of his hearth and was standing with one elbow on the mantelpiece, a picture of silent distress. Mr. Getherfield, seated in a chair near him, was judicial and impassive. Marrows turned to the solicitor. "Mr. Birch," he said gravely, "I came up here earlier this evening to see you and Mademoiselle de Collonges together. As you were not here, I felt bound under the circumstances to tell Mr. Barwick and Mr. Getherfield why I had come at all. This afternoon I have had information from 2 absolutely independent witnesses that for some time past you and Mamselle here have been meeting, very late at night, on the moors hereabouts, and that you were together near Black Scar on Monday night, about the time that Sir Sheville Stanbury met his death. Now, considering everything, I want to know—" "What we've got to say?" interrupted Birch. "I suppose that scoundrel Pike is one of your sources of information?" "I don't mind admitting that he is," assented Marrows. "Yes, Pike, to whom you've paid a certain sum for his silence." "You haven't the slightest idea what I paid him a certain sum for," retorted Birch coolly. "He may say I paid him money for his silence, but that doesn't prove that I did. Who's your other informant?" "That I shall not tell you," said Marrows firmly. "I'm willing to grant you that Pike is a suspicious witness, but my second one isn't. I don't think you can deny these allegations." Mademoiselle de Collonges suddenly came forward. Her voice was very soft and pleading, and the look which she turned on the 2 police officials was melting in its appeal. "But who has ever said that we would deny it, if taxed with it?" she asked. "There is no shame in having been lovers, gentlemen, and we—" she turned and looked at Birch, who glanced at her and turned his face away. "We have been, oh, so fond of each other, since we were boy and girl together. If we met, as we did, perhaps it was, well, irregular, indiscreet, but was it the concern of anyone but ourselves? And when we met on Monday night last, it was to say farewell forever." Mademoiselle de Collonges was standing well within the light of the lamp, and Marrows, looking down on her from his 6 feet of massive British manhood, saw 2 pearly tears roll from beneath her lashes. His heart grew soft on the instant. "Deeply sorry for you, Mamselle," he muttered. Of course, but you see, the fact is—" "Look here," interrupted Birch, quick to take advantage of the situation. "I'd better explain something. What Mademoiselle de Collonges says is true about Monday night. We did meet, to say good-bye. You understand. She was going to marry Sir Sheville, and I, of course, was to forget. We wanted it to be a secret, about her and myself, and if it hadn't been for that secret, Mademoiselle de Collonges could have told something at the inquest, which might clear up this mystery. As things are, she'll tell you now." Marrows had plainly succumbed to Mademoiselle de Collonges' pathetic and wistful glance. "Well, of course, Mr. Birch," he said doubtfully, "of course, if there is some explanation—" "We've admitted that we met on the moors," said Birch, "and that we met last Monday night. Now, before Mademoiselle de Collonges tells you what she can tell you, I'll just say where we went. We met near Swale's Spinney, and we walked across the shoulder of the hill past Winterfold and Lithersdale Grange to Black Scar, and just a little beyond it. There we parted. I went forward across the open moor to where I'd left my bicycle. Mademoiselle de Collonges turned over the moor south of Black Scar to return here. And," he concluded, "she'll tell you what she saw." The other men regarded Mademoiselle de Collonges with interest as Birch motioned her to speak. "It is as Mr. Birch says," she responded. "I crossed the moor by a sheep track, below the quarry in front of Black Scar, and perhaps 100 yards beyond that point I saw 2 figures coming up quickly from the village. I did not, of course, desire to be seen, and I shrank behind a high bush of gorse. The gorse is very thick and tall there. These figures came on. They passed close by me. Gentlemen, they were men wearing masks." End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Exterior to the Evidence by J.S. Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Secret. While Sindal became greatly excited on seeing Bradwell Pike enter Birch's office that afternoon, and Marston showed a certain amount of curiosity, Weathershaw manifested no interest whatever. He glanced carelessly out of the window when Sindal pointed across the street, and then remarking, almost indifferently, that he must be attending to his own affairs, went off. The first thing he did was to turn into a hotel and borrow a directory. Out of this he copied in his notebook the names of certain tradesmen in Hallethwaite, some 8 or 9 in all, and that done he proceeded to call on one after another with the clockwork precision of a commercial traveler. It was not until he called on almost the last man on his list that he got what he wanted. With this man he was closeted for some time, and when he left him he had to race to the station to meet the express due at 6 o'clock from Manchester. It came in as he hurried up the platform. A moment later, a keen-looking fellow, whose dress and appearance were that of a respectable workman in his Sunday clothes, stepped from a compartment and responded to Weathershaw's nod with a scarcely perceptible smile. "That's right, Hartley," said Weathershaw. "I've a good deal for you to do tonight, so we'll get some dinner together. Let's find a quiet corner, and I'll give you your instructions while we eat." The two men sat side by side in a recess in the station dining-room, while Hartley took in his employer's explanations, suggestions, and instructions in silence, doing no more than nod in acquiescence or understanding. "So now," said Weathershaw, "you know precisely what to do." He glanced at the clock which hung in front of them. "Catch the 6:45 out to Lithersdale. It's the second station up a branch line. Go straight to the place I've told you of and make your enquiries, in your own way. Later, say 9 o'clock, look in at the Stanbury Arms in the village. You'll find me there. No need to tell you to keep eyes and ears open, Hartley." Hartley responded with a quiet smile, and presently went away in the direction of the booking office. Weathershaw, remaining behind, ordered black coffee, lighted a cigar, and sat for half an hour longer, thinking. Eventually he left the station and strolled round to Sindal's private rooms to find the solicitor leisurely eating his bachelor dinner. "Sir Marston gone back home?" asked Weathershaw as he dropped into a chair. "Just after you left," answered Sindal laconically. "Hear any more of Pike and his visit to Birch?" inquired the agent. "Nothing," said the solicitor. He was becoming almost as reserved as Weathershaw himself. Nevertheless, his curiosity asserted itself. "That man of yours turn up?" he asked. "Oh, yes," replied Weathershaw. "Came at 6 o'clock. Then, seeing that Sindal was inquisitive, he added with a smile, "He's already at work." "Well, you do your work in a pretty quiet and underground fashion, I must say," remarked Sindal. "I hope it's going to mature. I wish to goodness I knew what that infernal Pike was after this afternoon." "If you've nothing to do this evening," remarked Weathershaw, "will you come up with me to Lithersdale? I'm going to meet my man at the Stanbury Arms at 9 o'clock. He may have some news to give me. If so, I'll let you know what it is." Sindal immediately showed interest. "News!" he exclaimed. "Of course I'll go. I'm jolly anxious to get hold of any news relating to this affair, I can assure you." "All right," agreed Weathershaw. "We'll get a car about 8:30. They'll run us out in half an hour." It was just 9 o'clock when these two turned into the Stanbury Arms, an old wayside inn which stood a little way outside Lithersdale village. It was one of those places which had originally been farmstead as well as hostelry, and in it were a number of low-ceilinged, wainscoted parlours. Into one of these Sindal and his companion turned. Sindal rang a handbell which stood on the table. "They keep particularly good ale here," he said. "Better try some, for the good of the house, anyway." "Anything you like," answered Weathershaw indifferently. "I dare say my man will do with a glass when he comes in." The landlord, who presently brought in a foaming jug of ale and clean glasses, looked knowingly at Sindal as he felt in his pockets for change. "Aught more been heard about things, Mr. Sindal?" he asked familiarly. "I expect all you lawyer gentlemen's up to neck in inquiries like. It's a queer business and all, and there's some strange things being said about it, my conscience." "What's being said?" asked Sindal with a glance at Weathershaw. "Nay, all sorts," answered the landlord. "You know how folks talks when they come and sit in houses like this. Ivery man that comes in's got some theory or other. There's them at says at neither t' police nor t' crowner nor any o' you lawyers has got to stick at t' right end yet. At there's a far greater mystery about old Sir Chevel's death than anybody's aware on, and that's what I think." "Does anybody suggest what the mystery is?" asked Sindal. "Well, no, sir, I couldn't say 'at anybody does exactly that theer," answered the landlord. but there were a man in here this afternoon 'at laid the law down pretty dogmatic. Yon old feller warn't murdered o'er that will he made, says he. He were made away with for somethin' 'at had naught to do with no wills. Well, and what? Says another man. Never ye mind, says the first chap. What I'm sayin's right. You'll see what he was slain for, in due time, ye mark my words. That's the way 'at they will talk, you know, Mr. Sindall, concluded the landlord as he left the parlor. Sindall glanced at Weathershaw when the landlord had gone. That's it, he said with a grim laugh. Talk, talk, and never anything at the end of it. Well, going to try this fine old ale? Cold as snow. Weathershaw, who had been looking out of the window, suddenly moved to the door. A moment, he said. Here's my man. He went swiftly out to the road, and Sindall, looking after him, saw him meet Hartley, who came quietly along as if he had no other business in hand than to call at the inn. Together the two men turned aside and became absorbed in what was evidently an important conversation. Suddenly Weathershaw, motioning his companion to follow, turned and strode swiftly back. "Sindall!" he exclaimed as he came in, with Hartley on his heels. "The time's come for action. Will you ring up the police at Halithwaite and say that they don't or won't know me, so you must take responsibility, want them to send up superintendent, inspector, and a couple of men, plainclothes men, here to the Stanbury Arms at once? Tell them it's most urgent. I'll tell you why after." Sindall, carried away by Weathershaw's emphasis, started for the door, but with his hand on it, he turned for one word. "Arrest?" he asked. Weathershaw was pouring out a glass of ale for Hartley. He answered with equal brevity. "Probably," he said. He glanced at his man when Sindall had hurried off. Hartley, cool and unperturbed, was lifting his glass to his mouth. "Two of 'em, then?" said Weathershaw. "Two," replied Hartley. "In the same house?" "In the same house." "And both at the same game?" "So I found out." "We're on the right track, without doubt," said Weathershaw musingly. He pulled out his watch. "Those fellows can get up here before 10, he added. "It'll be about dark by that time, and so—" Sindall came hurrying back. "I say," he said, "Marrows, the superintendent, and Calvert, the inspector, are here in the village now. They're at the vicarage. I'll run along there and fetch them. 2 other men are coming straight up. Look here, am I to tell Marrows anything until—" "Leave it to me," broke in Weathershaw. "Get him and Calvert here, if you can, at once. Then I'll explain. Where's that telephone? I want to ask Sir Marston to run down here." Sindall led him into the hall, pointed out the telephone at the end of it, and then leaving the house, ran along to the vicarage. And in his excitement on bursting into the vicar's study, he did not at first notice that Birch was there, and when, turning to look round, he saw him, he was still so engrossed by the needs of the moment that he failed to connect the presence of his brother solicitor with that of the police. "Come away at once, Marrows," he repeated. "Both of you, you're wanted." But Marrows was as cool as Sindall was excited. "What are we wanted for, Mr. Sindall?" he asked. "We've business here yet." Even then Sindall made no guess at what was happening. His sole concern was to get the police to Weathershaw. "The fact is," he said, seeing that an explanation was necessary before the superintendent would move, "the fact is Sir Marston and myself have been employing a private detective in this business, Weathershaw of Manchester. He's made a discovery. I can't tell you what it is, but I know him well enough to know that it's highly important, and he wants your official help just now. He wants you to arrest somebody. 2 of your men are coming up now from town." Marrows, who had listened to this with evident astonishment, glanced at Calvert and then turned again to Sindall. "Just step outside a minute, Mr. Sindall," he said. "We'll join you presently. Now, Mr. Birch," he went on, when Sindall had gone out into the hall, "you've heard that? I hope there's something in it, for your sake. For to tell you the truth, I was just going to tell you and Mamselle there that you'd have to go back to Halithwaite with me. But as things are, will you give me your word that you'll stop here until I've seen what this new business is?" "With the vicar's permission," answered Birch. The vicar waved a hand, implying consent, and Marrows, after a moment's hesitation, signed to Calvert to follow him and joined Sindall. "Do you know any more than you've told us, Mr. Sindall?" he asked, as all 3 hurried down the road toward the inn. "I know this Weathershaw by reputation, but of course I'd no knowledge that you were employing him. What is it he's found out?" "I've no more idea than you have," answered Sindall, "but I know that he's had a theory about this affair from the time of his arrival, and I'm confident that he wouldn't want your help unless he felt sure of what his line is." "Well, let's hope we're going to have the thing cleared up," said Marrows. Matters were beginning to look queer for more than one person, Mr. Sindall." Sindall made no answer and asked no question. He hurried on and presently led his companions into the parlor at the Stanbury Arms. There Wethershaw, Hartley, and Marston Stanbury, the latter evidently in a state of high surprise, stood whispering together on the hearthrug. All three turned as Sindall entered with the police officials, who looked with professional interest at the man who had already made his mark as an investigator of crime. And Marrows went straight to the point. "So this is Mr. Wethershaw, is it?" he said with good-natured curiosity. "Pleased to meet you, sir. I've heard a good deal of you, one time or another. You want our assistance, Mr. Wethershaw? Well now, what's the exact line you're taking?" Wethershaw looked round at the door, which Sindall made haste to close. "This," answered Wethershaw, as the three newcomers closed round him. "I've just explained it to Sir Marston. There's a man in this village whom I've suspected of having a good deal to do with Sir Sheville Stanbury's death ever since I began to investigate matters. I've found out certain things about him, quite sufficient to warrant his arrest. And by a piece of rare good luck, I found out within this last hour, from my assistant here, Mr. Hartley, that the man's on the point of leaving the neighborhood, in company with another man who is very probably his accomplice. Now I want you to come with me to the house where these men lodge, where I'll put some questions to the man I chiefly suspect, and if things go as I think they will, I believe we shall get at the full truth before the night's over." Marrows, who had listened with close attention to Wethershaw, glanced at Calvert when the second man was mentioned. "You think, if your conclusions are right, that there were two men in at it, Mr. Wethershaw?" he asked. "Two, yes," said Wethershaw, "and of the identity of one I'm pretty well certain. In fact, I am, personally, quite certain. Of the second man I am not certain, but I am not doubtful." "Aye, and who's the man you're certain about now?" inquired the superintendent. "I know most of the folk about here. Who is he?" Wethershaw lowered his voice as he looked round the circle of faces. "A man named Madgwick, one of Lucas Etherton's foremen, or overlookers," he answered quietly. There were one or two exclamations of surprise, and the most surprised man was Calvert, who, as a resident of Lithersdale, knew all its people. "Quiet and steady a man as there is in the place," he said. "If it is so, well, I could scarcely believe it." "Just so," observed Wethershaw dryly. "I think you'll have no room left for doubt, though. Well, this man lodges at a certain cottage in Mariner's Fold, and I want to go up there at once." Marrows nodded, and the little company set out, to be joined outside by the two men who had come post-haste from Hallethwaite on Sindall's urgent summons. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Exterior to the Evidence by J.S. Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mariner's Fold. By this time, night had fallen over the valley. Not a clear starlight night, but a dark, gloomy night wherein the lights of the little houses and the distant mills shone but faintly. All was quiet on the road and on the hillside up which Hartley and Calvert presently led them. Ere very long, these two, walking in advance, paused, and Calvert pointed to a group of houses lying a little off the path in a depression of the ground. Utter darkness lay over the houses, save where the glow of a lamp shone feebly through a red curtain. "That's Mariner's Fold," whispered Calvert as the rest came up. "That cottage where the light's showing is where Madgwick lodges. The woman's name is Beckett, widow woman. There's a front entrance here before us, and a back door opening on the moor. Somebody must go round to that," said Wethershaw. "Don't let's have any attempt at escape." Marrows came forward and took charge. Dividing his party into two sections, he sent one under Calvert to the rear of the cottage, with the other he approached the front door. "Don't bother to knock, Calvert," he commanded. "Walk straight in, quietly, and make for that room where the light's burning. We'll do the same at this side. If there's any attempt to bolt, stick to whoever makes it." Marston, following closely upon the heels of Marrows and Wethershaw, in company with Sindall, was struck by the strangeness of the scene on which the two parties presently converged. There had been no difficulty about entering the cottage. Both doors had been open. Before the occupants had time to realize that strangers were at hand, the men had stepped quickly down the low-ceilinged hall and were in the living room, and it required but one glance to see that such a visit as that now in process had never been expected. The room, half parlor, half kitchen, comfortable and warm, furnished in the homely style common to the valley, had 3 occupants. One, a placid-faced, elderly woman, sat in a hooded chair by the fireside, knitting a gray stocking. At the table in the center of the room sat 2 men quietly eating supper. One of the 2 men was in the act of carving the beef, the other was fishing out onions from the jar of pickles. Each paused in his act, open-mouthed, as the captors crowded swiftly in, and Weathershaw, swift to note impressions, saw that while one man's face was instantly drawn into a scowl of anger, the other's grew white with fear. Marrows went straight to the matter in hand. Before Madgwick could drop the carving knife, the superintendent and Calvert were on either side of him, close to his elbows. Before the other man could put down the pickle fork, the 2 detectives were close to him. And the first sound was a cry from the woman by the fire, who hastily dropped her knitting and rose to her feet. "All right, missus," said Marrows. "No harm intended to you. Now, Madgwick, my lad," he went on, "we want some information out of you. I'd better tell you straight out. You're suspected of having something to do with this affair at Black Scar the other night. Now, keep your hands there on the table," exclaimed peremptorily as Madgwick pushed the knife angrily away from him and made a show of plunging his hands into his pockets. "I don't want to search you just yet, but I shall if you don't keep quiet. Put your hands on that table and keep 'em there while you answer my questions." Madgwick laid his hands on the cloth in front of him. They were steady enough, but the hands of the other man, just then bidden to do the same, trembled badly, and his face began to work. Marrows pointed to him. "You and this man," he said, "the 2 of you. Here, Mrs. Beckett, what's the name of this other lodger of yours?" "Stones, sir, Ben Stones," answered the woman, who was obviously much upset, "and a quiet enough fellow. Oh, Madgwick, whatever have you been doing with him? It's ye 'at's let him off, if—" "Where's he work?" demanded Marrows. "At Old Mill, sir, Mr. Etherton's," replied the landlady, "same as Madgwick there does. Oh, dear me." "Keep quiet, missus," said Marrows. "Here, I'll ask you a few questions first. These 2 have been lodging with you for some time, haven't they?" "Aye, just so. Well now, aren't they going to leave you a bit suddenly?" Madgwick turned his head and gave the landlady a warning frown. "Tell him not," he growled. "He's no power to ask you questions. Now, at any rate, say naught to him. I shan't." "We'll see about that, my lad," said Marrows. "Come now, missus." "Take no notice on him, I tell yer," exclaimed Madgwick. He gave a glance of disdain at Stones, and changed it to one of sullen anger as he regarded Weathershaw, who was watching him from across the room. "Ye've no power to ask questions, Marrows," he said insolently. "I know t' law as well as ye do. It's that theer damned fella 'at's settin' ye lot on. I thought he were a spy when Etherton brought him into t' mill, and ye're on t' wrong game. We're naught to do with old man's death, and niver had. So theer." "What were you and this chap doing on the moor on Monday night with bits of cloth over your faces?" asked Marrows quietly. "That's a question you'll find difficult to answer, my lad." No one knew better than Marrows that this was a shaft drawn and discharged at a venture, but it went home. Madgwick's face fell, in spite of his bravado. As for Stones, he grew paler still, and a cry half escaped his lips. Madgwick twisted quickly in his chair and glared at him. "Hold thy damned whist," he growled. "Who says we were on t' moors with cloth on our faces?" he demanded, turning to the superintendent. "Ye've invented that. I know your ways." "Now then," said Marrows, suddenly changing his tone to one of peremptory decision, "you were both of you packing up your clothes and things an hour ago. Where are their things, missus? Upstairs? All right, if that's the attitude you're going to take, Madgwick, I'll have your things and you taken straight off to Hallethwaite. But I'm giving you a chance to speak because I think there's somebody behind you." "Tell ye we're naught to do with t' old man's death," asserted Madgwick. "I know no more of how t'owd chap came to his end at them rocks than Sir Marston does." "Aye, but there's something you do know," retorted Marrows. "Come now." "I know this," said Madgwick. "I know 'at t' law doesn't allow the police to threaten folk." "If there's somebody behind you, as I believe there is," said Marrows, "I'm giving you a chance to save your own necks. But if—" A sudden strange interruption came from the other side of the table. Stones, who had never ceased to show signs of a nervousness almost amounting to terror since the entrance of the police, suddenly lost control of himself and burst into tears. "I telled ye it'd all come out," he blubbered. letting his head drop on his folded arms. "That father better own up and have done with it." Madgwick's cheeks paled at that, but the pallor swiftly died away to be replaced by an angry flush. "Ye damned white-livered rat," he hissed. "If I could—" "But you can't, my lad," interrupted Marrows, keeping a watchful eye on his man's movements. "And you'd better realize that the game's up. You're going to Hellithwaite, both of you, anyway. But if there's somebody else—" Madgwick turned his angry face on Stones. It was evident to everybody that the younger man's nerve had gone. He continued to moan and sob, and to roll his head about between his arms. "I wish I'd broken thy neck, Stones, afore ever I took thee on for a job like this," said Madgwick, after a long look at his accomplice. "Damn thee for a coward! Well," he said, raising his voice and looking defiantly at those around him, "I reckon if I don't tell what there is to tell, this here fellow will. But there's not so much to tell as you'd like to hear, Marrows. And if I do start on, I shall tell naught but the truth. Ye can either believe it or not, as ye like, but it'll be the truth. And I say again, neither me nor Stones there, damn him, knows aught at all about what happened at Black Scar." "What do you know about?" demanded Marrows. "Pour me a glass of that ale," said Madgwick, "and I'll tell you. But I'll say this first, Mr. Spy," he added, when he had drunk the ale which Calvert handed him. "When I finish with this job, whether it's at 10-year end or 5-year end or 12-month end, thee look out for this'n. It's thee 'at's done it. I mistrusted thee as soon as Etherton brought thee into t' mill. Thou'rt a sharp un, thou art. Thou went straight to the root o' the matter. He's more brains nor all ye police put together. He's that feller, Marrows," he continued, pointing at Weathershaw. "He very soon saw where t' secret lay." "Well, where?" asked Marrows. Madgwick stared defiantly at his listeners. "Why, in yon invention o' Lucas Etherton's," he exclaimed. "If he hadn't started inventin' that theer machine 'at's in the storeroom at the old mill, all this here 'ud niver ha' happened. Damn t' machine! I wish I'd niver heerd tell on it." "Nor me either," sobbed Stones. "What'll my old mother say?" Madgwick gave his accomplice a glance of scorn, and turned once more to his captors. "Ye see," he said, evidently not displeased to be in the position of narrator, "when Etherton started making yon machine, t' news filtered out. Not about the machine itself, but about the fact 'at he were agate o' making summat, and he'd had a strong room built for to make it in. And of course it were known 'at he did try at a similar invention some years ago, and gev it up, so it were concluded 'at he were making another start. Anyway, there's one man in this valley 'at's known about it for some time, and he's the man 'at's behind all this." A dead silence followed on Madgwick's last sentence, broken at last by a groan from Stones and a question from Marrows. "What man? Who is he?" "I shan't tell ye till I've telled all the tale," retorted Madgwick, "but a man 'at everybody knows right well and all. Now then, this man began trying to get round to me some time ago, wanting to know what I knew about Etherton's machine, and so on, and he started hinting at what he'd pay for t' knowledge. The fact of the case is, this man has an idea of his own, and he believes that Etherton's on the same idea, and he wants to be first in the field, does this man, not only here, but o'er yonder, in the United States. And it come to this, he offered me a rare lot o' brass if I could do two things. The first were to get into that there strong room secretly and get a careful look at the model. The second were to get hold of the drawings and specifications. Well now, I did manage, not so long since, to get into the strong room, and I had a very careful look at the model. But I saw it were no good. Nobody could tell exactly what that machine were, more how to make it out without the papers, the drawings and so on. And, of course, when I telled this man that, he were all the more anxious 'at I should get 'em, and in the end, he made me an offer for 'em 'at nobody but a fool would ha' refused." "How much?" demanded Marrows. "Niver ye mind," retorted Madgwick defiantly. "I gotten it, and it's where neither ye nor t' spy theer, nor all the police in t' world can get at it, whether I iver do or not. And now I'll tell yer how I got hold of the papers. That Monday afternoon I had to go to Etherton's private office in t' mill, but I heard voices in Etherton's room, so I listened a bit, and I heard talk between him and old Sir Cheval. And it were just what I wanted, d'ye see. Etherton were talking to t' old fellow about t' machine, and he said he'd have to let him into t' secret. So I slipped away, and hid mysen where I could see 'em go in and out at the strong room, and by they come there, and they were some time in it, and when they come out, Sir Cheval were putting a docket of papers in his inside breast pocket, and I saw then how the thing could be done." Madgwick glanced round the ring of interested faces with something of an air of triumph. One listener, at any rate, saw that, like all criminally minded persons, he was intensely vain and proud of his accomplishments. "Naught could be easier," he continued. "I heerd Sir Cheval say that he were going into Hallethwaite for t' evening, and that the papers 'ud be safe enough in his pocket till he could look at 'em at home. Now I knew his habits. I knew he'd come home by t' last train and walk o'er t' moor, and I knew where he could easily be waylaid and relieved at the papers, and in such a fashion 'at nobody 'ud ever know who'd done it. But I wanted help, and I paid that there snivelling hound for it, paid him well for t' job. He's £500 in his pocket now." We went up to moor about 11:30, and waited for t' old man this side a Black Scar. Waited behind a bit of old wall, and when he came along, I gat him by t' arms fro behind, and Stones there took the papers through his pocket. He fought and kicked, but we're all over in a minute, and we left him. We went straight away and delivered the papers, all 'at we found, will and all, and I arranged about payment o' my reward, and I tell you 'at that's all 'at either me or Stones there knows. We know naught about how t'old man come to fall o'er Black Scar. When we'd done with him, we went our way, and we left him to go his. Neither on us meddled with him, except to take the papers. That's the gospel truth." "I never laid a finger on him," blubbered the accomplice. "Naught but snatched the papers out of the inside pocket, while Madgwick there held him." "And that's all," declared Madgwick. "Except this," said Marrows. "The man behind you. Now then, out with it." Madgwick looked round the group with an evil smile on his face. "Aye," he said, "I'll tell now. Ye'll be astonished. Sir John Arncliffe." End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Exterior to the Evidence by J.S. Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Neighbour's Hearth. Weathershaw, to whom the name which Madgwick had just pronounced conveyed nothing, was immediately aware that to the rest of his companions it meant more than he could account for. From Marrows, grim and official, to Marston, excited and eager, every man started and stared as if a bomb had fallen on the supper table. Each caught his breath sharply. A curious silence fell on the room, broken at last by an incredulous, contemptuous exclamation from Sindel. "Rot!" he said. Madgwick gave the solicitor a significant look. "I'm tellin' yer," he answered. "Ye'll see. That's t' man 'at's been at the bottom o' t' job. Him and no other." Weathershaw nudged the superintendent's elbow. "Who is he?" he asked. "Biggest manufacturer in the district. Chairman of our bench of magistrates. Great man altogether," muttered Marrows. "And a client of Mr. Sindel's." "And I say it's utter rot, exclaimed Sindel, who was obviously much perturbed. "This fellow's lying to save himself." "Looks like saving myself with all you chaps round me, doesn't it?" sneered Madgwick. "I'm tellin' you right. Sir John were t' man 'at set me onto this here, and 'at paid me in all." "You've proof of this, Madgwick?" demanded Marrows. "Proof? Aye, plenty of proof if it comes to it," replied Madgwick. "I can prove it before and behind." "When were you paid?" "This very day, at noon." "Where and how?" "I met him in Hallethwaite. Never mind where, and he paid me in notes according to the stipulation 'at I made." "Got any of them?" "I have some, not so much," replied Madgwick. He pointed to Stones, who was still whimpering and bemoaning his fate. "He has more. Has 'em on him now. Proof? And now, 'at ye know, I don't care what I tell about Arncliffe, nor what becomes on him. He were t' main agent. I were naught but t' cat's paw, and ye can't do naught much at me, nor at Stones there. We're naught to do with the old man's death. We waylaid him and took the papers thro' him, it's true, but we did no more. It's naught but common assault, or highway robbery, or something o' that sort, at t' worst. And ye'll hev to put Arncliffe into dock wes. When all's said and done, damn thee, spy!" he suddenly broke out, turning fiercely on Weathershaw. "If that'd niver come on the scene, poking thy nose into the affair, nobody'd iver have found it all out." Marrows turned to one of the detectives. "Run down to the village and get the 2 local police," he said. and bring those cars up here as near as you can to this place. Calvert," he went on, "take these chaps and their belongings down to the town when you've got this extra help. 1 in each car. As for the rest—" He motioned Wethershaw to come closer to him. "I believe what this fellow's let out," he whispered. "It explains everything to me. Wait till these men are off, and then we'll tackle the man that put them up to it." 10 minutes later, when the captives had been carried off, Marrows led his reduced party outside the cottage. The moon had risen over the shoulder of the moors while they were busied inside, and in its light the superintendent's face showed itself unusually grave as he turned to his companions. "This is a bad business," he said in a low voice. "Worst business I've ever known since I came here, and I've been here 30 years. Sir John Arncliffe, of all men." "It's all bosh, Marrows," exclaimed Sindel angrily. "I don't believe a word of it. That fellow's invented it." Marrows quietly tapped the solicitor's arm, and at the same time gave a knowing look at Marston and Wethershaw standing by. "Mr. Sindel," he said in a voice full of conviction, "yon fellow wasn't inventing anything. He just knew the game was up, and naturally he turned on the originator. I believe every word that Madgwick's told us. Look you here, Mr. Sindel," he went on, as the solicitor showed signs of impatience. "Some of us have pretty good memories, and this isn't the first time I've heard of Sir John Arncliffe's trying to pick other people's brains. You've heard something of that sort too, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Sindel. Come now, what about that affair of poor young Wilson's some years ago?" "Nothing but rumor," said Sindel. "A good many folks, in a position to know, say it was more than rumor," retorted Marrows. "They say it was fact." "What was it?" asked Wethershaw. "I'll tell you," replied Marrows. "Sir John Arncliffe, as I said, is the biggest manufacturer in these parts, and he's always been known as an inventor, too. Now, some years ago, he'd a very smart, promising chap in his mill, who in his spare time invented a machine out of which he expected to make his fortune. He was fool enough, when he got the thing finished, to take it one day to Sir John in his private office. Sir John bade him leave it, and he'd see what could be done. Time passed, the lad never heard anything. Then it came out that Sir John had calmly patented that machine as his own, and he told Wilson that as he was in his employ he considered his brains were his, and threw him a cheque for some £200 or £300, with the remark that he ought to feel thankful for it. Now this Wilson was a high-strung sort of chap, and he went home and shot himself. That's that story, and it makes me believe—" "It's only one side of it," said Sindel. "Sir John had another." "Aye, well," remarked Marrows, "I'm going to know what Sir John's got to say to what we've just heard. Yon's his house," he continued, pointing to the lights of a large mansion which stood a little beyond Low Hall. "I'm going there at once. There's going to be no trifling in this, Mr. Sindel." "Stop a bit," said Sindel. "Look here. We don't want such a scandal as this'll cause, if there's any reasonable explanation of it. Now let me go to him, quietly, then—" Marston suddenly came to the front. "No, by George!" he exclaimed. "None of that, Sindel. After what I've heard, I agree with Marrows. Come on, Marrows." "Yes, I'm going, Sir Marston," assented the superintendent. "What do you say, Mr. Wethershaw?" "If you want to know what I say," answered Wethershaw, who had listened in silence, "I say this. I don't know what we're waiting for. I haven't the least doubt of this man's guilt." "Come along, then," said Marrows. "It's only a stone's throw." But Sindel hung back. "Please yourselves, then," he said suddenly. "I'm not going. Sir John Arncliffe's my client, and—" He turned and walked away in the direction of the village, and Marrows glanced at his companions. "Bread and butter," he remarked significantly. "Look here," said Wethershaw, as they approached the gates of a big house built amidst groves of trees on a shelving edge in the moor. "A question, before we go in. Is Sir John a member of the club?" "Yes," answered Marston. "In and out every day. Spends half his time there." "That explains it, then," observed Wethershaw. "He put Sir Chevel's will in the locker. Deep." "Oh, he's deep enough," muttered Marrows. "Deep and sly. Well, now for it. See, you gentlemen just stand back a bit while I ask at the door for him. If he's in, I'll make an excuse for all three of us to see him." Marston and Wethershaw drew back under the trees of the avenue while Marrows went up to the front door. It opened, a man in livery appeared. After a brief conversation with him, Marrows came back, a curious smile on his face. "Not in," he said in a whisper. "And where on earth do you think he is? At Mr. Etherton's, at Low Hall. Gad, that's the height of impudence, I'm thinking, to go and call in neighbourly fashion on the man whose ideas he's been thieving. "Come on," growled Marston, with a certain grim determination. Halfway up the path to Low Hall, Weathershaw called his companions to a halt. "If Mr. Marrows has no objection," he said, "I'd like to take this part of the game in hand." "No objection whatever," replied Marrows. "But give us an inkling." "Let Sir Marston take us in," continued Weathershaw. "Let him, if we find Sir John there, just say casually to Mr. Etherton that we've been making an inquiry or two up this way, and that we thought we'd just drop in to give him the latest news. Then leave it to me to talk. And while I talk, you keep your eyes on Sir John and see how he takes it." "Aye, aye," agreed Marrows. "I see. You'll lead up to the climax, eh? Good notion. Well, Sir Marston, you'll take us in then." Marston quietly opened the front door and led his companions down the thickly carpeted passage to a door at the rear of the house. He opened this without ceremony and walked in. Marrows and Weathershaw, at a sign from him, followed close on his heels and were in the room with the door closed behind them before its occupants had realized their presence. It was a peaceful domestic scene on which they entered. In his own easy-chair, Etherton was smoking his favorite briar pipe. Near him, Letty, in another, was busied with some fancy work. On the opposite side of the hearth, a short, stout, consequential-looking man, whose mutton-chop whiskers gave him something of an aggressive air, and whose eyes were small and sly, lolled back in a big lounge, fingering a long, recently lighted cigar. Weathershaw's glance went to him at once. Somewhat to his surprise, the man showed no sign whatever of either interest or astonishment at his sudden invasion. "Hullo!" exclaimed Etherton, looking round as the three men advanced. "What brings you here?" "Oh, nothing particular," answered Marston, playing up to his part. "We've been making an inquiry or two roundabout, and we thought we'd just drop in and give you a bit of news." "News, eh?" said Etherton, handing glasses to his guests and pushing the cigar-box near to them. "Aye, anything fresh?" "Weathershaw's made a few discoveries that he might tell about," said Marston, nodding at the agent. "We were just talking about it, Sir John and I," remarked Etherton, resuming his seat. "Sir John's not so very hopeful about a complete solution. He thinks there's a good deal deep down." Marrows gave Weathershaw a quiet kick under the table. "A long way beneath the surface, you think, Sir John?" he asked. "Deeper than what most of you fellows would fancy," asserted Sir John, in a half-confidential, half-knowing voice. He looked round the half-circle of faces, from Marrows at the table to Marston in the corner, and winked his small right eye. "Deep business," he said. "My impression? Somebody wanted badly to know contents of that will. D'ye see? Somebody clear away from the surface view of things. Outsider, eh? Will, that's it. Will's at the bottom of the whole thing. My decided belief, that." "You think Sir Sheville Stanbury was attacked for the sake of the will, sir?" said Weathershaw. Sir John favored the stranger with a lofty, supercilious glance, and nodded his head. "I do," he answered. "Just said so." Weathershaw reached for the cigars, selected one, quietly lighted it, and began to smoke. He let a minute pass in silence. "Well, no, he wasn't," he said suddenly in sharp, staccato accents. Etherton twisted round in his chair, and Letty looked up from her work. But Sir John, who it was evident to Marrows and Weathershaw had dined pretty freely, and was in a state of great confidence, smiled disdainfully. "Ah, you do you?" he said. "Well, no offence. Don't know you at all, you know. You're young and confident, eh?" "Confident about what I know," retorted Weathershaw. "And what's that?" asked Etherton. He was watching the detective keenly, and as he watched, he fancied that he saw a certain glance, which might have been a signal, exchanged between him and Marrows. "Sir Marston says you might tell us something?" "Yes," answered Weathershaw. "I can, now, but—" He paused and waved his cigar in Sir John Arncliffe's direction. "As this gentleman thinks I'm young and, as he puts it, confident, perhaps you'd better tell him, Mr. Etherton, that I've been on this job professionally." "Mr. Weathershaw is a private detective," said Etherton, looking at his guest, "with a reputation." Sir John nodded indulgently. Then he shook his head again. "No good," he said. "Too deep down." Etherton smiled at Weathershaw. "What do you know?" he asked. "To start with, this," responded Weathershaw. "I know, for a fact now, why Sir Sheville Stanbury was attacked on the night of his death. It was not for any reason but one. What his assailants wanted was your papers." End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Exterior to the Evidence by J.S. Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Denounced. Weathershaw let his gaze wander round to the consequential little man on the lounge as he made this announcement. And he immediately realized something which at that moment was sorely puzzling Marrows and arousing astonishment in Marston. There was not the slightest sign of surprise in Sir John Arncliffe's face, and Weathershaw suddenly knew why. Here before him was another of those men who, born schemers and plotters, cannot believe that their plans miscarry. Sir John Arncliffe, said Weathershaw to himself, was at that moment assuring his own mind that the secret was safe between Madgwick, Stones, and himself, and would never, could never be revealed. From that point Weathershaw began to take an almost malicious pleasure in unfolding his story in the presence of the man who as yet had no suspicion that he was concerned in it. When I was called into this case, continued Weathershaw, I began my work on it by reading every available account of the inquest held on Sir Sheville Stanbury, and I very quickly came to the conclusion that the true object of whoever it was that assailed Sir Sheville on his homeward way that night was, as I have just said, the papers relating to your invention. I had heard, more than once, of the efforts made by men who wished to steal the secret of a really important invention, and I was sure that in this case there was somebody behind the scenes who wanted ardently to rob you of yours. Weathershaw paused for a moment and looked round. He had already got the attention of his audience, but he was chiefly interested in two of its members. Etherton had twisted round in his chair and was watching him with a puzzled frown on his face. Sir John Arncliffe was lying comfortably back against the padded lounge on which he lolled placidly complacent and evidently sure of his own safety. Now that, resumed Weathershaw, that presupposed that somebody, one person or two persons, or even more, knew that you were busy with an invention. It seemed to me that such persons must be in close touch with you, persons probably who were employed by you. Well, there was your clerk, Pike. From what one could gather of the evidence at the inquest, Pike seemed a likely person to suspect, and I was suspecting Pike when I called on you, heard your story, and got you to show me your strong room and to lend me the key to it. But at that stage, two things happened in quick succession. The fact was this. My first proceeding on getting into that strong room was to closely examine the key you had given me and the lock into which it fitted. If you have that key on you, Mr. Etherton, please hand it to me for a minute. Etherton drew a key from his pocket and passed it across in silence. Weathershaw held it up. Now you'll all notice, he continued, that this key is of very intricate workmanship. As you see, it is cut out of the steel in a fashion which left what we call niches and crevices. And I'm sure you'd never noticed it, Mr. Etherton, but in one of those crevices I, immediately on taking a close inspection of the key, discovered a tiny, almost minute fragment of wax, green, soft wax. I knew then that the key had been out of your possession, and that whoever had had it possessed it long enough to take an impression of it in wax. A fragment, the merest fragment, of wax had adhered in one of the crevices. There it was. Once more Weathershaw had paused, and now he noticed that the man in whom he was particularly concerned had removed the big cigar from his lips and was listening more attentively. The next thing to do, he went on, was to find out who had taken that impression. Clearly it was somebody who very much wanted to get into your strong room to see the machine. That somebody was a person about your premises. I recognized that it would probably be a very difficult matter to fasten on the right person. But here again chance favored me. You'll remember that when you took me to the floor where the strong room is situated, you called one of your overlookers, a man named Madgwick, to you, and told him I was seeing about some alterations and was to look round where I liked. Well, after coming out, I saw a man's coat hanging on a peg. I slipped a hand into the inside pocket, found some odd scraps of paper and some letters addressed to Madgwick at Mrs. Beckett's, Mariner's Fold. And on at least 3 of the odd scraps of paper there were rough pencil sketches of the wards of a key, the very key which I held in my possession. God bless my soul, muttered Etherton. A fellow that I'd have trusted. I saw through the whole thing then, continued Weathershaw, holding up a finger to bespeak silence and attention. This man had got your key at some time and had taken a wax impression of it. But he didn't dare to take that wax impression to any locksmith. That would have been too dangerous. So what he'd done was to make a drawing of the wax model, practicing it over and over again until he'd got something sufficiently accurate to work upon. And just as the cleverest and most careful criminals invariably forget some slight details in their schemes, so he, whose first crooked job this probably was, had forgotten to destroy the results of his practice. "The unexpected," muttered Marrows, "will come in, many an instance of it." "I was certain I was on the right track then," Weathershaw went on, "and the next thing to do was to find out all I could about Madgwick. It would never have done to do this myself. I couldn't go openly, or indeed in any way, about Lithersdale, so I telephoned to my office in Manchester for an assistant of mine, Mr. Hartley, who's very clever at making himself up as a working man. I told Hartley to join me in Hallasthwaite at once, and in the meantime, while I waited for him in the town, I went round the locksmiths there, working locksmiths, you know, some 9 or 10 of them, to try to find out if Madgwick had had a key made by one of their number. I hit on the man at the end of my round, a man named Nicholson in Black Lane. I had to tell him who I was and what I was after before I could get any information from him, but he gave it freely in the end." Weathershaw held up the key which Etherton had handed over, and professing to look at it, glanced at the man on the lounge. Sir John's cigar had gone out, but as yet Weathershaw saw no sign of fear or of anxiety in his face. "Nicholson," continued Weathershaw, "made a duplicate of this key for Madgwick not so very long ago. Madgwick went to him with a pencil sketch of a key and asked him if he could make a key for it. He said it was for Mr. Etherton. Nicholson made a key from the drawing. Madgwick took that key back twice to be filed at 1 or 2 points. He called again, said the key was then all right, and paid for it." "Bless me," said Etherton, "couldn't have believed it." "But now," Weathershaw went on, "I had to think out the probable course of events. I'd no doubt that Madgwick had looked over your machine carefully, but I know that a man can't get at the secret of the machine by seeing a model. And Madgwick wanted more. He wanted the papers, the drawings, the specifications. Now I had a theory. It occurred to me that possibly Madgwick was in collusion with Pike. Now Pike, as I had learned, had been present, hidden behind a curtain, at the interview between you, Mr. Etherton, and Sir Sheville Stanbury, and had probably heard your talk about the machine, and further, had heard you say that you would give your papers to Sir Sheville to look through. I figured that Pike had told Madgwick of this, and that the two, knowing Sir Sheville's habits very intimately, had agreed to waylay him on his way home and to take the papers from him. That was my theory, up to a certain time this evening." Weathershaw paused for a moment to take a mouthful from the glass which Etherton had placed before him on his first entrance. His movement seemed to remind Sir John Arncliffe that he, too, had a glass near him, as if mechanically he took it up, drained its contents, and then sat, empty glass in hand, staring at Weathershaw as the agent resumed his story. "At that point," continued Weathershaw, "my man Hartley arrived, dressed like a respectable artisan. I gave him certain information and instructions and sent him on to Lithersdale, where, in the role of a man seeking lodgings, he was to go to Mariner's Fold and see if he could find out anything at all about Madgwick's movements. In company with Mr. Sindall, I followed Hartley to the village later. He came to see me at the Stanbury Arms and told me that he'd had the best of luck already. He'd gone to Mrs. Beckett's, professing that he'd heard she might have lodgings to let. She'd told him at once that she would have in a day or two, for 2 of her lodgers were leaving, and were at that moment packing up. She showed him the room he could have. Madgwick was even then putting his luggage together in it. Hartley had a bit of a talk with him, pretending to ask how he liked the place. He gathered that Madgwick might be leaving the next day. He'd got a much better job, he said, elsewhere. So Hartley returned to me, and I determined to act at once. Mr. Sindall had heard that Superintendent Marrows and Inspector Calvert were in the village. He fetched them to the inn. We were joined there by 2 detectives, and in company with Sir Marston Stanbury, for whom I'd telephoned, we all went up to Mariner's Fold." Etherton was getting excited. He had risen from his chair and was following Weathershaw's story with approving nods of the head, and from time to time he turned to Sir John with a smile as if to invite him to join in his own approval. But Sir John, by that time, was watching the narrator as if something in Weathershaw's speech and manner fascinated him. "We went straight to Mrs. Beckett's," continued Weathershaw, becoming more terse and emphatic. 2 men were there at supper. One, Madgwick, the other a younger man, Stones. Madgwick was defiant, insolent, even certain of himself. But the other man suddenly gave way. Nerves. Then Madgwick, as cool a scoundrel as ever I saw, made a full confession. All, added Weathershaw with a meaning look, all but one thing. What? What? Exclaimed Etherton excitedly. The name of the man who had been behind him, replied Weathershaw. I knew well enough that Madgwick had not started this affair himself. He'd been bribed. He admitted he'd been bribed. He admitted the truth of all that I'd suspected. He and Stones had waylaid Sir Cheval, not at Black Scar, but on the moor, had taken the papers from him, had handed them over to the man who wanted them, had received their pay. They were, in a sense, cat's paws. But there was a hand behind, a man, Mr. Etherton, who was willing to do anything, pay anything, to get at your valuable secret. In God's name, who? Demanded Etherton. Sir John looked across at Weathershaw, and Weathershaw in that glance learned another lesson in psychology. Even now the rich man was trusting in his riches to deliver him. Weathershaw realized that the chief culprit was still so confident of the power of his money that he believed that the price he had paid, the price he might pay in the future, had kept and would keep his name out of the matter. And suddenly he spoke, and those who knew the secret felt a sense of disgust to hear a note of sneering self-satisfaction in his voice. He's just told you that they wouldn't give any name, said Sir John. Naturally, Madgwick wouldn't. Likely thing is, Etherton, my lad, that there's no name to give. Weathershaw found Marrow's outstretched foot under the table and gave it a quiet kick with one of his own. He rose slowly to his feet, and Marrow's rose too. So also did Marston. No, said Weathershaw, looking across past Etherton to his guest. I said Madgwick wouldn't give the name in his confession, but he gave it when his confession was finished. And full proof. Do you want to hear it? Your name, then, Sir John Arncliffe? Mr. Etherton, that's the man who has your papers. That's the man who put Sir Cheval Stanbury's will back in the locker at the club. That's the man who's responsible, how far, God only knows, for the old man's death. Now, let him speak. Etherton, as soon as Sir John's name had fallen from Weathershaw's lips, had drawn away from him. Letty had stolen up to her father's side and slipped her hands through his arm. Their eyes were fixed on the accused man. So were the eyes of the other three. Now then, said Etherton at last, you hear? Sir John got to his feet. There was no natural dignity in his short and stout figure, but he endeavored to look stern and magisterial. I'd best be going, he said. It seems as if there was likely to be naught but insults and accusations under this roof. However, there's some of you'll hear something from my lawyer tomorrow, but I'll bid you good night. Not just yet, Sir John, said Marrows quietly. I know my duty. You'd far better answer a few questions, Sir John. You had, indeed. Now, about those papers? Weathershaw suddenly laughed. Something in the sound made the accused man start and look at him with the first signs of real fear. I shouldn't wonder if he has the papers on him, said Weathershaw. Pity you can't search him here and now, Marrows. He had forgotten that there was young and impulsive blood at his elbow. Before any of them could move, Marston, whose fingers had been itching for the last few minutes, had thrust a hand into the inner pocket of Sir John's coat. Drawing out a quantity of papers, he flung them on the table, and Etherton, a second later, held up 3 folded documents. Here they are, he said quietly. A few minutes later, when Marrows and Weathershaw had taken Sir John Arncliffe away, and Marston and Letty had slipped off into the adjacent drawing-room, Etherton, with a look round the scene of recent action, drew back the curtains of his window, opened the casement, and leaned out to look over the moonlit valley beneath his house. His heart was full of loathing and bitterness, until he suddenly remembered that close behind him was youth and love, and that it was better to think of both than of the treachery and greed which had just been led away from his door. End of chapter 25. End of Exterior to the Evidence by J.S. Fletcher.